Yeah. 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 So many lies that you hear from the net, they don't get her respect. She reporting the truth, not a check. You want an unbiased opinion straight from the chest, not a bit accomplice or someone here for a check. Tune in, these are thoughts from a lawyer on a mission who goes so hard it's like she works on commission. Trolls in the comments might say she tripping cause they lack the knowledge. They don't know they missing. Got a couple current events that you like. Wanna know about law from the eyes. Tired of all these blogs running lies because their agendas are disguised. Tune in to the intellect, cause I'm sure y'all missing all the facts of the case that she steady is gifted. Someone here for the people, man, it's so uplifting. If you ain't subscribed yet, then you just omitting facts.
Hello, everybody. It is Pam Esquire, also known as Your Law Intellect. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue watching the Cardi B trial. Some of you guys seem like you've been getting a cackle. Okay, it's supposed to start at 12:30. I'm sorry, I'm a tad bit late because Danielle, as you guys know, the baby intellect has guitar lessons on Wednesday, and so that is why I am late. But thank you guys so much for joining. Doesn't look like anything has happened thus far, so I mean, did we really miss anything? Probably not. Let me make sure that I speak to everyone. Cardi B Sims, you said I got my notebook today and I am ready. Girl, what are you writing down? What not to do? It's a learning experience. I think it is a learning experience that I do think. I think that, yeah, I think it's a learning experience. Hey, Petty Patty, Peachy Bama, Kimberly Brown, Miss Sue, Nosy, and Bubba's auntie. Hey, auntie. Love Breezy, Lexi the Law Nerd. Good to see you, sis. And thank you so much for always sharing my content. You don't have to do that. And I am very, very grateful that you do. Hey 504. You back here for the foolishness, huh? Andrea says she went over there to TikTok and they are over there having a ball over there on TikTok. I'm just grateful you guys are watching this with me. It has been, as always, watching trials with you all is like none other. If you guys could be so kind and hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so, or you can wait to see how it is first and then say, all right, I'll come back to hear, some more content from her after. I know it's a commitment. Subscription is a commitment. So if you need a little bit of time, I understand. So we are now waiting for Cardi B to take the stand again. Hopefully it's not too noisy because Dev is literally over my head. I think he's cleaning up or something. But we gonna work with it. Hey, Queen Shadina, good to see you. Good to see you. Mimi, good to see you. Roller 19, good to see you. You said this is my first time signing on live. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know other people are. It seemed like at first, a lot of people didn't even know this trial was happening. Okay. So now it's catching wind. I see clips everywhere and all of that. But again, this was a case from 2020. I didn't even have YouTube when this case started, but I remember downloading the pleadings because I've always been a person that reads various cases. And I think we're consistently learning. When you're a lawyer, you're consistently learning. And so I keep an eye on other cases and other jurisdictions, especially if I may end up pro-hocking in that jurisdiction, or one day I get so bored and adventurous that I want to take another bar. I don't know if that would ever happen, but California, you have to sit for their bar. They don't have reciprocity with anybody. Florida is the same way. And so I used to keep track of a lot of cases that was going on. And this was a case that I had got the documents for a while ago. It wasn't even anything I really covered too much on the channel. And then I talked about it when I was talking about other cases. Cardi has a case with an assault that allegedly occurred back in 2020 when she was 2018 when she was pregnant. So yeah, so here we are. And like I said, now I see a couple of more people streaming. And shout out to Kempire though. Kempire always, when he gets whatever information from me, he always shouts it out and gives me the little bit of credit. Cause sometimes, you know, we work hard. Well, I know I do. You dig and you try to find. I don't have any intel into the courts in these other states. I don't have anybody telling me, "Ooh, guess who filed a lawsuit today?" I don't have any of that. So a lot of this stuff has to be on my own volition, based on my own research. And you see a lot of people that just piggyback off of what you do. And a lot of people mention me. I give them that. The ones that do mention me, and when they get a lot of the information from over here, but you get a lot of people that take the content as their own instead of creating it. So sometimes it does get a little frustrating. So shout out to those, that give me a little shout out, here and there. I'm not saying I made the content up because clearly I couldn't have made this up, but I'm just saying I see it's getting a lot of momentum and traction. So shout out to all of the fellow content creators. Yeah, shout out to Kempire. He's dope. Um, yeah, we're just sitting here waiting for those of you that's just coming in to see what we got going on over here. I'm gonna do law and crime because I don't know what is up with Court TV, and I know they had the original stream, so I don't know. I don't know what's up with that, but we've had a couple of issues over there, so we're gonna stick to it over here. If anybody, my mods, if you guys are paying attention. So it looks like Court TV is actually looking at the ceiling right now. So maybe we should go to Court TV. But let's see. I'm gonna keep them on standby law and crime because for some reason I don't know. Hold on. Mm-mm. Yeah, let's thank you so much, Rolla, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. And the support. I'm gonna have to get back in the membership soon too. So no worries. We'll be back over there. So we're just waiting on her to take the stand and we'll see what happens next. Her testimony, some people were making statements such as, thank you, Dusty Jewel, for the super chat. I appreciate you said thanks for all you do, Pam. You are appreciated. I appreciate the support. People were saying they didn't think Cardi should have took the stand, and I think people need to realize that this is not her case in chief. She was called to the stand. She was on the plaintiff's witness list. This is the plaintiff's case. She is the defendant in this case. So she was called to the stand. So that was not a choice that she made. That was, we call Cardi B to the stand. But I don't think she did a bad job. I think she actually humanized. She's herself. She didn't get on there and try to be someone else. She had a couple of funny moments. It was a very interesting line of questioning in the beginning, asking about her hair, and you had a different color yesterday, and she had to tell him it was a wig, and it was just, I don't know. I don't know where this is going. I'm pretty sure his client is looking all over the internet to see what people have to say. I'm sure that he may be a bit discouraged, just a tad bit. And let me be clear. I've been in trials of which when I first started where I was not quite like him, but kind of similar. You know what I'm saying? Not quite there, but there were things that I had to learn through trial and error. There are some things that you think that's in your head that you learn, and then until you implement it, you don't know if you really know it, if that makes sense. So, but thankfully I did that in the district court, in our lower court, which is we fighting over $10,000 or 5,000 or something. That's when I did all of my trial and error, because it's the same thing in every court. It's just different amounts, but the same rules for the most part. There are some differences, in the rules between state and our district court, but for the most part, generally speaking, the rules are pretty much the same. We have the same rules of evidence. We have the same ways. Every court has their own procedures. You got to know your judge. And I've been in trial where I made a mistake where it was like, dang, this might mess this whole case up. And the judge had to be a little bit lenient. But I was like in my first couple years of practicing. Okay. Couple years. But nonetheless, so I don't mean to, like, I'm not gonna be one to really bash the lawyer, because it is different. It's very different. Like, I remember going up against a lawyer. Now, this was after I had already practiced for a little bit, but she had still been practicing longer than me. But she was a court clerk. Like, no, she was the judicial attorney for a judge. And so she watched trials all the time. So I think in her mind, I watch it so much that I know how to do it. She went pro se, because she was like, it was like her and her husband went pro se, was suing my client, and I knew she was a lawyer, but over in the court we were at, they didn't know that she was a lawyer. So what was interesting, looks like we're about to get started, but what was interesting was, by the time we argued, the judge told her, you might want to get you a lawyer, okay, if you're going to go up against her. And she didn't know, like, she is a lawyer. Like, she had no clue, and she had been practicing way longer than me in theory, but she was a judicial attorney. So you watch it all the time, like us watching it. It's probably people right now watching these trials and thinking they can do it and they can do it better. It is nothing like being there, having to be on your toes, someone objecting, you having to respond to the objection, people getting on the stand that are hostile witnesses, people that said they would cooperate that changed their mind, like what happened in Tory Lanez with Kelsey. So many different transitions, that happen. And so I give grace, but I don't think this is a case going against someone, and I don't know his experience, but this is not a case to cut your teeth on. That's all I'm saying. This is not a case for, like, to get your learning curves in or whatnot. And that's what a lot of it feels like. Not saying that that's what's happening, but that's what it feels like, I think, with a lot of people. So I've been there. I will never say it was a level of perfection in all of my trials. I have made some mistakes, but I would not be doing that televised. I would not be doing it while it's streaming, and I wouldn't be doing it against no multi-million-dollar celebrity. I'm just saying. But I hope maybe he got his bearings. I hope it doesn't discourage him. And he's a lot of this is you learn. They say you learn from losing trials. You don't really learn from winning them, because you look at it like, shoot, I did everything pretty decent. Sometimes the jury will still tell you, like, I remember polling the jury, and like I said, they like, we hate your client, but we followed the law. It's like, okay, I thought my client did good. So you still learn, or whatever as you go. You're always learning. But there are some basics that I noticed in this case, like impeachment, the judge having to, like, you weren't even properly impeaching, the objections, doing speaking objections instead of actual legal objections. The questioning is a little all over the place, a little suspect. So hopefully he looks at this and then he just is like, I'm gonna do better next time. I'm gonna do better. So, and I don't know his background. I don't know how long he's been practicing. I didn't look him up. I didn't, none of that. But just my critique and my opinion. And honestly, one of the trials I did, it was in a county here in Oakland County, and they're a very conservative county. And so you get a conservative juror. Like, you get everybody, and they're like, I'm a surgeon. I'm a neurosurgeon. I'm a Supreme Court justice. Like, you get all these people with these $500,000 a year salaries, and you got your client who was accused of unaliving someone in the hood, and and this is what your jury pool is. And when I got finished, and I think it was a trial that we did win. And when I got finished, it was a black judge, the first black judge over in Oakland County, and I'll never forget her, Denise Langford Morris. And she pulled me over when she pulled me out when we got done polling the jury and we won. She told me what I did wrong. And she basically was like, you are a black female attorney, and you're gonna have to put in that work. She told me about when she was the only one at the firm where she was, just gave me a lot of background. And I will never forget that. She probably would never remember it, but I would never forget that. Regardless, she's like, oh, there's another sister. I'm about to pull her to the side. You could have did this better. You weren't clear and concise on this. You weren't as definitive on this line of, like, she was, remember that there may be appellate practice. So watch how you talk on the record, because when it goes to the Court of Appeal, all they do is look at your record. You don't get to have testimony. They look at the transcript and the entire record. That's it. So if you have testimony where you're saying and all of that in between, it looks horrible in a transcript. So she was like one of the first ones, like, prepare your case and present your case as if you're going to have justices that may, or jurists that are going to read your case, and they have to get a gist of everything that happened and occurred in that trial based off of your transcript and your record. So you're continuously learning, you're consistently learning. And so I'm not going to be too hard. Some of my reactions are just so real time, I just can't even mask it. But we all have been through it. We've all done stuff and got embarrassed here and there, to the point where you don't even get embarrassed anymore. I just don't even I'm like, all right, my bad. You almost get to the point where you're like, okay, it's never going to be anything, too major at this point. Well, hopefully not. But like when you make little flubs, as you keep going, and you don't let the other side know your weaknesses, because they'll start doing things like objecting to throw you off. A lot of them objections, some of them were obviously legit because they were sustained, and I was saying them at the same time because I heard them as they were being waged. But a lot of them were overruled. So sometimes, you have to make sure that you stay on your game, regardless to what the other side is doing, and be confident. You got to own the courtroom. You have to own the courtroom. You have to get a rapport in the courtroom. It could be the first time you ever were there, but they're going to be memory. They're going to remember you. They should remember you when you leave. The depth should remember you. The court reporter should remember you. Everybody should remember, because of the professionalism and the presence that you put when you were in that courtroom. But yeah, TJ said, I think it's fine to critique the lawyer. His client is the one who ultimately suffers from his mistake. He gets paid either way. That is true. That's true. Well, to a degree. If he does not prevail, TJ, in this case, because this is a case that you typically take like on contingency, meaning once you hope you get a verdict, and then you take your money from there, but all your costs, you have them sign a retainer, of which you don't get paid unless you win. So he may do all of this and not get paid $1. So that may be an option as well. So yeah. Miss Gina said, you give great advice and you always keep it professional and real. Thank you so much. She did, Cardi B, some. She really did give me some good advice. And for some people it's hard for them to hear what you did wrong, but how are you going to grow? Like, how are you going to learn? So Mimi said Oakland County was the first place I had jury duty. Well, Mimi, you must got a couple dollars. No, I'm just playing. She's like, get out my pockets, girl. Nah, but Oakland County really is like we all have different counties, obviously, and each one we kind of know what type of jury pool you get. And in Oakland County, the most of the time, I think I might have had 2 black jurors in the pool, potential jurors in the pool. There's a lot of black people that live out there, though. I'm not saying that they don't, but it's just one of those spots where, like Pontiac, is really the place of which you have a lot of people of color. And so you unless you get people from Pontiac, most of the people you're gonna get are gonna be they're not gonna be blue collar workers. So just what it is. Yeah, there are oral arguments in circuit court. Hey, Patty Patty, good to see you. I promise you I'm not gonna block you today. I still feel bad. Measure Man, thank you for the super chat. You said I'm a Yale super doc. Oh my gosh. Hilarious. Hilarious. He said, I am a super doctor and I am very, very proud of that. Very, very proud. Maria said, who will win this case? I don't know. I'm not a juror. We're just social media jurors. So we can poll it, but we can poll it at the end of when all of the proofs are entered. Because right now the plaintiff is the only one who has presented her case. So we don't know. Okay, we got somebody doing a quick poll. TLC is necessary. Thank you for the super chat. Said, hey, quick poll, y'all, before it starts. Is Cardi prego or not? She, I'm listen, that's how all this stuff started. Folk being nosy, trying to be worried about what's going on with Cardi. Okay. So I'm not gonna participate in this here poll. But y'all. mm, But y'all carry on in the chat. Carry on. 504 said, turn it. Somebody was in the chat too, and they did say, they commented and said, what they don't agree with is they said they had a scratch on their face and they still have the scar to this day. So people minimizing scratches, I think, was offensive. We weren't minimizing the scratch. I think we were kind of minimizing that we couldn't see it and we don't know how it happened. Cardi saying it wasn't even a physical altercation. So I don't know. Are we on the record yet?
I don't think that there's any evidence of intentionally hiding this witness. I think both parties wanted to identify this witness. I think both parties made attempts to investigate and to identify this witness. At the final status conference, the receptionist was identified as a witness. We had discussions about attempting to identify her. She subsequently was identified, so I don't think that there's unfair surprise. I don't find any evidence of bad faith in terms of the discovery process, and so I'm going to allow her to testify.
May I add one thing about that, Your Honor?
What's that?
May I add one thing about
What's that?
Yesterday you suggested that I believe the purpose of saying it is to have fairness to my side, is to allow me to depose her. If I wish to depose her, would you allow that?
I think if she can be deposed over, say, the lunch break, because I think you're going to call her today.
Plaintiff's counsel left a message yesterday that apparently it sounds like he's going to run out of witnesses this morning.
Okay.
We intend to call her this morning. She is unavailable in the afternoon. She has a child that she has to take care of. The child is in preschool at the moment, and so that's her only window.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
it's not that I'm going to be running out of witnesses. I wanted to learn what's going to happen with the hearing today about these witnesses, and there was no ruling about my witnesses. There's still 3 more to go. So I did leave a message for Mr. Peterson that my intention was to have Cardi B testify today, possibly put on the plaintiff, recall her as to some of the facts that are discussed in Cardi B, and then have the defendants put on their witnesses in the afternoon, and I would then, if it drags on, bring more witnesses next week.
Your Honor, if I may. First of all, I would object to him recalling in his own case in chief a witness party who's already been questioned and there was cross. But second, the idea, what he's referring to in his phone message last night, was that Your Honor said that you would be willing to allow parties to take witnesses out of order, which I understood to mean that if there was a defendant witness, I could put them on during the plaintiff's case in chief. What he's proposing is that he's run out of witnesses and wants me to take my case before he rests, and I would object to that.
Your Honor, it's not that I'm saying that I'm running out of witnesses. What I'm saying is the court has advised us that we can call witnesses out of order. Because it's a holiday weekend, these witnesses have other plans, the same way that his witness is unavailable in the afternoon. Dr. Azizulahi, Ms. Parsi, and Amanda Kelly, they have their own obligations, and they're not available to testify today. But they would be available next week, on Tuesday, right after the.
Generally speaking, I'm okay with having witnesses being called out of order, but I think, was Amanda Kelly when was Amanda Kelly identified?
She was 100% identified. She would be testifying as to Dr. Scher that he has died in 2021. If there could be an agreement between counsel and the court, that the court would make an instruction that it is a fact that Dr. Scher has died in 2021, that the parties have stipulated to that, I don't need to call her. Okay. That's all I want her for.
There was, look, I don't know.
You can look online. There's a death certificate.
I don't know. My understanding and my recollection is the plaintiff testified he died. So I don't know why we need a receptionist to come in and testify that he died.
Because there's not something concrete that establishes that fact. Amanda Kelly also is a
Can we
witness.
just say it's not in dispute?
Why not stipulate?
I don't have any evidence that he's in Jamaica living a high life. I mean,
Well,
if that resolves the issue, that's fine. We're not going to put on evidence that he's alive and hiding or something.
I will say this, Amanda Kelly also witnessed, when the witness came into their office, she saw the scar, she'd be testifying about things like that they had a medical file for her. There's a lot more involved that really Amanda Kelly would be beneficial for them. So it's up to them. If they want to take that chance and have all that come out, that's what's coming. I'm willing to let that go and keep it simple because the court wants this to go fast. All I want is a
I want
stipulation.
you to go efficiently.
Correct, yes, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a simple request that Dr. Scher has died. Whether she saw him, didn't see him, that's coming through the plaintiff. But he's dead. He is dead.
Well, what proof? I mean, once you show defense counsel, whatever proof you've got that he's dead, and then he can stipulate for it.
Yeah, but he's adding more to it. He's saying that she.
There is more. If Amanda Kelly
Wait, that's not interrupted, or that's I'm sorry. All right.
He's adding a lot more that was never disclosed before. When he added Amanda, whatever her name is, in July, he said receptionist to Dr. Scher. That was it. Now he's saying that she's going to testify that she didn't see a scar on it.
Okay,
They have no medical
May I
records.
respond?
He's not done
That there are no, they produce no medical records by Dr. Scher. So, I mean, this is a complete end around discovery. They never identified her in discovery. And if he's asking you to stipulate that he's dead, but adding all this baggage to it, if there's any deposition that should be taken, if there's going to be all that baggage, then the deposition should be of this way.
But I think he's saying he won't call her if you stipulate the doctor's dead. And you say you have proof of the
Let me
doctor's
tell
dead.
you, Your Honor, let me tell the court respectfully what Amanda Kelly did. Amanda Kelly was the office manager and a nurse, she's a licensed nurse, who saw the patient together with Dr. Scher. It would have been great if Dr. Scher was alive, he could testify, produce his medical file. We're prejudiced because he's dead. Plaintiff treated with that doctor. That doctor's name, address, everything was disclosed in discovery. It wasn't hidden. They had it. So Amanda Kelly is going to testify that one, this was our patient in 2018. We had a medical filing. Unfortunately, Dr. Scher died in 2021. I had no access to it. I did examine the patient with Dr. Scher. I saw she had a scar. It looked to be within a few months of that date. If they want all that to come in, that's really helpful to me. But it's not that important that I'm willing, as a gesture of good faith, to let it go as long as they stipulate that Dr. Scher is in fact dead as of 2021. So that the jury understands that there's possibly no way that I could bring in Dr. Scher to speak about what he knows.
Counsel is saying that he's not going to call this witness if we agree or stipulate that it is undisputed, then we don't dispute
Right.
that the doctor died. That's fine.
Okay.
I just don't want all the extra back.
No extra back.
Okay.
But
Done.
how would we let the jury
I'll
know
tell the jury.
when?
I can do it during jury. I can do it during instructions. I can do it now.
I would like it.
Okay.
Well,
That Amanda Kelly was a witness to that fact.
I'm not going to say anything about that.
All right, fine.
Okay.
And I would prefer the word disputed rather than stipulated, just because we don't know.
And what's the doctor's first name?
John Scher, MD, and he was plaintiff's plastic surgeon, the first one
Okay.
in 2018.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then what about these other folks?
So the issue with recalling the plaintiff again?
No. What? Who's Parsi?
Parsi is the receptionist, Dr. Azizulai. Dr. Azizulai has an office there, several floors down, but he happened to be in that vicinity and learned of the disturbance and came upstairs with Parsi. And Amanda Kelly we've already discussed, and Mike Schoaf was just another patient in the building.
And to what extent, if any, is there testimony cumulative? Did they all see the same thing?
It's the same like their Dr. Finke and their witness Malcolm. Then I would argue that that's cumulative, and what they show would be one.
I'm just asking you, are they did they see different things?
I don't know what they saw. I never deposed them. They never deposed them. It's the
We
same
never-
like their
we never
two.
did all of
It is exactly the same like their two witnesses. They have a doctor and a receptionist, and I have a doctor and a receptionist.
Well,
So if the court is going to limit me, I would ask that they limit them to one witness.
No, I'm not saying I'm limiting anything. I just don't want the same two people to come in and offer the exact same testimony.
What if they did see the same thing? Why can't they say that?
Because it's cumulative.
But they're two separate witnesses that see the same thing.
And
It's
what benefit is there to it?
Because when more people testify to the same thing, it makes it more true.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, we don't even
I mean,
know.
that's what.
He can't even tell you if it's cumulative because he's telling you he doesn't know what they're going to say.
I know what they're going to say in general. They're going to say that the incident occurred the way that plaintiff says it occurred.
But they weren't there
They came upstairs
during the incident at some point.
the same way their doctor showed up. These
All
people.
right.
I think it's an insufficient offer of proof, and
Well, here's what I'm willing to do. I will.
Your Honor,
Sorry,
can you
I'm out of time.
will you please admonish counsel not to interrupt me?
I would ask the same. For
I don't think he has been. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel said we didn't take their depositions. They weren't identified until the end of July. The reference until the end of July. So we had no chance to take the depositions.
All right. If you want to propose, if you want them to testify and you can offer proof, to be specific as to what they saw and when they saw it.
I have no problem. I will contact them again. I cannot produce them today, but I will take that up on the need to.
All right. Are we otherwise ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a ready? Ms. Almanzar, if you want to take a stand.
So it looks like, as we talked about yesterday, towards the end of the trial day, Cardi B is going to be allowed to call the receptionist. The judge had already ruled that they can call this doctor that Cardi went to see one time and an emergency, I guess, because she was feeling some kind of way when she was 4 months pregnant and she does not live in LA. So she According to Cardi B, she contacted a friend and said, listen, I need a doctor, a high, up here in my echelon here. I need a highfalutin Beverly Hills doctor or someone that can treat me in private. And so someone referred this doctor to her.
We're still on the record in the Ellis matter. Counsel and the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and alternate. We have Ms. Almanzar is still on the stand. Ma'am, you're reminded you're still under oath? All right, and we are going to resume with direct exam under Evidence Code 776. Like to proceed, counsel?
Yes.
And just one note to anyone in the gallery, if you don't have a media badge that's been approved by the sheriffs, please do not be using the cell phones, tablets, computers. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you for coming back today. Good morning, Ms. Cardi B.
Oh, she looking like
So when we were discussing yesterday at the end, we were talking about the issue where you testified that Miss Ellis was recording you with her cell phone. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what type of cell phone she was using at the time?
I'm not quite sure. I just remember it was square.
What color was the cell phone?
It had a case. It definitely had a case. But
When-
I'm not sure.
Do you know if the type of phone that she was using when she was recording you, would a light go on or would some kind of noise?
It didn't have a light. It didn't have a light.
So if the cell phone was facing Miss Ellis, I'm assuming it was. Well, let me ask you that. Was the cell phone that you're talking about, was it facing you or was it facing Miss Ellis?
The camera was facing me. When I got off the elevator, her phone was here. Then when I was walking and she was behind me, and then she said, "Oh my God, y'all, Cardi B, Cardi B." I looked back and the camera was like right there, like practically on her chest type stuff. I'm like, "Yo, why are you recording me?"
And you've seen like, police officers where they have a camera on the front of them. Have you ever seen that where a police officer will have that?
I never seen that, but that was her phone, not a camera.
I understand, but I'm saying, have you ever seen a security officer, police officer have a special camera on their chest which records what occurs in front of them?
Relevant here.
right. What is your point?
I'm not saying she was recording you. I am asking you this question.
Mhm.
If she was recording you, why does it matter?
Because she's a security guard and I'm going to a doctor's office. It definitely mattered.
You were causing a disturbance. Maybe
I
she
wasn't
wanted to
causing a
record you.
disturbance.
Argumentative.
Let's not talk over each other, number one. Wait for him to finish
Sorry.
asking the question before you answer.
Do you own the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I was walking to a doctor's
Do
office.
you agree that you were a guest in that building? You were a
Yes.
visitor, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
When a security officer tells you to leave, are you supposed to leave?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Sustained, if that's been answered.
Yeah.
You were causing a disturbance in the building.
She started the disturbance.
Ask and answer.
Did you
I'm
also,
sorry, ma'am, if you hear an objection, please wait.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not.
Yeah, she aggravated today.
do you remember yesterday you said that there was a verbal altercation between the two of you? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And an altercation is a fight, isn't it? It's a verbal fight. You had a verbal fight with her.
Asked and answered.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Sustained.
You used the F word during that fight, didn't you?
Yes.
What other words did you use? Tell us in your own words what you said.
I said, "Bitch, get the fuck out my face. Why are you in my face? Why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?
Tell it to
Why?
her now. Go ahead.
Huh?
Say it again. Say it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Come
You
on.
want me to say it to
I
her
want
face?
you to tell it to her face what you said on that day so she can hear it for
The
herself again.
objection is sustained.
Hey, Your Honor, we have civility in the
Yeah,
courthouse.
why don't we just take the temperature down a little bit?
Right.
If you have
Yes,
actual
yes.
questions to ask
Whoa.
her, please do so. It's not the time to argue with her.
What were the words that you used when you got off the elevator to this security guard who is no longer a security guard at this time?
Objection. argumentative, and also covered yesterday.
It's been covered several times, so it's asked and answered, it's objection sustained.
What did you tell Emani Ellis yesterday?
Counsel, you need one.
I just tried.
What were you holding in your hand at the time when you got off the elevator?
Objection, well, excuse me, argumentative.
Overruled.
Nothing, correct? You weren't holding anything, were you?
No.
You had both of your hands free to do whatever you wanted to do, correct? Yes or no?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And if you wanted to scratch or cut her face with your right hand or your left hand, if you wanted to do it, you could have done it, correct?
But
You're
I
not
didn't.
disabled,
But I
right?
didn't because I had a baby inside me.
How did she know?
Time out, time out.
Yes, sir.
Let's slow down the pace just a little bit.
What is wrong with him
The
today?
opportunity to give objections and for the court reporter. What was the objection?
Argumentative, relevance.
Overruled.
And again, I would ask that counsel lower his voice. This isn't.
So, Your Honor, I was told yesterday that my voice was too low by others, so that's why it's a little bit higher today,
Gotta add
so
it.
that everybody can hear what I could say, as well as the witness.
I think that there's a difference between volume and tone. I
Yeah.
think the volume is fine, the tone is a little bit argumentative.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I apologize for that. I will try to do my best to tone it down.
Yep.
So,
exactly
again, I will
what's
ask you
happening.
to tell us and admit to this fact that you are not disabled, correct?
I'm not what?
Are you disabled?
At that moment, no.
Objection,
No.
Your
Are
Honor.
you disabled?
Overruled.
Are you disabled? Yes or no?
At that moment, when you're pregnant, I'm very disabled. You want me to tell you the
Okay,
things I can't do?
Fine. What was your disability on February 24th of 2018? What was your disability?
I was pregnant. I couldn't protect myself, even if I wanted to. She's like twice my size.
No problem, no problem. Let me ask you this. How many
Counsel, if you
months
ask a
pregnant
question,
were
you
you?
need to wait for the answer.
Okay.
You done, man?
How many months pregnant were you?
I was around 13 to 12 weeks.
Months? 4 months? 3 months?
Mm.
3 to 4 months. Fair enough? Did you have a bulging belly?
No, I didn't.
Did Miss Emani Ellis know that you were pregnant?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know if Emani Ellis knew that you were pregnant when you walked out of that elevator?
No,
on
I
that day?
didn't know. But she knows that I'm a patient. When you're a patient to go see a medical anything, you shouldn't even try to fight nobody. You don't know what disability they have.
Okay. Now let me ask you this question. When you say you were disabled, were you disabled in your upper extremities, your arms? Were your arms disabled? The reason I'm asking is I want to make it very clear for everybody that your arms can go up and down, and they could go up and down now, and they could go up and down on that day as well. You agree to this?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered in a different way. And I guess that's fine.
I'll let, you can answer this once. Please don't ask it again.
If my arms were disabled, no, my arms weren't disabled.
Can you raise your arms up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you? You don't have to do it physically. I'm saying, are you able to do it?
Yes.
And on that day, you were able to do it as well, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
That's all I'm asking.
This questioning is terrible.
Aside from your disability of being 3 to 4 months pregnant, did you have any other disabilities?
No.
Do you have a disabled placard? Are you legally disabled in any way?
Your Honor.
Why don't you move on, counsel?
And the hoodie that you had on, what color was it? Was it black, white, yellow, purple, pink?
I really don't remember.
And was the hoodie over your head or
Yes.
no? You wore it for what reason over your head? To protect
It
your
was knowing
identity?
She was.
It could be very. I don't really want people to recognize me. My hair not done, my makeup not done. I probably just woke up. A lot of reasons.
And when you went there in the afternoon at 1:30 p.m., had you just woken up at that moment? Well, shortly before 1:30 p.m. on a Saturday?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
When you went to the building at 1:30 p.m., were you fasting or you had eaten something before you went to see the doctor?
Assisting.
Now, when you saw Miss Emani Ellis and you got out of the elevator, not asking who did what, I'm asking was there any contact between you and her of any kind? What that means is fingers to fingers, shoes to shoes, knees to knees, any contact between you and Emani Ellis of any kind. Was there? Yes or no?
No,
So she didn't touch you, correct?
no.
So if somebody comes here and testifies that she did do something to you physically, you disagree with that testimony, or you will, correct?
She didn't touch me.
Okay.
She didn't get to touch me. No. She was going to touch me, but she didn't get to touch
When you
me
say she was going to touch you, how do you know that? You
because
assuming?
we were chest to chest at one point.
So then your chest did touch, right?
I'll say that, but you did say when I got off the elevator,
Okay.
we
Let's
we walked a little bit. That's when we got chest to chest. When we got off the elevator, we didn't do no contact.
I understand. So here's how we're going to do this. The date of the incident is February 24th of 2018. You agree?
Yes.
Now I'm going to talk to you about the whole day, not just the minute you got off the elevator. When I say the whole day, from the moment you got off the elevator, you saw Emani Ellis, you had your fight with her, whether it was verbal or not. At some point, she went away and you went away.
Mm-hmm.
During that segment of time of your life, which was how many minutes in your opinion? 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute?
It was probably like a minute 45. It was so quick. It was really quick.
Perfect. So from during the 1 minute and 45 seconds,
No.
Mischaracterized.
I didn't say 1 minute
You know,
45
we haven't
seconds.
had a question yet. Please phrase one that's intelligible.
during the few minutes or 1 minute or whatever minutes it was that you were with Emani Ellis, during that period of time of your life and her life, during that segment, just told us now, during that time period, at some point, you were chest to chest. You agree?
Yes.
There was physical contact between her chest and your chest, correct?
Yes.
When you have the chest-to-chest contact, at that moment, were you angry?
I was mostly nervous.
Were you angry?
Yes, I was angry.
How angry were you?
Depends on the level of angry, to
Right.
be honest with you.
Let's talk about the level. I'm going to go from a scale of 1 to 10. On the scale of 1 to 10, what was the level of your anger when you were chest to chest with this person
Objection.
on the date of the incident?
Sorry. Objection taken.
Assisting.
You were at a high level of anger when you were chest to chest with her, correct?
Objection argumented.
Overruled.
I don't think I was like on a high level of angry. I was more on a high level of concern. Very concerned.
And why were you concerned?
Because I'm pregnant and this girl's about to fucking beat my ass. Hello?
Hello, hello, I'm here. So when she was going to beat you, like you just testified, what did she do to have you believe that she was going to beat you? What did she do?
she was on my face, chest to chest, and while we arguing, she's backing me. So we practically arguing and I'm backing and she's like walking forward.
Right. And she's, you said she's bigger than you, is that correct?
Absolutely.
How do you know that?
I mean, look.
I'm looking, I don't agree with that. What is your basis? Are you
You
saying
don't
she's
believe that.
physically bigger, she's taller?
I mean, you have her medical
I
records,
don't
right?
have anything. I want to ask you the question.
I mean, I was 130 pounds at that time.
So she's overweight, right? In your opinion.
Objection relevant.
Assisting.
She's a little
You don't need to answer that.
Okay. Did you make fun of her that she was overweight when you were there in the hallway?
I don't think so.
Did you call her fat?
No, I was calling her a bitch.
Bitch?
Yes.
You think that's respectful to call a security guard a bitch?
Objection.
Sustained.
Relevant.
Is that how you talk to everybody?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now you said you felt, I don't know the words. Let's go back to it. Did you feel scared, threatened, afraid at the moment your chest was touching?
Absolutely.
You were scared?
Absolutely.
And you had your cell phone on you, right?
I did, but she's in my face.
That's fine.
Just focus on the question and just answer the
Did you
question.
use your cell phone to call Karan Newton, your security guard, who was downstairs, or the police?
Objection.
Did you call anybody?
Vague and ambiguous.
For help.
Overruled.
When I got inside the doctor's office and I said, like, on the little bed thing, I told him, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened. Meet me downstairs when I leave. I'm gonna call you when I leave.
If you were really scared and really afraid,
Mhm.
isn't it true that you could have called your security guards to come upstairs and help you? Or you could have called the police. That was a possibility because you had your phone in your hand, correct?
Objection. Compound mischaracterizes the testimony that the phone was objection.
Sustained.
You had your phone in your pocket on the date of the incident?
Objection. Relevant.
Sustained.
Can we agree that you didn't call your security guard to help you after the incident, correct? To help you. You did call him, but you didn't call him to come upstairs.
I apologize if I misunderstood. Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled.
You know.
I didn't call him to help me. It was already done. It was done.
Okay, now let's talk about the fingernail. Okay, fingernail.
Something new?
Well, I want to show a couple of things about the fingernails. So this side of the ruler, okay, is 2 centimeters. You need me to bring it closer, or can you see it from there?
Objection, Your Honor. We went over this yesterday.
I'm sorry.
2 centimeters.
Overruled.
You know the size of 2 centimeters? How big it is?
Asked and answered
I have
yesterday.
I have like an understanding of how it would be. Yeah.
2 centimeters. It's a little bit less than an inch. Okay?
Mhm.
Now, Miss Emani Ellis had a scar to her face of 2 centimeters long, and she received plastic surgery for that. And my question to you is, did you at any time see a scar on Miss Emani Ellis's face, or a cut, or a scrape, at any time during the time of the incident?
No. And she couldn't get a scratch from me because I didn't touch her.
I understand that's what you're saying. I get it. Did you look at Miss Emani Ellis's left cheek at any time during the incident? Did you specifically look for that because you thought there might be a scar on her face? Or did you not look?
Objection. Compound and relevant.
Sustained.
Did you look at Miss Emani Ellis's face when you were arguing with her at the time of the incident?
I was looking at her face, but I wasn't looking like, she got a pimple on her face? No, I wasn't looking at her details or anything.
So if she had a scar on her face or cut, you wouldn't be able to know because you weren't focusing on it, right?
Objection. Objection comes right through testimony relevant.
Sustained. Counsel, she's a fact witness. She didn't see a scar. Why don't you move on?
That's right. You testified yesterday that when you go to get your nails done, you tell your nail person to be careful not to make your nails too sharp. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Do you tell them that every time you go to get your nails done?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Did you tell your nail person that before you had your nails done, just before this incident?
I didn't have to because of the shape. So the shape that I had that week, it wasn't like a shape that is like harming. It was like a square coffin shape. So it didn't have like no points or like sharp edges and stuff like that. I mean, there's pictures of me of that week everywhere. So
Do you have a picture now with you? Do your attorneys have it?
yes,
The nails that you have on now, are they sharp and pointy?
I don't consider them that. No,
You consider them pointy.
no,
Can those nails that you have on now, can they become sharp to the point where they could cut somebody if you were to scratch them?
Relevance.
Assistant.
Did you see any skin or any blood underneath your fingernail after the incident? Any of your fingernails?
there was no physical incident for me to even see nothing like that.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying if you saw anything.
No,
Okay. Did any of your fingernails break after the incident?
no,
All 10 of them were in perfect condition?
yes,
When you went to see the doctor, Dr. Finke,
Mhm.
did he look at your fingernails? Did he go over that with you?
no,
Did you even bring it up to him?
no. I just told him like, it's like, this is your security. This is your security.
Besides your chest to chest touching, did anything else touch?
No,
Okay. And you're a firstborn child?
to my mother, yes.
Okay. And you have other siblings, other brothers and sisters? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, ma'am? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And as you testified yesterday that the baby in your stomach that was 4 months or 3 to 4 months old was your first child, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you've
Yes.
had other children, correct?
After, yes.
You want relevance?
Assistant.
Is
Okay.
searching.
Now, back to the words. I asked you yesterday if you used the N-word, if you called Miss Emani Ellis the N-word. You said you did not, correct?
No, I
What
didn't.
if, what if she
But
did?
you've said that word before in your lifetime, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Assistant.
And in your music, you actually say it many times, correct?
Objection,
Counsel,
relevance.
move on,
First
please.
Amendment.
He is ignoring the judge at this point. Why does that matter? You're trying to get them not to like her.
Do you know what the word ghetto means?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
Relevance.
Did Miss Emani Ellis call you ghetto?
I don't remember.
If someone called you ghetto, would that make you angry?
Objection, relevance.
No.
Me?
Yeah.
If somebody calls me ghetto, it depends on how you're using it, but I don't really feel offended if you call me ghetto.
Did Emani Ellis tell you that you're stupid?
Your Honor, relevance.
I
Overruled.
really don't remember. She did. She was cursing at me though.
What were the words that she used?
You're gonna get the fuck out my building. You're gonna get the fuck out my building. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Then it's like when I was telling her, like, it's like, why you recording me? She said, it's my fucking phone. It's my phone. You're in my building. That's what she was telling me. And she was like, yeah. She also was saying, like, 'cause I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you are.
And you remember her telling you that?
I remember that.
Those exact words?
Yes.
And did that make you angry?
Trying to make it seem like she incited her to get her.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. When you get angry, you black out and maybe not realize what happens next.
Objection.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Do you know if you blacked out on the date of the incident? At any time.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Sustained.
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
All right. And when you were yelling back and forth, and you were speaking and yelling and screaming, you were, correct?
Excuse me?
You were yelling and screaming at each other,
Yes.
correct? And you're doing that. Did your spit come out of your mouth and go onto Emani Ellis?
I don't think so. No.
But it's possible, right?
objection.
Because when you're speaking, sometimes you use many, many words, the spit comes out.
Because it
Correct.
came on her too then.
You agree with this?
Unprovoked objections.
Well, relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think it'd be happening. I don't know.
Spitting while you're talking is not the same as just doing a. That is different. Now you're trying to say spit happened while you were
Could it
talking.
be that
Get
Miss
out.
Emani Ellis was not recording you with her phone?
Objection
Is
called-
that a possibility?
Objection called for speculation.
Sustained.
Aside from what you've just told us now about the recording, is there anything else that you have? Any other testimony about how you know Miss Emani Ellis was recording you with her phone?
She told me when I told her, why you recording me? She said, oh, my bad. She practically apologized.
Did she apologize to you?
If you say, oh, my bad, when I'm telling you why you're recording me, to me, that means you're recording me. And it's right there, right now. It's on my face.
Well,
Not on my face, literally on my face. I'm trying to be as detailed as possible, but she had it right here on her chest, like this.
and when Miss Emani Ellis told you to leave the building, you refused to leave, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you were trespassing, correct?
Objection.
What?
Sustained.
Where did you go? Did you leave the building? Did you go to your doctor's office? Where did you go next?
To my doctor's office.
And where did Miss Emani Ellis go?
I don't know.
Did she see you walk into the doctor's office?
Objection called for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you see Miss Emani Ellis when you walked into your doctor's office?
Did I saw her?
Right.
Who was arguing? The receptionist came out. She got in between us. They were like, kind of like, she was like trying to calm her down. The doctor was already coming out. And he was like, go to my office. So I'm like, after that, I just went to his office and I never seen her again.
Well, the doctor told him
when
he would be there,
This,
so, and he rents there.
how long after,
So there
from the
goes
moment you
that
saw Miss
theory.
Emani Ellis, how long after did the doctor think he come out of his office? Was it in the middle, towards the end? Can you give us an estimate of time?
You want to repeat that a little better?
Sure. So, just for argument's sake, I'm going to estimate the time was 2 minutes. I'm not saying it was. It could have been half a minute. Just for argument. So during the 2 minutes that you and her were outside in the hallway, screaming at each other, whatever you were doing, for those 2 minutes, how long after the 2 minutes, how long from the beginning of the 2 minutes to the end did Dr. Finke come in? So he could have came in at 59 seconds, 119 seconds, 1 second. Do you understand my question?
No.
But it wasn't 2
Hold
minutes
on.
though.
Time out. Sorry. Go ahead.
It wasn't.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
All right, let's do it again. How many seconds, I need to know this, how many seconds were you and Miss Emani Ellis in the hallway? Let's just pick a time. You pick it.
I'll say from like the beginning all the way to like walking down, it had to be like a minute or less.
Okay.
Like,
And you say walking down, you mean walking into Dr. Finke's office or leaving the building?
excuse me?
When you say walking down,
Walking down where?
Remember, I got off the elevator, so I'm walking, trying to find the room, the office. So in between that, that was like the minute there. Like I feel, I like the verbal dispute. It had to be like 20 seconds of that.
Fine. When did Dr. Finke come out of his office?
At the end.
When it was all done, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, when Tiara was calming down, she was still like screaming and like trying to explain herself to Tiara. I just walked away.
All right. When you got off the elevator, was there anyone else in that hallway or in that vicinity?
No.
And how long did it take before Tiara came out?
How long did it take?
And that's Tiara Malcolm.
Yes,
What's your best estimate?
like 40 seconds at most, or like 50 seconds, like around there. I don't know.
So you and Miss Emani Ellis
Mhm.
were alone for approximately 40 to 50 seconds before anybody came out into the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And in those 40 to 50 seconds, anything could have happened,
Objection.
right?
Assisting.
You could have scratched her face, you could have cut her face in those 40
Your
seconds.
Honor,
Counsel, we're not going to engage in speculation. If you have fact questions, ask her, or please do so.
When you had the fingernails on that day, what color were the fingernails? Do you remember?
They were like
Green?
No, they were like orangey.
And you said that there were some kind of flat, I don't know, stones on them?
Yes,
Were those flat stones on all 10 fingernails?
most likely yes.
Were the 10 fingernails all the same size and had the same exact stones on them?
Mm-hmm.
So if there was one
that
stone,
yes, ma'am?
Yes.
if there was one stone, it would be one stone times 10? Or is one might have 3 stones, another one may have 1 stone? Do the stones change?
objection. Vague and ambiguous calls for speculation.
Assisting.
What do you call them? The things that you said yesterday, what did you call them that were on your fingernail?
Flat rhinestone.
Flat rhinestones.
Mhm.
Were any of them sharp?
Not if they're flat, they're not sharp. If they're like 3D, like popping up, they sharp. But if they're flat, they're not sharp.
Okay. And do you ever wear the ones that are 3D?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
Were you wearing the ones that were 3D on the date of the incident?
No.
At any time?
No.
And how do you know that those rhinestones that are 3D, how do you know they're sharp?
Objection.
Why did you just tell us that now?
Counsel, why are we talking about things that she didn't testify she was wearing?
Do you remember how many rhinestones were on each fingernail? If it was 1, 2, or 3?
Objection, as the answer.
Assisting.
Oh my God. This is awful. This is an awful examination of a hostile witness. Awful.
Aside from that day, the date of the incident, which was February 24th of 2018, aside from that day, have you ever seen Miss Emani Ellis either before or after that day?
No. Honest truth, I wouldn't even recognize. Like I totally forgot how she looked until I came here again. Like
Well, isn't everything you just told us the honest truth?
yes.
What?
Now, when Miss Tiara Malcolm came outside, she came outside with about 40 to 50 seconds, and she came out first, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long
Yes,
after
ma'am.
that?
Yes.
How long after that piece did the doctor come out? Because he came out after her, right? They didn't come out together, did they?
Negative.
Tiara?
consistent piece.
I withdraw.
Overall.
Piece of time. But anyway, when Tiara Malcolm came outside, did she come by herself or with the doctor or someone else?
She came out by herself.
So how long after she came out did the doctor come out?
He came out like 4 to 5 seconds later, 3 seconds later.
When Tiara Malcolm came outside, how did she get between the two of you if you were chest to chest?
She literally, she was like, "What are you guys doing? What's going on? Like, what's going on?" And then she was like, "This bitch just fucking hit me. This bitch just hit me. I'm about to fuck her up." And I'm just like, I was so confused because it's like, no, I didn't. Like, I didn't hit you. And then that's when like Finky came out, and he's like, what's going on? Go to my office. So I just like went to his office and stuff like that. Like, that's it. Done.
Right, but you testified that Tiara Malcolm at some point was in between the two of you.
Yes.
You got a hamburger bun with a hamburger.
Yeah.
She was the hamburger, and the two of you were the buns, correct?
Yeah.
Right. How did the hamburger get inside the bun?
I'm not sure if I gave her space or one of us gave her space. She wasn't like really like in. She was just like, "What are you guys doing? What is this?" And then she just got in the middle because she just was like going crazy. I don't know where she just turned up like.
And you just testified now that Emani Ellis was yelling that you hit her,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
She was saying that,
Hmm.
and you didn't hit her.
No.
Did you take a swing at her?
No.
When Miss Tiara Woods was in between the two of you, did you try to take a swing over Miss Tiara Woods?
No.
How tall are you?
So I don't know who Tiara Woods is, but
Tiara Malcolm, I apologize. Tiara Malcolm.
Do we have a question?
How tall
what
are
was the
you?
question?
How tall are you?
How tall I am?
Yeah.
5'3".
Okay, how about on that date of the incident when you had your shoes on? Were they flats? Were they heels? What was it?
Slightly flats.
So, and do you know how tall Miss Emani Ellis is?
No.
When you were standing face to face, were your eyes like the same level, or did she look taller? Did she look shorter? What is your recollection?
She we was face to face, so she's practically like my height, or just a much taller, but she was practically my height. But she is like
What? Say it.
security heavy.
What does security heavy mean? Just tell us. There's no harm.
Oh
What does that mean?
Like she just looks a little like she could protect the building type big. You know what I'm saying? She just
Right.
looked more
She could protect the
developed than me.
And aren't security guards to be more developed than you?
Objection, relevant.
Assistant.
She said security right. Oh God. That is the word of the day.
Did you at any time tell Miss Emani Ellis that you were pregnant?
Who cares if you told her?
No.
That building, you agree, is not Cedars-Sinai Hospital, correct?
Objection by submission. Also, this was covered.
I withdraw
Yeah,
the
it's also
question.
asking us, you know.
The building you were in was a medical building, correct?
Yes.
But it wasn't a hospital.
No.
Was it a hospital?
No.
And there's all type of different tenants that are in the building, right?
Objection by submission.
Assistant.
Do you know if there were other tenants that had offices in that building?
Objection, relevance.
Assistant.
You were on the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you were walking down the hall, there were other doors there, correct? It wasn't just Dr. Finke. There was other different offices there, correct?
Objection, relevant.
Assistant.
When you were getting angry, did you believe that your anger would harm your baby?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
When you went to see Dr. Finke, did you tell him, I got so angry right now, something happened, whatever you told it, is it harmful to my baby? Did you ask him?
Objection.
Sustained. Counsel, do you have anything to add?
We have a sidebar. Yes. What are you doing? What is your method? What are you doing right now?
Earlier, well, I'll withdraw that. Did you post anything about the incident of February 24th, 2018 on the internet?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
I think I said something because around that time she did went live and said something, and my fans caught it, and she was just practically saying like all of these lies about me and stuff like that, and I was like, I did not touch that girl at all. I never really got into details about it. I just
And when she was posting things, she was telling other people that you assaulted her or hit her or did something physical, correct?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
yes.
And then you replied and posted things as well, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you posted?
I don't think I posted something. I'm not even sure if it was a comment or like if I did like a live or something. It had to be quick. I was like, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Trying to get some money.
What was that?
I said, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Just trying to get some money.
Who's trying to get some money?
She is.
How do you know that?
Because she sued me for $24 million.
Did you sue her?
No.
Could you have sued her?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
You sold for $24 million. What? Hold on, let me pull up this document.
Did you ever apologize on those internet or emails or whatever you posted? Did you ever on the posts apologize for anything that you did that day?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Argument.
Do you feel by using all those words you should have apologized?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Are you aware that your security guard spoke to Emani Ellis in the lobby shortly after this incident? Are you aware of that?
My explanation.
Overruled.
I'm not aware of that. He didn't tell me he talked to her.
Are you aware that your security guard, Karan Newton, on the day of the incident, apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf?
Objection.
There's no foundation to that.
Did your security guard tell you that he apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf at any time?
Objection. Asked and answered. Argumentative. Lacks foundation.
Sustained.
Have you ever been assaulted and battered in your life?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my
Sustained.
God.
Have you ever been abused in your life?
Counsel, if you're out of questions, you can ask the question.
Right, he said if you're out of questions, you can have.
Did you know that by your actions, you took away the feeling of safety for Emani Ellis?
All right. Counsel,
Yes, Your
are
Honor.
you done?
I have a few more questions.
Have them be fact-based.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a
And do you agree that this incident, which we're talking about, why we're all here today, is occurred 7.5 years ago? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's 2,741 days ago,
Objection.
based on my math.
Relevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
judges.
How do you remember all of these details that you gave us from 2,741 days ago?
Objection.
The same way your client allegedly
Okay.
was. What?
You can answer.
I mean, I remember like the basics. I don't remember like the whole. I remember the basics. Like it was, but it's not really much to remember. It was a in and out
Okay.
thing.
You have no more questions, sir. Let's move on. Let's go.
All right. And have you ever used your nails to scratch yourself? Like if you get a bug bite, have you ever done that before?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Sustained.
The judge is huffing and puffing and selling everything.
Did you have any jewelry on you at the time of the incident, whether it was on your hands or your neck?
Objection, ask the answer. No.
Sustained.
That would be an accident. That wouldn't be intentional, counsel.
When you were in the hallway, did you block Miss Ellis from leaving? Even if it was for 1 second.
No.
Did she block you from leaving?
Yes. She blocked me from moving. She was right in my face. She was right in my face.
Okay. And when you were standing there, were you facing Dr. Finke's office or a different side? You understand the question?
Objection, negative, ambiguous.
I withdraw the question.
Please withdraw.
When this whole thing happened, did you start to move around in a circle, or were you standing physically the same spot the whole time?
Objection, ask the answer. I think it covers it.
Sustained.
When you say that she was blocking you, were you facing towards Dr. Finke's office? Yes?
Objection, ask the answer.
Sustained.
Karan Newton, how long was he your security guard as of the date of the incident?
Objection.
For how long?
Sustained.
He has no questions, no methodology, no nothing. What is this?
Would you consider yourself a peaceful person?
Objection, relevant.
What?
Sustained.
Doctor said you only had 2 more questions.
And after you saw Dr. Finke, you spent about 15 minutes with him, you left the building, correct?
Yes.
When you left the building, did you see Emani Ellis as you were exiting?
No.
Did you see your security guard downstairs?
Yes.
He was in the lobby area waiting for you?
Ask the answer.
Sustained.
Okay. And when you left the building, you went to the parking lot, or was the car waiting for you outside?
This gonna be a 5-minute verdict. They gonna be back in 10 minutes. When they go out, I'ma just stay on live. Sustained.
Aside from Tiara Malcolm and Dr. Finke and Emani Ellis, who were in that hallway, were there any other people there?
No.
Did any other doctors come up to that floor?
Sustained.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
How are you sure?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained.
When you were in the 5th floor, did anybody come from the stairwell up to hear what happened?
Objection.
If you know, do you know if anyone did?
I apologize. I thought you were done.
I'll withdraw it. I will ask it differently. When you were up there outside the hallway with Emani Ellis,
Not
did
you
you
guys.
see anyone else, whether it was a security guard, another doctor, or someone else, come up from the stairwell, which was close to the elevator area?
Objection. Ask the answer.
Sustained.
Sustained. Let's just keep sustained on him till he gets finished.
I forgot to ask you one thing about when you were chest to chest. Did you ever touch Emani Ellis's face or nose with your finger?
No,
You never touch her nose like this?
no.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
All right,
you.
well, so let me take our morning recess. Why don't we start back up at 10:50? In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't call me accused or do any research. We'll see you at 10:50.
They said 10:50. Huh? Maybe they said 10:15. I don't know. Anyway, guys, so what do you guys think, huh? It's not a guilty or not guilty. It's a lot whether she's liable or not liable. This is a civil case. This is not criminal, so it's not going to be a guilty verdict. That's what I said. Maybe 10:15, because that would be past it, but that's still past the time. It's 2:00, 2:06. Wouldn't it be like 11 there? It wouldn't it be 11:06? Maybe said 10-15 minutes. Hold on. They letting the jury leave, I guess. They said 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes maybe. Because I'm like, the time now? They're gonna no cause her. No cause. Let's see what she's looking like. Is she gonna talk to her lawyer? Is she aggravated? Oh, dang. So I want all the people. I'm gonna put this link here. This is your opportunity for all of the people that just said Cardi did it. She's known to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. She did everything they said that she did without having any facts and just assuming based on what is out here on the internet. We're going to give you the opportunity to apologize to Cardi. There go the link. Till we come back, I'm giving y'all the opportunity to hit this link and apologize for assuming that she did everything they said that she did. And this case has been an entire circus. It's been an entire case of what not to do as a lawyer. I still don't understand Emani's attorney. I don't understand what his whole to say she's security. So you were trespassing. So you should have left. Well, no, she wasn't trespassing because she's an invitee. She was there for a doctor's appointment and her doctor said go in the office. So let's scratch that. And it's a dumb argument initially anyway. It ain't her building. She doesn't own a building. She's there to secure the building. That is it. What are you even saying right now? You should have listened to authority. When she told you to leave, you should have got your toys and you should have went home. What are you even talking about right now? What are you saying? Big bag security. You guys are a trip. Legally, Baum said the theory of the defendant's case was unclear and his line of questioning was not succinct or clear. No, it was not at all. And it's about, y'all can say whatever and you want to hold on to your not nice because of the lawyer. No, how about the facts just weren't facting? We don't have pictures to show that this scratch happened at the initiation of all of these when this events happened. The only ones corroborating the scratch are her family members, which is her mom and her granny, who again, if she came and told her, Ma, she just beat me up and didn't have one scratch. Her mom and her grandmother would probably believe her because that's their baby. And that's kind of what the sentiment could be. Okay. Then you have her doctor. I don't know if it's a plastic surgeon that passed away that saw her originally, but you went through 185 pages or whatever the amount was of medical records and you never mentioned this alleged injury. Y'all can say what you want to say. Okay, let's just assume that she did call her the N word because he wants to bring that out like it's important. So why do you think saying the N word is going to give you $1 million, let alone 25 million or whatever Cardi said that she's supposed to be trying to sue her for? What about that equates to somebody calling you a ninja? You telling me you got emotional distress? Because if that's the case, all of us need to go get a check from somebody that's of color. I'm just saying. So I'm saying the facts ain't fact and the facts with the evidence. But I see ain't none of y'all gonna come and admit that you was wrong. It's okay. You said 24 million. You better come with some real evidence. TDC says security doesn't have the right to harass people. And I wonder what's in that contract with the security guard. I think Cardi did cuss her out, called her the N-word, and put her finger in her face. Okay, but do you think she was injured? This isn't a battery. That means it has to be physical contact of which you were injured. I'm just saying. So tell me where the millions of dollars come in at. Even assuming you're right, she cussed that girl out, called her the N-word like a lot of people do. Black people of color do it amongst each other, and it's not the technical, the actual word of it means that you're ignorant. I could say that about every doggone race. I'm just saying. But anyways, it is used amongst the African American community. It is used amongst it, and some people use it and they just talk like that. They just talk like that to each other, so it just comes out. Then you get people that have grew up like we all had in our neighborhood. We had like White Boy Mike. We had people that used it that weren't black. So even assuming she did say that, the attorney, in my opinion, is using that because they think it's going to be outrageous to people for saying that. But that's not intentional infliction of emotional distress. When you have an outrage, it's something that is just, it defies the thought of just that a human person would even do. That's the outrageous conduct. It's not because you called me stupid. That is not outrageous. That does not equate to IIED at all. Y'all hit the like button. Thank you so much for joining. Hit the subscribe button to the if you enjoying the commentary. Toria said he going to be laughed at in newsrooms across America. This was rough. It really was rough. And I think even the judge said, if you don't have any more questions, then sit down. You can tell he was fishing. And sometimes less is more. Like I said, get straight to the point. Be succinct with your questions. He was all over the place trying to create. Could she have spit on you while you was talking? Well, that's not assault then. Assault is intent. Counsel, it's an intentional touching. So if you don't have an intentional you're trying to wage accidental. That's different. Just saying. You're saying she may have accidentally spit on you while she was talking. That's what you tried to pull out. Then you tried to pull out, well, were you wearing jewelry? Maybe you scratched her with your jewelry. And that came from a doggone juror. A juror asked that question yesterday to the doctor. Could that have been from jewelry? You know? A juror asked that question. You gotta turn me down. Could that have been from jewelry? You have to turn me down, Miss Gina, on the YouTube channel. Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, you muted yourself. All right. I can't hear you, Miss Gina. Try again. Um, Toria said another Cardi case that would be shown at law schools or what not to do again as plaintiff's lawyer Ogle was so bad. Not they had 7 years to build a case, and this is what they came up with. Exactly. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. When you look at it, it's like I don't understand where people come with these high numbers though. It's like TD Jakes allegedly Blackburn asked for $4 million for an attempted kiss. Like, where are y'all getting these outrageous numbers? People that break an arm barely get $1 million. And you talking about or things that will affect them throughout the span of their life. And you trying to get because somebody may have accidentally spit on you. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Let me see. Let me pull up this lawsuit real quick. When I read the lawsuit too, I was like, this is so okay. He did do negligence, so maybe that if that case is still there, I don't know what claims are still there because I haven't looked at the verdict form. But remember, I read this and I was like, well, what allegedly happened? Like it was not a well-written complaint. So this is assault and battery. They said that she assaulted, battered plaintiff by violently, unlawfully, intentionally, suddenly, and maliciously striking her about the head, face, and body, placing plaintiff in great fear for her life and physical well-being, and legally causing plaintiff to sustain injuries and damages as hereinafter described. Hold on. And then they say defendant also spit on plaintiff and used multiple profanities and racial slurs against plaintiff, who is African American. Defendant then used her celebrity status to get plaintiff fired from her job as a security guard. Defendant security guard named here as Doe 1 also assisted in causing injuries to plaintiff at the direction of defendant. So my question is, where's the security company and why aren't they on trial with her then? If they both allegedly are the causes of her pain, so they're saying after this incident she got fired and she's blaming Cardi B for getting fired and saying she called the security company and got her fired. Okay, so that's what she's alleging. Then she says the factual and legal result of the aforesaid conduct, plaintiff was hurt and injured in her health, strength, and activity, sustaining injuries to her body, shocking injuries to her nervous system and person, which said injuries have caused and continue to cause plaintiff great mental, physical, and nervous pain and suffering. Again, this was there is no real factual basis. It's a poorly written complaint, in my opinion. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. That's why you're hearing all this stuff about the emotional. Negligent hiring, training, supervision, and retention. So that's against the security company, and negligence. So they're saying on that day, she assaulted and battered plaintiff by violently, unlawfully, intentionally, suddenly, and maliciously striking her head, face. She also spit. She then used her status. Plaintiff informed and believes, and based upon such information and belief, alleges that defendant's negligence and carelessness was the cause of defendant assaulting and battering her. The factual and legal result. This was about February 24, 2018, was injured in her health strength. It's the same thing. Then they did false imprisonment. during her employment. Says she exercised force and menace to restrain, detain, or confine her. So that's why she was trying to ask those questions related to, did you stop her at any time and prevent her from leaving? That's why they were trying to do false imprisonment, violation of the Bain Civil Rights Act. That probably got dismissed. And then they're asking for civil penalties of 20 damages that exceed 25,000. So that jurisdiction of that court, you probably have to have at least $25,000 in order to file in that court. So that is the actual complaint of which we are talking about on today. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. We're just waiting for them to get off of break. Let me pull that back up so we can be waiting patiently. Let me go over these super chats first. Thank you so much, eBoogie. Thank you for the super chat. She said, thank you for your expertise and coverage. Emani didn't handle her business when it first happened, and now she is losing. Waste of time. She definitely should have took some pictures if she had them. If she actually could show she was scratched. Sherman, thank you for the super sticker. I wonder how soon she was fired. If this may be like the domino effect, because she ended up getting fired. And so maybe because of that, that's where all of this kind of originated from. Because she got mad because of perhaps her alleged behavior. She got fired. And yeah. Granny, thank you so much for the super chat. You said to help with wake up coffee. This man is stupid and boring. Gotta love Jones says, sir, rest your case, we beg. Thank you so much for the super chats. I appreciate all of the support. Hit the like button for me, man. Hit the like button. Shantae 101 said probably right away after she apologized, admitted she was wrong via email. Yeah. Thank you, T. Collins, for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Are y'all looking for that video that Cardi was talking about her? You guys have it. It should be in the evidence. Shoot, somebody, the lawyer should have it. Because they were alleging that she alleged that once Cardi started talking about it, people came after her. But now Cardi is saying she went live to talk about it first. And she responded and was like, she's lying. Emani. Because we have to find something from some years ago if you're talking about that, because now all the headlines are recent. Okay, so I see like article from 2020, and hold on. When the lawsuit was filed, and I'm going to read it to y'all because I want to keep this up here. It's from Complex, and it has, on Friday, a woman named Emani Ellis filed a lawsuit in Los Angeles County Superior Court against Cardi B. Ellis, a former security guard, says Cardi assaulted, struck, and spit on her, according to TMZ. Witnesses aren't backing those claims. They said the witnesses aren't backing it. This alleged encounter occurred on February 24, 2018, while Ellis was working. Witnesses say Cardi had just left an appointment when Ellis approached her, trying to either record or take a picture of her with the phone. Cardi allegedly asked Ellis to stop because she didn't want images of her at the doctor's office. TMZ notes that she had yet to publicly reveal her pregnancy, and at the time was 4 months pregnant with her daughter, Culture. Around that point is when the alleged altercation is said to have taken place. As TMZ writes, Ellis alleges Cardi maliciously struck her in the head, face, and body. Ellis, who is African American, also claims Cardi spit on her and used profanity and racial slurs. Witnesses who spoke to TMZ say the security guard got upset after Cardi responded negatively to her photo request. They did that the two did get into an argument and that Cardi didn't have her own security with her at that time. Witnesses say a staff member got between the two. Things were never physical and no racial slurs were uttered. Ellis also contends that afterwards she was fired and that Cardi used her celebrity status to make it happen. A rep for the building says Ellis's job was indeed terminated, but that happened on recommendation from Cardi's doctor and a patient coordinator since they felt Ellis violated Cardi's privacy. The lawsuit is alleging assault, battery, and infliction of emotional distress. Oh, okay. Here is a tweet from her. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me remove this. I'm about to put this up. So this was an article from 2020. So apparently TMZ done talked to some people and they saying it like Cardi said it. Okay. They said, and here's the tweet. Why don't you guys post the part of where the doctor office said that that's not what happened? And if I assaulted, why she didn't press charges? Why would I put my hands on someone twice my size by myself while I'm experiencing sharp pain 4 months pregnant? That is her tweet from February 21st, 2021, 2020. So that ain't even the right day then. Didn't they say this happened on the 24th? Hold on. Yeah, they said it happened on the 24th. Y'all got the days wrong too. My. So that they're saying it happened on the 24th of the 18th, but why is her tweet February 21st? Oh, this was 2020 after she filed it. Okay, yeah, 2018. Okay. My bad. Thank you, Tracy. I was a little thrown off for a second. This whole case got me discombobulated. All right. So that was the tweet she put out in 2020. And she been sticking to her story. And apparently there were witnesses when TMZ tried to get information. They talked to the business manager and the doctor wanted her fired, not Cardi B. So there goes that part of the complaint. She didn't get her fired. And that's probably why they removed the doctor complaint or whatever. Towards the beginning, I think they said they weren't going to.
All right, we're back in record in the Ellis matter. Counsel, the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and our alternate. Folks, as you may remember, we interrupted the testimony of the plaintiff during her testimony in order to call an out-of-order witness. At this point in time, we're going to suspend the testimony of Mr. Almanzar in order to call a defense witness out of order. So we're going to suspend the plaintiff's case in chief. At this point in time, we're going to call a defense witness. And who is that going to be?
Your Honor, it's going to be Tierra now.
All right, thank
There
you.
goes the receptionist. About to get good, y'all.
Ma'am, if I can please have you stand right next to the court reporter. Right over here. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Tierra Malcolm. Spell it?
Yes, please.
Tierra Malcolm Malcolm.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Okay.
Is she pregnant? She looks like she wobbling a little bit.
What, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Malcolm. My name is Peter Anderson, and we just have a few questions. I'll try and make it as quick as possible. Where were you working in February of 2018?
Women's care, OBGYN doctor's office.
Thank you. And do you recall an encounter between Cardi B and the woman to my left?
Yes.
Okay. What was your position at the doctor's office in February 2018?
A receptionist, front office.
Okay. And did Cardi B have an appointment that day?
Yes.
Was it a Saturday?
Yes.
Was there, to your knowledge, were there any other offices that were open that day?
No.
And do you remember the time of the appointment?
It was the end of, we purposely closed, so we had early day, maybe between 12 and 1, I'm assuming.
Okay. And what do you mean by purposefully closed?
For Cardi B. We
To
didn't want anyone there.
To maintain privacy?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, how did you learn that there was an encounter between the two?
Well, I was waiting for Cardi B's arrival, and I heard commotion out in the hallway. And there was a door to exit right where I was sitting. So I opened the door and I looked, and I heard and saw the commotion. And that's how I learned that something was going on outside.
Could you please describe for the jury what you heard and saw when you opened the door?
I saw them in the corner, Cardi B's back to the wall, and just a lot of arguing and, just confrontation.
Okay. Do you recall anything that plaintiff, Ms. Ellis, said?
It was just very argumentative as far as, cursing and, just be this, be that. I don't know if I can curse, but.
So we've heard just about everything so far.
It's been one of those trials.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I immediately walked over there and got in between them and was like, whoa, my thing was I'm at work. So the first thing that really came out of my mouth is to Miss Ellis, just as far as, what are you doing? You're at work, go back to your post. And then I don't know how long it was, but I couldn't get her. I just wanted everything to go away. I just was trying to calm everything down, take Cardi B into the office, and I was trying to go. It was my sister's baby shower, so I was trying to get out of there. But I mean, that wasn't on my mind then, but just to calm the situation down and to get her into the office.
How did Ms. Ellis respond?
I don't even know if she heard what I asked, because it was just more of just being upset. And no, I'm not going to do that. And just, them still exchanging words even with me in between.
Yeah. Was Ms. Ellis yelling at Cardi B?
I mean, it was pretty loud for me to hear. It was still the same volume from when I can hear them while I was in the office down the hall. So I would say so.
Was Ms. Ellis cursing at Cardi B?
There was definitely curse words, yes, on her end.
When you were there, did Ms. Ellis attempt to strike Cardi B?
There was hands going while I was in the middle. I know no one landed, or I was, I didn't even realize, I guess because my adrenaline, that I had a mark on my forehead. So
She got
besides me getting a scratch, nobody, as far as them two hit each other.
Who scratched you?
Based off of, like I said, I didn't know that I even got scratched until I went into the office, and the nurse was like, Tiara, your forehead. But I can only assume Cardi B was behind me, because that was my main concern.
Objection calls for speculation.
Not your client. Not
So
your
Cardi B
client
was
scratching
behind you,
people.
and you were facing who?
I was facing Miss Ellis.
And you got hit on your forehead and
Or
didn't even
it was
realize
like
it at
a
that
scratch.
point.
Yeah,
So,
blood.
Just let him finish the question.
Oh, sorry.
And so you got hit, you were facing Miss Ellis and she was swinging away?
I can say there was definitely, when people talk and like this type of action going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were hit on your forehead,
Yeah, like,
which was facing Miss Ellis, correct?
yes.
What happened next?
After, just going back and forth, Dr. Finke came out. Once he came out, I believe after that, I don't even really remember what was said, but I know I continued to take Cardi into the office, to her exam room, and then I went back to the front.
Okay. Did you witness Dr. Finke try to get Miss Ellis to leave the hallway?
Yes, that's what kind of, since he came out and he was talking to her, that's what kind of distracted her, gave us the opportunity to just go into the office.
Okay. And do you recall anything that he said to her?
I think he was on the same temperature as me. Just, you're at work. Why are you up here? Go back, downstairs. And what are you doing? Type of energy.
Okay. And so you turned around and escorted Cardi B into the doctor's office?
Yes, I followed behind her to go to the exam room.
When you were face to face with Miss Ellis, I take it you could see her face?
Yes.
Did you see any scratches on her face?
No.
Did you see any cuts on her face?
No.
Did you see any blood on her face?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face?
No.
Did you see any spit or spittle on her face?
No.
Did anyone spit in that encounter?
Objection calls for speculation.
While you were there, man.
While I was there, no.
Did you hear Miss Ellis yell at Cardi B, and excuse my language, "I will fuck your shit up"?
Something, something along those words.
Like it was a lot of cussing.
At any point in time in that confrontation, did Cardi B hit Miss Ellis?
No.
At any point in that confrontation, did Cardi B cut Miss Ellis with Cardi's fingernails
Objection calls for speculation.
while you were there?
Over.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B use the N-word, excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, no, did you hear Cardi B use the N-word? You know what I mean by the N-word?
Yeah. No.
After this encounter and Cardi B had gotten into the doctor's office, at any point after that, did you talk to the building management about what had happened?
Yes. That was a Saturday. So Monday, my supervisor and Dr. Finke wanted to make a report since there was an incident and, the importance of making sure our patients, their privacy isn't compromised. So yeah, they asked me to go downstairs with them or with my supervisor and make a report.
After this incident, did plaintiff call you? Miss Ellis call you?
It was, yes, it was a call transferred to my line. It was her on the other end of the call.
How long after the incident? How long after February 24 of 2018?
Maybe, I can't recall exactly, but at least within, I don't know, 3 months. It wasn't right after, but it wasn't too long after.
Can you tell us what the sum and substance of that conversation was?
Just kind of upset about what happened. She got fired. she couldn't believe that happened and wanted, I guess, to see if I can assist in any way since I was there. I pretty much replied as respectful as I could and just said, this is my place of work and I really can't have anything to do with this.
And was there any other thoughts that you had when she told you, did she tell you she was planning on suing Cardi B?
I don't remember word for word, but based off of our conversation, I assumed that was probably going to be one of her steps. But in my mind, I just was kind of shocked that she was calling based off of what took place. I figured, she was at fault, so that was surprising that she would call me.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Wow. Well, there's that. She did say she never contacted her. She's the one that did the affidavit on what she would
Thank you
testify
all for
to.
coming back. Good morning,
Good morning.
Ms. Tiara Malcolm. When Miss Emani Ellis called you several months later and asked you to help her, what is the reason that you chose not to do so?
Well, main reason, I didn't feel like she was in the right. I felt like based off of her position, working at the office, everything was handled unprofessionally, and going back and forth. No, she didn't work at our office, but clearly Cardi B was a patient going, she had a purpose at that building where she worked at. So I didn't feel, I don't know what I would help her with. I don't think if I told my truth, it would help her. So.
Were you aware that Miss Ellis was a security guard at your building?
Yes.
Do you understand that the security guard is supposed to go from floor to floor to make sure everything is safe? Are you aware of that?
I don't know the rules.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Irrelevant.
Assisting.
Had you ever seen Miss Ellis on other days aside from the date of the incident? And I will represent to you the date of the incident for purposes of all my questions will be February 24th of 2018.
I believe that was the first day I seen her there.
When you saw her, when you got to work, did you see her anywhere in the building?
No.
What time did you get to work?
On a Saturday, maybe around 8.
8 a.m.? Okay. And had you ever spoken to Miss Ellis before the date of the incident?
No.
Is there any reason why, when you would go to work at the 8920 building, Wilshire Boulevard building, for how long had you been working there before the date of the incident?
Overall, just move on.
For about 7 years, just about.
And during those 7 years, did you see other security guards in the building?
Actually, relevant.
Assisting.
And when Miss Ellis's attorneys asked you to cooperate and sign a declaration, did you do that?
A form.
Not a form. Did you ever sign a declaration under penalty of perjury on August 26, 2025, which would be yesterday?
A declaration. Sorry, I'm not.
May I approach you on it?
Sure.
Relevant.
Did say that.
Assisting.
Did you give permission to the other side to sign a declaration under penalty of perjury in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Have you ever signed any document related to this incident?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
Assisting.
Did you make any type of formal complaint to the building about this incident?
She said it already.
This is formal. Overall.
When my supervisor wanted to make a complaint, since I was there, yeah, that's when I went downstairs with my supervisor.
And who did you make a complaint to?
Douglas Emmett, the property manager that managed the building.
Okay. And what was your complaint? What did you say?
They just wanted me to tell them what happened and the concern of the privacy of our patients.
Are you a Cardi B fan?
I know her music. I guess I listen to her music. I listen to hip hop.
Okay. And you like her music, right?
Objection, relevance.
Yes?
Yeah, she's
Have you-
talented.
All right. Have you ever gone to any of her concerts?
No.
Have you ever, well, I'll withdraw that. Okay. And for purposes of the visit on Saturday, the doctor's office decided to close to give her a special appearance to see the doctor, correct?
Objection. Argumentative.
I withdraw the question. When Cardi B came to the office, the purpose of her coming to your office was to see Dr. Finke for medical care, correct?
Yes.
When you went outside into the hallway, the confrontation that you testified about was already occurring before you got there, correct?
Yes, that's what made me go outside.
All right. Do you know for about how long this confrontation was going on before you made your way outside?
I was sitting there waiting, so as soon as I heard the noise, it wasn't that seconds after was when I heard it, so I don't think it was going on that long.
Okay. Did Cardi B, while you were there, in any way touch Miss Ellis?
No.
Did Miss Ellis in any way touch Cardi B while you were there?
No.
When you got there, were they chest to chest? Were they touching chest to chest?
I couldn't really see Cardi B because she was kind of cornered with her back against the wall. I really just saw Miss Ellis in front of her, and that's what made me rush and get in between them.
Okay. And when you say you saw her back against the wall, how were you able to see her back from where you were standing?
Objection, mischaracterizes.
Were you assuming that, I withdraw the question, were you assuming that Cardi B's back was up against the wall when you saw that?
No, I'm not assuming I could see it because I literally looked down the hall when I opened the door.
And was Cardi B's back actually touching the wall or was close to the wall?
I don't know if it was touching her. It was close. So I didn't.
And you know that this incident happened 7.5 years ago, correct?
Yes,
And
that's
you
why I
remember all
don't
these? You
remember if her back was touching or
Right.
inches away, but I know it was very close to the wall.
Right. And it was a very long time ago. So how did you remember all these details? Did you write them down somewhere? Did you record it, or is this just off of memory from 7.5 years ago?
I just remember there's certain things I remember when I was 4. I just remember because it was a confrontation and I was sitting there ready to go because I had to drive all the way to Tarzana. And it was a story that I had to my sister coming back, like, you can't believe why I was late type of story.
Right.
So
And your purpose of coming here is to help Cardi B or help Miss Ellis?
my purpose is to tell the truth.
Of course.
That's my purpose.
That's the
And
answer.
when Miss Ellis or her attorney tried to reach out to you, you refused to speak with them, correct? But when Cardi B's attorneys spoke to you and reached out to you, you talked to them immediately and you signed a declaration for them on the spot, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not
When you were there and you got in between the two of them, I want you to think of it like a hamburger bun. You're the hamburger and the two of them are the buns. How did you get in between them? Did you physically push them apart? Did they magically back up from one another? How did you get in between them? How?
Just like you said, it was 7 years ago. So I'm walking upset because of what I'm seeing.
Right.
And that's just how I am when I see I mean, it's not like I see it all the time, but seeing what was going on, I just immediately, that's just what I did. I didn't really think about, I didn't really have a plan. That's just what I did to try to calm it down.
Okay, and Miss Ellis, who's sitting to my left, you heard her cursing at Cardi B on the date of the incident?
Yes.
You actually heard profanity,
I actually heard profanity.
many different ones.
Yes.
How do you know it wasn't Cardi B that was using the profanity?
They have two different voices.
Was Cardi B using any profanities on the date of the incident?
Yeah, she was upset.
Did she use profanity?
Profanity, yes.
F word.
Curse words.
Bitch, F you, all that, correct?
Yes.
And you don't really know what happened before you got there, correct? You have no way of knowing.
I wasn't there before I got there.
So if there was any physical contact, whether it was spitting, scratching or cutting someone's face, you wouldn't know that because you weren't there during that time period before you got there, correct? Do you understand my question? Let me withdraw it. In the, let's just call it the 40 to 50 seconds while there was a confrontation, I'll give you that estimated time. During the 40 to 50 minutes of seconds when they had their confrontation, you would have no way of knowing what happened during that duration of time because you weren't there. Is that fair?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I only heard.
No, anything could have happened, right?
Objection, close speculation.
Correct?
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Emani Ellis could have hit Cardi B.
She wasn't there.
Okay,
So
I withdraw it. When you saw Cardi B that day, you spent time with her, right? In your medical office, correct?
Not a lot of time, but I spent the time from taking her to her exam room, making sure she was okay. And once the last patient was checked in, I was out of there.
Okay. And how long did you spend with her?
Not that long, maybe a minute, if that.
When the patient
I
went
mean,
into,
when we went into the, just to make sure you're saying,
no,
when we went into the office, how long did I spend with her? Yeah, maybe,
15 minutes, half an hour?
no. I was still ready to go, maybe a minute.
Did you notice that she was wearing, do you notice that she had fingernails? Did you look at her fingernails?
I don't remember that.
Did you notice that Cardi B had long fingernails on the date of the incident?
Objection, this characterizes the evidence and argument that
Sustained.
Did you see the size of Cardi B's fingernails on the date of the incident?
I don't remember her having or seeing her nails.
And have you ever seen her before? Does she wear long fingernails?
I don't know what she wears.
On the date of the incident, would you agree that because you did not look at her fingernails, you have no idea as to how long the fingernails were on the date of the incident?
objection.
True?
Calls for speculation, my speculation.
Sustained.
When you said that you saw arms flying, you also testified a moment ago that you weren't sure whose arms were flying, correct?
Mischaracterized testimony.
Overruled.
I believe I stated I was facing Miss Ellis. So Cardi B was behind me.
Right.
So I could only see the arms that were flying in front of me. I can't recall. She was behind me, so I think I would have felt something behind me.
Okay. So if Cardi B had taken a swing, you would not be able to see that.
Most likely I would. Oh, sorry.
See, I'm not talking about feeling. Would you agree that because Cardi B was behind you, if she took a swing without touching your body, you would not be able to see that? True?
Mischaracterizes the testimony and is calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I didn't see her hands flying on the side of me.
I understand that. But again, I would like to know the answer to this question.
What was your question? I'm sorry, I
Of
forgot.
course. So the question is,
You said I forgot.
because you were facing Emani Ellis, you have no idea what Cardi B was doing at that moment, right?
Objection.
So if Cardi B was
She was pretty much like the back of this chair. That's how close she was to me.
I understand.
So I didn't feel anything or see any hands come from behind me.
Understood. But if Cardi B took a swing because you were not facing her and you were focusing on Emani Ellis and you don't have eyes in the
No,
back
I
of
didn't
your
see
head,
her hand.
you would not be able to know what she was doing.
Right.
So if she took a swing, you wouldn't be able to know. Fair?
Okay, yeah. Let's see.
As far as what would you characterize the injury to your forehead?
A cut. It was just bleeding a little bit.
It was bleeding.
Yes.
Okay.
She didn't get surgery though.
How did that cut get there? I withdraw the question. Did that scratch or cut or anything get there at the time of this incident?
Yes, it definitely wasn't there before I went outside.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to get into this. There's only 3 options, and you could add more if you want, but I'm going to give you 3. The cut came from you, the cut came from Ellis, or the cut came from Cardi B. Or make up your own. Where did the cut come from? And if you don't know, you can say, I don't
I
know.
already said it.
Do you know?
It definitely didn't come from me.
Okay, so that's out. You got 2 more.
And
Ellis and Cardi B. Or
Cardi
your own.
was behind me. So the only assumption that I had was it was from Miss Ellis because she was facing me.
Okay. But did you ever see Miss Ellis take her fingers or her hand or any other object and cause damage to your head? Did you ever see that?
I see hands trying to reach over me. So, like I said, the adrenaline and everything was going so fast. But being that she was in front of me and hands were going like this, that's the only realistic assumption I can have is that that's why I got cut.
Okay. But you're assuming, correct?
Objection.
I think you're asking her to assume, counsel.
Are you assuming?
You
Your Honor,
are.
objection.
Yeah, why don't we move on?
How do you know that Cardi B's fingernail didn't cut your forehead?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
She was behind
You
me.
don't need to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Did Dr. Finke see the cut to your forehead?
I believe so. His nurse is the one who pointed it out.
Did you receive any medical treatment for that cut?
No, I just put some alcohol, alcohol
All right. So
swab.
you agree that something physical happened when the 3 of you were there because you got cut to your face. Is that fair? Something physical happened.
Objection, relevance.
You should just concede and just let this case go.
If I got cut, I guess so. I don't.
So would you agree that there was a physical fight?
No.
So you just got cut from the air?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did Miss Emani Ellis have any fingernails?
I don't remember if she had fingernails.
Was Emani Ellis angry at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Was Cardi B angry at the time of the incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sustained.
And back to the hamburger question, did you at any point use your hands to separate the 2 of them, Emani Ellis and Cardi B?
No.
So did you just squeeze yourself in? How did you get in there?
Asked and answered.
She walked.
Sustained.
She's not even thinking about how the jury is looking at
When
her.
you had the conversation with Miss Ellis on the phone, did you actually speak with her?
Yes.
You
On the
didn't?
phone. Yes.
And let me ask you, when you were on the telephone, did she tell you anything, Miss Ellis, when she was talking to you that day?
From what I can remember, just being upset about what happened, her no longer being employed there, and I don't remember the word for word.
So she, Miss Ellis was basically asking you to assist her in some way to be her witness, correct? That was the purpose of the call?
Objection, cause for speculation. Purpose.
Did Miss Ellis's attorney contact you?
I don't remember that.
Did Miss Ellis ever come inside your office at any time between the date of the incident and today?
Objection, relevant.
Assisting.
Do you know if Miss Ellis spoke with Dr. Finke at any point?
Objection, relevant.
Assisting.
As far as your background, do you have any professional degrees?
I got my AA at West LA College. I'm a real estate agent.
Like, by yet, well, yeah, I do actually.
And
That matters.
have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Oh my God.
And aside from Dr. Finke's office, were you working other places during that time period? Or was that your main job?
That was my main job.
And at this time, you no longer work there, right?
No.
And on the date of the incident, because Cardi B was your patient, you felt that it was necessary to go outside to bring her inside to help her get inside for the medical appointment, correct?
Objection, relevant. Ask the answer.
Assisting.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, any questions from the jury? Oh, you have one? Okay, please.
You see why he was fighting not to let her testify? I think he knew what she was gonna say.
All right, I think these questions are appropriate. Ma'am, when you, did you actually close your office to maintain privacy from Cardi B?
Yes.
And when you do that, was it your custom and practice to also notify the building security?
I honestly don't know if that was done or not.
Did you normally do that, or were you? aware of
That wasn't my task, no.
Okay. Do you recall the N-word coming out of Cardi B's mouth?
No.
Can you describe Cardi B's emotional state during and after the incident?
Upset, emotional, worried about the reason why she was there. I don't know if
Okay.
I'm sure. But...
You don't know the details?
No, I don't know if
Oh, in terms of the medical issues? I mean,
yeah.
testimony is that she was there for a pregnancy checkup.
Yeah, so just concerned about that and being upset
Okay.
about her privacy.
Did you notice whether Miss Ellis had a phone or a camera during the incident?
She had a phone in her hand.
She did have a phone in her hand?
Yes.
All right. Those are the questions that I think are appropriate. Any follow-up from defense?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right. For plaintiff?
Yes, just a one follow-up.
Of course you gotta follow up.
The day when when you decided to close your office to have a medical appointment, that was a Saturday. Is your medical office usually open on Saturday?
Yes.
And you usually close around 1:30 or 2 or 3 or go all day?
No, it's half the day. So usually, from what I can remember, the last patient was around noon or 11:45 noon, somewhere around there.
Isn't it true that Cardi B was the last patient of the day?
Yeah, she was the last patient. So we finished our morning and made sure she was the last one.
You work right there. I'm sorry. You work on Sundays as well?
No.
And the half a day on Saturdays when you're there, were you in charge of closing the office?
One question, huh?
Assisting.
One question, huh?
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank
You
you.
found the defeated.
Subject to recall.
Did you subpoena her?
No.
Right.
I don't think it's subject to recall.
She's not subject to recall. You didn't subpoena her.
All right. Do we want to resume the direct of Ms. Cardi B?
Yes.
All right.
Well, he's going to resume the direct. Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So that was a
Yes.
that was
Okay,
a
yes.
776 cross, so now it's
Yes,
the
yes,
defense.
yes, yes, Your Honor, yes, yes.
We want to resume the take the stand now?
Oh, okay. Jesus. We go.
Wasn't he finished?
I think we're all ready for recess. That's all.
And now.
All right. You're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes.
All right. Counsel. He passed the question.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
I apologize. Okay, then.
Yeah,
it is
my
your turn.
question.
Your Honor, I'm going to go beyond the scope.
We already discussed that. He was lodging objections, but you're going to be asking questions?
You could
Is that
just
the
put her
plan?
in your own case.
Yes, Ms. Moore is going to be asking the questions,
All right.
and the request is to.
No, we discussed that you can go beyond the scope. Just typically, if it's your witness, you're doing the objections, okay? I'll let it go this time.
I agree.
Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
That's what I was telling you. Like, they have him doing all the objections, but he's not doing all of the
First,
direct
can you tell
withdrawal.
us how you got into the music industry?
Objection relevance?
Over.
How I got into the music industry? Well, I became like a social media personality, and I had a manager at the time, and he always noticed that like I will always like do songs my way, like my wording. And I was like, "You're really witty and you're really quick. You should try making music." And I was like, all my friends do music. If they make it, I just think I'm gonna make it.
If you could just pull the microphone a little bit more towards you or sit one part of it.
Okay. So I was just like, if my friends haven't made it yet, what makes you think I'm gonna make it? And he was like, just try it. It won't hurt you to try. So I tried it, and I really enjoyed like listening to like the end results. It's like almost like cooking for me. Like I was like, oh, I'm not sure if I could cook, but I like the end results. Like I did pretty good. And that's how I got into music.
Were you doing any television?
Yes. Well, not when he suggested that like you should try to do music.
But later, were you doing any television?
Yes.
What type of TV?
Reality TV.
Reality. What show was it?
Love and Hip Hop.
Love and Hip Hop. Where? Love and Hip Hop.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, but please move on.
Yeah, what is
When
that?
did you release your first mixtape?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, so I'll give you some background, but it needs to be a little bit more
Sure.
guided.
Sure. I'll cut to the chase. Hardy, do you have a record deal
Objection,
Yes.
relevance.
Overruled.
with who?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Atlantic Records.
Do you have any platinum certified songs?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you have any Grammy awards?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Counsel,
Yeah.
you asked her about her siblings, you asked her about her
I'll
birthday,
move on,
you
Your
asked
Honor.
a
Happy
number
to
of
move on.
questions.
Sure, happy to move on.
So,
Happy, Your Honor. Thank you.
all right.
Hardy, why did you want to keep your pregnancy a secret?
I wanted to keep my pregnancy a secret because I just had a hit record. I haven't had my album out. And everybody that I worked with, they were very scared. You know, like I finally made it. And like people that like been in the industry also for like a while, it was like, I don't know if anybody has ever, a female rapper has ever came out pregnant on their freshman year without an album, just 1 or 2, 3 records. So I was very nervous. I was also kind of like, even though I was on TV when I first had my first big record, Bodak Yellow, I was really like getting used to big fame, bigger stages and stuff. So I was just so worried about overwhelmed with what everybody was like saying and thinking, and I felt like I was just letting a lot of people down. But
And when you were face to face with Mrs. Ellis,
Mhm.
did you ever threaten to get her fired?
no,
And I want to be very, very clear. Did you ever spit on Mrs. Ellis?
no,
Did you ever call Miss Ellis the N-word? Apologies.
no.
Cardi, where were you living in 2018?
In 2018, I was living in between New Jersey and Atlanta.
Where were your regular OBGYN doctors?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Why were you in LA the week of February 24th?
I was doing NBA All-Star Weekend, and I just had like a whole bunch of promotional things to do out here in California.
What is part of your work? Did you have to attend an NBA game?
Yes.
Yesterday, plaintiff's counsel asked you some questions about your hair. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was dumb.
And one of the questions he asked you was, on the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Do you remember how you responded?
I don't know. I really don't remember what color hair I had.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness some photographs, please.
Can you identify?
Can you show them to counsel first
Of course.
and provide a copy?
Yes, I have one for you right now.
Are they pre-marked? Are they pre-marked?
No, I think it's for refresh your memory.
Yes.
You want to just identify the next in order?
Yes, that's fine, Your Honor, thank you, because I think his,
And
232.
this is a photograph of who?
I'm sorry. Counsel, it's her directing. She can identify it for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
232?
Are you going to put this in front of you? Cardi, can you please look at this photograph and tell me, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this photograph?
That is me out here in LA at a All-Star Weekend NBA game.
And does this picture refresh your recollection about what your hair color was that week?
Yes,
What color was it?
I'll say like a ashy, dirty blonde.
Can you see your nails in that photo?
Yes,
And were you wearing acrylic nails or some other type?
acrylic.
And I think you testified yesterday that acrylic nails can last you up to 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes,
Are those the nails you had the entire time you were in LA?
yes.
How would you describe those nails looking at them in the photo?
I'll say to my taste, they're like kind of short. They're square, they boxy. They have like stones, flat rhinestones in the middle. They orangey.
I'm sorry, did you say the flat rhinestones were in the middle?
Yeah.
And how long would you estimate I know you said you feel like they were short, but could you estimate how long you feel like they were?
Like an inch, maybe less. An inch or so.
And what shape are they?
They like coffin square.
Are those the nails you were wearing on the date of the incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence and publish it for the jury.
No.
Cardi, do you remember, did you get your nails done before you came to LA or after?
It's most likely before LA.
But they were the same nails the whole time you were here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, leader it.
So the photograph that we're looking at there, what date was the photograph taken?
I'm not sure the date, but I know it was that weekend of All Stars and stuff.
Okay. And what time of day did this photograph, what time of day was it taken? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
Overruled.
It had to be like around like a 6 p.m., like whatever time like game to start. It really depends. Like that week, it was just, I'm not sure, but it wasn't like a night. It was like probably in the afternoon or something.
And when you go out at night, do you change your clothing and fix yourself up to prepare for the evening?
Objection.
16.
Were you dressed this exact way when you saw Dr. Finke on the date of the incident?
No.
So you changed your clothing completely different than this, correct?
Yes.
Could you have also changed your nails?
Objection. Cultural speculation.
Overruled.
No. It's not that easy to change acrylic nails.
But you told us before that it would take about 2 hours to do that, correct?
Yes. But I know for a fact, I mean, if you could track down that whole week, I had these nails on for sure.
Your Honor, I would want to zoom in the photograph just to show the nails better than what we can see.
We do that.
With the focus on the left hand or right hand.
That works.
That's wonderful. Thank you. So if we look at that, that's your right hand, correct?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And if you wanted to scratch someone with those nails and cause them to have a cut to their face, you could do it with those nails, can't you?
Assistant.
The nails that we see in this photograph, are they sharp in your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overall. Well, it's referring to the photograph now.
No, they are not sharp at all. Those are not sharp nails.
Now, you heard a witness, Tiara Malcolm, a few
Yes.
moments ago in the last 15, 20 minutes. She testified that she also had a cut to her face. Do you remember hearing that in court?
Yes.
So how did she get the cut on her face? If you know, how do you, if you know?
It wouldn't be for me.
Is it possible that when you were reaching over, you cut her face?
Objection.
Assistant.
And the rhinestones that you see there, you consider those to be flat?
Yes.
And you considered yourself to be a freshman in 2018. Does that mean you just started your career in music and rapping and all that?
Yes.
So before 2018, you were not a rapper?
I was.
Overall.
When did you first start?
I first started rapping in 2016, but I became a superstar for rapping in 2017.
Okay.
So just being blessed then. So
All right. And why was it, aside from what you've told us, that you feel being a freshman and being pregnant, the two didn't match? Was there any other reason aside from that you wanted to keep your pregnancy a secret?
Objection is characterized.
Assistant.
None of our business, I guess.
Earlier, you testified that when you went to the doctor's office on the date of the incident, you wanted to keep your pregnancy a secret, correct?
yes.
And the reason you wanted to keep it a secret was because you were a rapper, correct?
Objection is characterized. Testimony argumentative.
Assistant.
Why did you want to keep your pregnancy a secret?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overall.
My career. I didn't tell my parents yet. I was just very overwhelmed.
And when you thought that your secret was being violated, it made you angry, correct?
Objection, argumentative, is characterized. Testimony lacks foundation.
Overall.
You can,
Yes, I feel like my privacy was completely being violated. I wouldn't want to be anything that had to do with my medical records or anything. Even if I do cosmetic surgery, I don't want people to be in anything that has to do with medical in your business. It's just especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy is yours.
and you would do anything to protect that privacy, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
And aside from your assumption that you were being recorded by Miss Emani Ellis, was there any other assumptions that you had at the time of the incident?
Objection, argumentative, this characterizes the testimony.
Assistant.
You had a belief, a state of mind, that Emani Ellis was recording you at the time of the incident, correct?
Objection, outside the scope of redirect. We had
Assistant.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you
Any
so much.
redirect? All right. Any questions from the jury?
Sure, they just got a
I'm
lot
not
of
seeing
questions.
any hands. All right. You can step down then.
Oh, they don't even have any questions?
All right. I think we're not gonna have another witness before lunch, or I'm sorry, does plaintiff have another witness for after lunch?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, just plain for us.
No, Your Honor.
Well, are you going to have a witness after lunch?
I would like to discuss this outside the presence of the jury.
All right. Okay, folks, we're going to take our lunch break now. We're going to
Oh, he
resume
don't-
back
he
at 1:30. In the
sounds
meantime, please don't discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 1:30.
So they're gone till 1:30. So that's 4:30 again. I am going to keep the live up this time because I separated it yesterday. Since I separated it yesterday, looks like they may discuss something though. So let's see. He said he want to talk about something outside the presence of the jury. We want to know. So what do you guys think? I got to order me something to eat, y'all. I can't do it. I gotta, I don't even know what I want to eat though. I'm about to look at got your questions and stuff. We're gonna chit chat just a little bit. But I gotta order some food. So why don't y'all go ahead and get you some food, grab you some snacks. We're gonna talk about
Basically, he was supposed to have his witnesses lined up for this afternoon to call them out of order. I explained to him and the court this morning that I have 3 witnesses, which are Dr. Azizullah, Ms. Parsi, and Michael Shok, and they are unavailable for today, and we wanted to call them out of order, requesting that the court allow them to testify on Tuesday.
Okay, well, you haven't made your offer of proof with respect to whether or not their testimony is relevant to anything.
Yes, sir. So, may I do that now?
Well, I thought you said you didn't know what they were going to say.
I spoke to them
When?
during the break.
Okay. And what are they going to say?
So Dr. Azizullah is going to say that he had been advised there's a disturbance in the building. His assistant, Ms. Parsi, went upstairs to the 5th floor. He did not go to the 5th floor. Michael Shok was on the 5th floor as well.
Okay, let's start. Keep with the doctor. So what's he going to say?
Doctor is going to say that there was a disturbance in the building,
Okay, that's undisputed.
and that's it for him.
Okay, so we don't need him, right?
No.
Okay, so what's the next witness?
Ms. Parsi is his assistant, went
Okay.
upstairs to find out what was going on and witnessed the confrontation between the 3 individuals. Well, the 2 individuals and the person that intervened, Ms. Malcolm.
So she's going to testify as to what she saw, which includes the disturbance and
Only,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, only what she saw, and it could go to the scratch on Miss Malcolm's head, and he gained some information how that came about. I didn't discuss that with her, however, she was present during that piece. And Michael Shok was a patient that was on the 5th floor walking in the hallway, and he's a witness to the entire confrontation.
And so let's go back to when you identified these
For
people.
the entire conversation.
They've been on the witness list for many months now. I'm not sure if it was the 2024 one, however, definitely in July it was there. I can check my records. They've known about this, and it's the same issue that they had that we had.
And so when did you learn of Mr. Schultz?
We learned of it when an investigator did investigation several months ago, at least several months ago, and found out that he was an actual witness, an eyewitness to the incident.
He's struggling. He's reaching for straws.
Your Honor, the only witness list that I have is from July 25th of 2025. He's been on this witness list.
He's not on that one.
Yes, he is, Your Honor. I have a copy for the court.
Oh, okay. I see him.
Yeah.
Mike Shaw.
Michael Shok, Azizullah, and Parsi are all on that one. Mr. Lamb and I had a conversation about this at length. We created this list together. He told me his witnesses. I told him my witnesses. He signed this. They've never objected to it one time till recently. And the only reason they've objected is to I'm not clear why they want to do it. It seems to be very one-sided, that they can exclude our witnesses, but we can't exclude theirs. So I would ask the court not to exclude ours, since the court has not excluded theirs.
All right, and what's Mr. Schultz going to testify to?
Mr. Shoka is going to testify that he was a patient at a different doctor's office on the 5th floor, and he was walking in the hallway to go to the bathroom, and he saw the incident himself with his own eyes.
All right, for the defense.
First, Your Honor, just so the record is clear, counsel did say that he could not continue with witnesses today. He did mention something about taking people out of order. I have told him that I don't think he has that right, and earlier today I mentioned that taking witnesses, defense taking witnesses out of order is not the same thing as the plaintiff being unable to proceed with witnesses at the time of trial. As the court knows, trial was continued several times. The 2024 witness list jointly filed does not have any of these people. These people were first listed, if memory serves, in the July 2025 witness list, and we did object, but that ruling, that never been heard by the court at this point. They were first identified in July 2025. We were not told what their potential testimony would be. We were told that Dr. Azizolaki.
Well, he's not testifying because he doesn't have anything to add.
Right, and the other ones, we were told there's one that was a receptionist and shot a guest. So we were not given any substance at all. At no point did they disclose that, and counsel was unable to disclose it this morning, and now he's making certain representations. The fact of the matter is, and I should also say that we are ready to proceed. We got 2 more witnesses, Dr. Rosenberg, who's the designated expert, and Dr. Finke. And we want to get the trial done. We're ready to go.
Okay,
May I respond to one thing, Your Honor?
go ahead.
So in form interrogatory responses, back in 2022, the same way that the defendant responded and said there's 2 individuals who are witnesses, that is the same way that plaintiff responded. It's the same thing. And it's attached to plaintiff's opposition to defendant's request to produce witnesses at trial. It was filed with the court yesterday or the day before, and it has all of the discovery. I'm sorry, Your Honor, actually no. This one has the discovery of the defendant, but I do have the discovery of the plaintiff. It was used in this case by the opposing side. They knew that we had these witnesses that we didn't know their names. And the 2024 expert designation was not real because we had agreed to put the trial around this time, and I don't really remember doing anything with the witness list. That may be a list that they created and they filed. I definitely don't remember signing that. I don't think my signature would be on that document. So if they prepared something and filed it, I was not part of it. They just decided to file it on their own.
I was just going to say, what I think counsel is saying is that he did not identify any of these 3 people back in 2024. He's now contesting
2022.
Well, no, I'm talking about the joint witness list.
I think I understand, and so I think here's the issue: is it certainly would have been appropriate for both parties to have done the investigation at the outset of the case to identify who these witnesses were. That didn't happen. It sounds as though both sides engaged in investigative work after discovery was closed and identified new witnesses. I'm going to take plaintiff's counsel's representations at face value, and that they were recently identified. These witnesses were on the July 25 joint trial witness list. To the extent that they were identified, the people were identified after discovery was closed. I think it's appropriate that they be allowed to testify. But it's going to be on a short leash. And I indicated during the pre-trial conference that I am relatively liberal in the interest of expediting the process in case to call witnesses out of order. And so we'll suspend plaintiff's case now. We'll start the defense case. But your witnesses need to be here Tuesday morning or they're not testifying.
Oh
I
my
understand, Your Honor.
God.
Will defense be, they didn't give me 24 hours notice, it's fine, I'm not that picky. My question is, will Dr. Rosenberg and Dr. Finke be testifying this afternoon, so at least during the lunch hour I could do some coverage?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I got 2 voicemail messages which we can play, which were not particularly coherent from counsel, that says that he doesn't have witnesses.
Okay, I've already ruled on that. So
Yeah,
do
no.
you have witnesses for this afternoon?
Yes, and I advised him as soon as he told.
I'm not disputing the 24-hour notice.
Please stop interrupting.
Oh, sorry, I was going to respond to the 24-hour notice. We did, in fact, tell
Okay.
him as soon as he
Just
said
answer the
that.
question. Do you have witnesses for the afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So instead of the case wrapping up probably tomorrow with them doing their closing, which will probably be 30 minutes on one side and 3 hours on the other, they're going to allow the plaintiff not to rest his case and to proceed with the 3 witnesses. Allegedly, there was a patient that they're saying saw everything. And then there allegedly is somebody else that's going to say, I guess, that they saw part of it too, or after the fact, or did something. So he's doing his alley-oop. He's doing his last-ditch effort to try to save his case is what's really happening. Because this right here is ridiculous. Tell your daddy that.
What?
You can tell your daddy that you're full. He said to make sure you ate. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. They won't be back for an hour. I'm going to leave the stream up. Y'all make sure you hit the like button if you haven't done it, or subscribe to the channel and all of that. I'm not understanding how it's like 900 and something people in here and only 500 likes. That's the least you can do. Okay, that's all we're saying. But thank you to those that have hit the like button and that are openly supporting the platform. I appreciate it. Let me see what type I'm waiting on my food right now. So I'll talk to you guys on before while I wait. Let me move this off the screen. The same witnesses that weren't there yesterday, they making up stuff. I don't know, because I thought he said yesterday, this camera's awful. I thought he said yesterday that that he knows that he's requesting it at the last minute, but he's being honest about his request. And he said that the defense wasn't being truthful. So now all of a sudden he has it all up in records and documents and whatever. So yeah. Just be happy. You have apparently you ain't watched the trial. Tara said, I forgot to hit the like. Thank you so much. Yeah, the judge is like, man, but you know what? The judge did give them a little leeway, because they generally put any and all witnesses or any and all employees, receptionists, just general line on their witness list and didn't put a specific name. So the judge was pretty lenient on them. So I think that's why he's like, okay, we're not going to give you any reason, I guess, to try to appeal the decision one way or another. We'll just let you have your chance, and they better come Tuesday. And if they don't come Tuesday, we wrapping this thing up. But the bad part is that means the jurors are going to have to come back. Like Cardi said, the attorney said they only have 2 more witnesses. So it's going to be over today. Like putting on the proofs is going to be over on their side today. And then now they're going to come back for what, an hour or 2 to try to put up the proofs for what he has. So I guess we'll be back Tuesday. Let me see what that date. That's after the holiday, right? Labor Day is Monday. Yeah, so right after the holiday.
Everybody.
I don't got anything on the calendar right now. Let me not say that too loud. 504. Thank you so much for supporting the Chanto. Let me see how much they pay jurors in California. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. Jury fee in California. The rights. Let me see. How much? In California, state level jurors typically get paid $15 per day starting on the second day of service. So they just started getting paid. Like what, yesterday? And 34 cents per mile round trip through some counties participated in a pilot program offering higher pay until its recent suspension in May of 2025. Jurors who are employees of federal, state, or local government agencies are generally prohibited from receiving these daily fees, but may still receive mileage reimbursement. Many private employers also offer their employees additional pay during the jury service. What you supposed to do with $15 a day, especially in California? What you supposed to do with that? We pay for your lunch while you're here. You said we earn a whole $6 per day as a juror. You said Georgia pays $25. That is crazy. They cheap. California is way too expensive to be that cheap. So our jury, I know in Michigan, our jury, our jurors get paid depending on the county. So some counties will pay like $15 for the first half day and $30 for the first full day. And then you have some with subsequent $45 a day. And then they're reimbursed for mileage. And it's based on like the IRS rate for mileage. That's what it is. So it's not like at a fixed whatever. It's literally based on what the IRS has as the mileage amount. You said Chicago paid $37. Bayou said in Louisiana is $25 a day. My son lives in Louisiana. That's how much the YSL people got paid. I asked back then to Dennis and PA, depends on the county. Yeah. You know what? I want to go to jury duty and they don't ask me to go. They don't want my expertise. I've been trying to, I'm like, yeah, that would be so, I would like probably get my lunch out the day before and put my clothes out to be a juror instead of always arguing and hoping the jury is on my side, but be the fact finder to actually make a decision in a case based on what I think. Oh man. And my son, like I said, I had to like tell him he doesn't live here anymore. Like he was getting summoned like every 3 months. I'm like, how do you keep getting summoned? Like, how do you keep getting summoned and I haven't went anywhere? And you keep getting summoned, but I've never gotten summoned. The most I had was federal court. I called, they told me to call for the first 3 days and see if I got picked, and I did. I was like, dang, I didn't even get there for the preliminary. Tyrone said a whole week of nonsense and looking dumb. Are all new lawyers this dumb? How you know he's a new lawyer? Let's look him up. Come on, let's look up this guy. I'm curious. Let's see how long he's been practicing. His name is Ron, let me look him up on my phone. Ron, I don't know if this is. I'm assuming this. I think they said Cardi got another attorney, but I think she's had the same attorney. Ron Rosen, John Fassa, JANFAZA, FAZA. Hold on. California. I don't even see him in the Google search. Hold on. Okay, here goes his license. Hold on. He's been practicing. He's been practicing since 2004. He is not new to this. Told you, I'm like, how y'all know he knew? Let me make sure this is the same. Yeah, they said it was on Wilshire Boulevard on the thing, right? Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Let me look up my thing. Yep, this is him. So he's been practicing since he was admitted in May 24th, 2004. He's been practicing longer than me. Shoot. He's been practicing longer than I've been practicing. Shoot. I don't know. He got about 6 years on me. Shoot. That's your favorite rapper. Okay. We don't know. He may have just, had maybe it's just a fluke. Maybe it was a fluke or something. We don't know. I don't know. Everybody has a bad day. I don't know. If this is the same one, I'm just saying. Hold on, let me see it with my voice. Wait a minute. Why did somebody call my office phone? Because I have it transferred to my cell phone. It was from California. I was like, is he calling me? Is he mad at me? Like, lady, we're sick of your commentary. But no, somebody else from California. See that? No, it was my office phone, Danielle. It's not my family. My family calls my actual cell phone. How? They pick up the phone just like how you call me all day and text me. They do the same thing. Ooh, y'all had me nervous. I was like, y'all done got me in trouble looking up this man. Diva said he's had a bad 3 days. I don't know what to say, guys, but these are the nails. Okay, let's throw up exhibit. Shout out to excuse me. Shout out to Tracy. who sent me Exhibit A. These are the nails. These are the nails she was wearing that day that she's saying that caused her, shoot, it sounds like a gash or something the way they're explaining it, but scratch, they calling it a scratch, they're not calling it a gash. And it required, according to Miss Ellis, it requires some type of cosmetic surgery, some micro needling, which cost her $17,000. What do you guys think? Toria said they're not long or pointy. And see, this is what I was telling you all. Remember when we were talking before and I said, when you are a celebrity, I can get information about you off of the internet. We know that there was this big, that's why I seen people in the chat still saying, oh, she uses the N-word all the time in her conversation, so she had it. Okay, that doesn't, nobody does anything all of the time. That's the first thing. So you can say she's used it before, that's fine. That doesn't mean that on that incident that she used it at that time. So that's not a good marker for me. You have to show that it was used at that time. Secondly, the pointy nails. What did she testify to? She always wear long nails. We know that from the internet, that she always has her nails done. She's had those long nails, with the pointiness to, that's to it or whatever. We know that from the internet. So now you have to try to dissect what is really the truth, or what did you learn from the internet? My food is here. Hold on one second, y'all. You guys keep on looking at those nails, all right? Let me know what you think.
Yes, please.
There you go. You can go sit down. All right, what do you guys think, huh? What did you guys come up with? Did she scratch the young lady with those nails? When I used to have, it's been years since I wore like acrylics, but I remember I stopped using them because y'all know I got eczema really, really bad in my hands and stuff. And you can't get no good scratch with those nails. So that was the reason why I said, well, maybe those pointy ones do that. But my experience with fake nails were I couldn't get that good scratch. And when you got eczema, anybody that has it, you feel like you are itching from the inside. So you just be digging. It's bad. You shouldn't be doing it. I'm not condoning it. But you do it. But that was why I stopped wearing nails, because your regular nails can do what needs to be done when you have an itch. Okay? Cardi and them could have called me to the stand. I would let them know, like, if you want to scratch somebody, you don't be using those nails, because they don't scratch very good. So those are the nails. And you guys make sure you get you some vittles, because we don't know how long this afternoon session is going to be. And you guys seen how this thing has been going. So just saying. You said those fake nails make you itch worse. Mm-hmm. I don't know. How do you make when you stream into your profile? Facebook sets the privacy. You want view comments to show up on StreamYard. You'll need to make your streams public on Facebook. I'm trying to figure out. I never go on Facebook with StreamYard, and I've been trying to do it the last couple of days. And apps and websites. What is that? Is this for mine? Where's StreamYard at? See more. Hold on. I don't even see StreamYard on here. Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out, y'all. I'm talking out loud. You seen that dog?
No, it's okay. I wonder.
Slow down while you're talking.
I wonder if I could get a dog like this.
Nope, no dogs here, sweetie.
No.
Nope, no ma'am, no ham.
So I wonder if he could do it back.
I got Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
That's what I got. I'm not going to eat in your face, okay? I'm going to turn the camera off when I eat. I'm just going to leave the stream on. You said it's cute now. She got to slow down. She thinks too fast. She thinks too fast. I see that, Daniel.
Where'd it go? I just have it here.
No, it's not his first case. He been practicing 20-something years, Sherman. You didn't see when I just looked them up on the bar? Yeah, they buff them. That's what that's the word I'm like. They make it where it's dull. It's so dull. It's not like they clip your nails. Like if you get some fake nails and you just clip them and then they got them sharp corners or something and you don't do nothing else to them, then maybe, you know, but when you do the acrylic on top, it makes it thick. And then they buff them so it could shine and be smooth. So you can't scratch. That's why I don't wear them. Because I'm like, when I itch, I know it's bad. That's why I got scars now. But shoot. I bet when Cardi went in, everybody was looking, the halls be crowded. Well, no, they said nobody was there. Like they said they were the only business open and she was the last patient. So that's what was the testimony. Did the victim get paid workers' comp? That's a good question. I don't think we have that answer. 80% CMOS. I don't think we have that answer. Unless I missed it. That's a possibility. Because there were a few times, if I were to be honest with you guys, I started scrolling on my phone. I went on TikTok at one point. I was actually streaming on TikTok for a few minutes. And I checked my emails. I sent an email. I sent out an invoice. I did a few things while I was on this live. You know what I'm saying? So I may have missed a few things because I was just getting too annoyed, and to avoid the annoyance of these questions and how it was being presented. And the judge basically sustained. I was like, you know, I don't know. Oh yeah, I think you should always listen to yourself and see how you can do better. Yeah, you said I bet she's not working, and that's why I'm moving out of LA trying to get paid. But that was so long ago, like if that was the original reasoning back in 2020, she now works as a social worker. So she does have a job. But if that was the original reason, maybe they thought it would go away or something. I don't know. But you're talking about 7 years later. They said it's been many delays in this case. And so, yeah. They don't give a good scratch. I know. And Lee Leo says, seems to me that because they don't really have a case, they keep asking the same questions and in different ways, hoping to trip her up and get a different answer that will help their case. But see, the problem with that is, are you losing your jury? This is why I wanted to be like, please stop, because after a while, I wish I could see the juror's face. That is the benefit of being in the gallery. Even though I like streaming and all of that, I like being in there because you get to see the feel of the courtroom and you get to see what some of the jurors and how they're looking at the case, how they're, maybe their facial expressions, whatever. But you have to always keep the jurors in mind. Am I going to come across like the way he was going off in the beginning? That is not. And then to say, well, I was told by some people that I was talking too low yesterday, so I'm trying to talk, louder. No, your tone was ridiculous and it was unnecessary. You call her as a hostile witness, but you're a hostile lawyer. Like, come on. And I get it. Sometimes you do got to get with witnesses and you kind of, but it's a respectful, direct, firm way. You don't come across like you're just being a condescending jerk. Like you don't come across, and he was just coming across. It was ridiculous. That's how he was coming across at first. So I think if we felt that way, then the jurors probably felt that way as well. So you always have to think about how they may be taking it. That's why you notice when the situation happened where grandma was on the stand yesterday, she was such a sweet lady. She came across as a sweet lady. And Cardi's team still was objecting, with her testimony. And sometimes she seemed confused and all of that. He immediately got up, spoke to her, thanked her for being there, was like, and I apologize for objecting, but I have to do that because you don't want to come across like you badgering the older lady. So you have to watch your presentation, and his presentation just is not coming across very well. DVA 904 said if they were the only business open, who's the person testifying Tuesday that supposedly witnessed the incident? I don't know. And if you guys weren't picking it up too, maybe it was remember they saw our patients before. But if it was a man, I don't know why he'd be at the OBGYN unless he there with somebody. But that's the only thing I could think of is somebody that might have been in their office before Cardi got there. I don't know. I have no clue who this witness can be if they were the only office open that day. But what he was trying to get at too was trying to make it seem like she was just a super fan. And that's why she was testifying on behalf of Cardi. So he said, oh, so when my client calls you, you don't want to give an affidavit. But when Cardi's people call you, his attorneys, you want to give an affidavit. Or when our side calls you, then you don't want to give. Wait a minute. Your client says she never called. So which one is it? Your client says she never called. And you said you've never went across the street in the building. You said as an officer of the court, you've never been over there to talk to anybody. That's what you said. So how is she being favorable? She told her she ain't want to get in it. She was being nice. Because if she would have said, okay, Well, I'm going to give an affidavit on what I got to say and what I saw. It wasn't favorable to you. She just told you she doesn't want to be in it. But they were trying to elicit that the reasoning why she was so forthright and decided to do some type of a declaration for Cardi is because she's a fan. So that's why it was. You listen to her music. So it's going to look like, oh, because people like this person, this is the reason why that, they're testifying is what he was trying to get out. And he could have been more clear and concise with that. I knew where he was going with it. But when your questioning is all over the place or your credibility, I believe that lady that got on that stand, Tierra, she was beautiful, by the way. He was looking like, dang, your skin is flawless. She was a pretty lady. But she seemed so she wasn't fishing for words. When she didn't know, she said she didn't know. She just was so straight up that that's gonna be a credibility issue. If she claims she never called the office, but I don't think she said that in front of anybody. That was outside of the jurors when she said that to the judge when they were trying to see if she was gonna testify or not. But if I was a juror and I heard her say that, which I don't think they did, I'd have been like, I probably would have believed Tierra over her. And then that would go to her credibility, period, on the stand. So, yeah, she just didn't seem like, Toya said they said everyone was gone. Nobody was there. Now, where's the man come from unless they lying and trying to get her old security guard there? I guess we'll see on Tuesday because they're going to let them testify. So you say all medical, they're advocates. Well, you don't want that reputation either, especially if you are known for having celebrities come to your facility. And a lot of celebrities, because whoever recommended Cardi may have been a celebrity that recommended her. And then she goes there. What do you think her review is going to be? I've never been to this doctor before. I'm just here to visit because I'm here doing All-Star Weekend. I'm having some labor pains and some pregnancy pains, and I'm trying to go see a doctor for the only this is what greets me in the building where he's at. Why are these type of people? I'm thinking we're up here with the more professionals, but now it sounds like y'all let any old body around this building. So why would I refer and recommend when my experience was the way that it was? That could affect their business. I liked what she did for her scratch. She said, I just put some alcohol on it and kept it moving. She said she put some alcohol on it and kept it moving. Hold on, I'm chewing, y'all. Hold on 1 second. That's actually a good point. But in theory, your witnesses shouldn't be getting paid. that was allegedly an issue, what they accused Ariel Mitchell of. I'm not saying she did it, but the attorney Ariel Mitchell was accused of that, of which she wanted someone to basically be a witness or be a part of the lawsuit against Trey Songz, and took her out to eat and basically told her, listen, we gonna ask for way more and you gonna get a piece of it too. And of course, Ariel Mitchell denied it. They had a show cause hearing, and the judge basically said it was she said. So the judge didn't say warrant sanctions, but she did end up getting a complaint to the bar, where the bar did recommend her to be sanctioned, based on some of the misrepresentation she made during that hearing. She was Miss Jams. Yeah, she did. She just seemed like she's like, shoot, I was trying to go. You could tell she didn't even come across starstruck. She wasn't on there like, oh, Cardi B was there, I was trying to stay there. She said, I was there about a minute and I left. She wasn't even trying to stick around to have no conversations with Cardi B. She said her sister was having a baby shower and she was trying to go. And she knew she was going to be the last patient so that people would be gone. And that's how they did it. And she was waiting on her to come so she can go. So she looking in the hallway trying to figure out, girl, where are you at? I'm trying to leave. So she didn't even come across like a starstruck person. And people that she probably sees celebrities all the time. First of all, California, the few times I was there, I saw celebrities. They're like, it's commonplace. I know that sounds weird, but it's like literally you might go to a store and they're there. Like, that's just kind of what it is. So I don't know. So what other questions, if you guys had any questions? I wonder how I can I tried to do a poll last time. And I think I know how to do it when I know how to do it on my wall. And I've done it in the chat before, but I gotta figure it out again. So I'm gonna need some time. But I'll try to do a poll or whatever. Andrea Williams said, I don't know about y'all. If Cardi would have spit on her as gangsta as she was that day, she would have swung on her and they would have been rolling in that hallway. So Cardi didn't spit on her. Well, when the attorney started making it seem like, oh, you could have spit on her when you were talking, I'm like, but does that constitute assault? What are you saying right now? Oh, you said ATL. Oh yeah, Atlanta's like that too. You go out to eat and they just go out to eat. New York, I haven't been to New York enough. Usually when I'm in that area, it's New Jersey that I'm at. And, ain't much be happening when I'm there. But New York, I've only went there for like court cases. That's it. So I've never really got the real New York experience. But yeah, we're just waiting on this stream to start, on this case to start back up. I said I wasn't going to start another stream this time. So Give me 1 minute, y'all. I'll be back in 30 seconds. So, ooh, that little Chick-fil-A, those chicken strips are kind of good. You know, I used to get the little nuggets. They got the whole strips now. They're like these. They're actually pretty good. And then I have, of course, my Arnold Palmer. They have some of the best half lemonade, half tea. They have some of the best Arnold Palmer drinks. Some people's really is nasty. But so you asked about whether Cardi B. So twofold. One of the things I want to address right quick is why didn't she just pay her something? I think I said that before, that sometimes celebrities have to go through a litigation out of principle. She obviously spent way more money on these lawyers than what she would be paying this lady. So oftentimes, because of that, if I'm going to pay you $15,000 to go away, but I'm going to have to pay my lawyer $1.5 million to represent me because I'm Cardi B, so they're going to charge me $1,500, $2,000 an hour, and they're higher like that in California anyway. Then from a financial standpoint, it usually makes sense to just pay the little, $20,000, $30,000, whatever it is, and then make them go away. The problem is, when is enough enough? And this was a situation, the way Cardi explained it, of you invaded her space. This is her story. You invaded her space. She's trying to go to the doctor's office. You're there. Then you're in my face. The way this lady described it, she backed up on the wall and you're in her face, but you're alleging in this complaint that it was unlawful imprisonment, as if Cardi kept you from moving. And you're a lot bigger than Cardi, as she said. Like, she kept you somehow from being able to move. And should I just give you $20,000, $30,000 just because I want you to go the hell away? And this is why when I tell you all, and people were like, no, if you settle, that means you did it. I'm like, no, some people literally settle. They don't want to be coming in court. They don't want to have to testify at trial. It's cheaper to just pay you. It's so many different reasonings that go into paying someone. But then you also have those people that's like, nah, I don't care. This is a no for me. And this is one of those cases for Cardi. Off rip, you're 4 months pregnant and you're saying you had this experience. We're both going head to head. You're worried because she said she wasn't feeling right. She was having pains. She hadn't even told her mama that she was pregnant. And you're going there and you don't know her history. It could have been, we don't know if she's had issues before. That's why she was concerned and went to the doctors. We don't know any of that. And the thing is, you don't know anybody's reasoning for going to the doctors for you to allegedly behave in that manner. And so perhaps she wanted people to know, you're not just going to say that I did A, B, C, D, and E to you, and I'm going to give you money. So this may have been her. And again, this was back in 2020. So this may have just been the case where she was like, no, I ain't giving you nothing. Now, in general, we have the American rule where everybody pays their own fees, their own attorney fees. However, under certain circumstances, statutorily in each state, you do have incidents of which they have to pay your attorney fees. So for instance, we told you about when I talked about the anti-SLAPP, which is when you respond to defamation lawsuits. If you win those, you can ask for attorney fees. We have motions for summary disposition here where based on after discovery, we find, listen, we went through all of this and you still aren't able to prove your case. And this is the documentation and the depositions, and we're asking that you dismiss this case, and they pay our attorney fees. In our court rule, they have it where they have to pay it. So usually it has to be court rule or statutory specific in order for them to have to pay your attorney fees. So no, it's not always automatic. And I don't know. I don't practice in California. I don't profess to practice in California. And so I don't know. And I ain't looking it up either. So somebody in California, if you're a lawyer, let me know if she prevails in this case and they get no cause, if there is a way they can ask for some attorney fees, because I don't know. There's no countersuit that I saw in this case. So yeah, and then in my opinion, she worked this case up. Like, it sounds like after she got a lawyer in 2020, this is when you go to the cosmetic surgeon in 2022. There was supposed to have been somebody before then. I don't know the date of when that person saw him. So maybe it was before she got a lawyer. I don't know. Because I don't know the basis of why he took her case. Like, she came with a story, but obviously you need something that can corroborate your story. Did you have, aside from medical records or whatever? So I'm assuming the workers' comp must have been connected, because again, this case is so disjointed with the way the questioning is happening on the plaintiff side. It's you can't follow the story. On the defense side, you can follow the story. Like, it's like the jurors are coming up with questions that should have been answered. You know, like, they're coming up with questions that should have been answered. And that should have been asked and answered while the lawyers were on there. So it's so many holes of which it's no smooth story to start from the beginning. And so you were here. Why were you here? Oh, we were here y'all was here for the All-Star game. Okay. And how long were you here for? Blah, 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 blah. And at some point, did you feel the need to go to the doctor? Yeah. And when you felt the need to go to the doctors, and you don't have to give your medical condition or any of that, how did you learn about this doctor? Tell you who it was. Okay. And so did you actually make an appointment, or did they make it for you? I made the appointment. And who took you? How did you get there? Someone took you? Anyone else ride with you? Anyone else accompany you? You went all by yourself? Like, it's like ways you can tell the story of which it's more coherent. And like, I get it. They called her, she was called adversely, meaning she was in their case in chief. However, she's a hostile witness because obviously she's not their witness. She's not there to really testify to benefit them. So they're allowed to ask leading questions. The issue is, did you prepare your leading questions to elicit the information you were trying to get to complete your story? Cross-examination is what you have to do that with. So you get to create the story through your cross. And you went there, right? Yeah. And when you saw her, you were upset, weren't you? Yeah, you were upset because you felt like she was she was fanning out. Yeah, and you didn't appreciate that, did you? No. And so you just started going off. And you were just going off and using do you use your hands when you talk? That wasn't even established. Like, you could probably go on Instagram or go someplace else to see her using her hands when she talks. Do you use your hands when you talk? The lady on the stand, the lady that was the receptionist, Tiara, when she was on the stand, when she was describing what happened, did y'all peep this out? When she was describing what happened, she said, when I came out, I saw. And why didn't you elaborate on? So when you came out and you saw, who was doing that? Was that Cardi making that hand movement? Or would that be the client? Or were they both doing it? Then you don't have to get into, yes, you established she had nails that day. But again, even if it happened, it probably wasn't even intentional. If you just seen people going back and forth, it wasn't intentional. And this is an intentional tort claim that you're putting out here. Yes, there is a negligence, but I haven't even seen where that's even fitting in here. But this is an intentional tort when you're talking about spitting on somebody, scratching somebody's face up. All of that is intentional torts. You could have like created at least a picture with her using her hand like this. Well, was Cardi doing her hand like that? Yeah, she probably would have said, yeah, they both were doing it. And when you do like this or whatever, you know, then something could have hit the face right when it was happening. At least to put you in the realm of possibility, because that's all you got right now. The case is like crumbling. This is all that you have. Oh, gosh. I'm just saying. Remember, the lawyer said yesterday he never thought this case was going to trial. He and Emani thought Cardi was going to settle out of court and just... I agree. They did not think Cardi wants to come to court, waste her time, and take that stand. I believe that. I believe that. And I also believe, which I don't know for sure, this is just my speculation, she probably went to other lawyers that didn't take the case. But that's me just speculating. Because I wouldn't pour my resources from my firm into a case like this. Because you thought wrong. You're taking a gamble on whether millions for, even if she got, let's just assume everything she's saying is true. The jury believes what she says 1,010%. Let's go to the damages. The only thing you have is your mom and your grandma saying you were depressed after this. The only thing you have is the lady from the workers' comp saying, I guess, a few things on the 7 sessions I think that she went to. What is that worth? This lady says she got scratched. So if she gets scratched in the midst of everything, she able to just she had blood coming out of hers, and she's able to just put some alcohol on it and move on, and her face looks flawless. I'm just saying. And I'm not saying that every scratch is the same. I'm just saying that she basically said, I was scratched by, in this incident for real. I'm the one that got scratched. Maybe she was looking at my forehead. I don't know. Kelly, me too. I was like, when she started doing that, I said, oh, okay, all right. He better capitalize on that. Whole tomatoes. Just whole rotten tomatoes. It didn't settle because Cardi was like, no. That's why I did. Cardi said, I'm going to pay and take this to trial. Cardi said that lady wanted $24 million. You basically trying to like straight up live the rest of your life off of Cardi B, off of a scratch. So y'all, it's 4:31. So we'll see if this comes back on shortly. Yeah, she knew she was gonna sue. But I want to know who are the witnesses that said otherwise. And then TMZ called the building, and the building said, no, we let them go because the doctor, just like Tierra testified to, They went and made a complaint about her. That's why she got fired. And you want to blame Cardi B. I guess you can say she didn't directly call anybody and say, you need to get rid of her because of blah, 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 blah. That's how it looks like in the complaint. But it sounds like what really happened is the doctor knew you got to savage yourself too in your profession and your facility. Like you guys are operating this facility in the ghetto or something. Like you don't want that type of bad press. And so you do need, I'm sure he was apologizing to her. And he probably told her he was going to do what he got to do or make sure he made a complaint because he ain't never seen nothing like this before since he been here or whatever he said in order to make her feel better about it. But it sounds like she was over it and just moved on until this lady sued 2 years later. Honey Licious said that judge getting a laugh out of this because why are you allowing last minute witness who wasn't going on the stand? Judge is trying to be fair. He said, since I let y'all, because the judge knows the jurors are probably gonna need somebody aside from Cardi B and this lady. They needed an independent person to say, Thank you guys, all of the new subscribers. We've been working, shoot. Y'all got me out here working these last few days. I ain't did one of these in a while. I had to take a break from Diddy. And listen here. And Diddy, we were just reading tweets. But it was a lot going on. We still was sitting there for 4 and 5 hours. All right, let's see. I'm going to add this to the stage so we can be ready. And see what happens next. We just don't know. She did. She was exactly who she is off the stand that she was on the stand. It's another lawsuit. Did you all see here in Michigan? It was this guy, he's an apostle. How he's been able to do this for years, I don't know. Because 10 years ago, I think is when they had a deposition that was going all over YouTube. His name is David E. Taylor. And he has a headquarters in Taylor, Michigan called JMMI. And many people were saying that it was cultish. And he finally got indicted today. I'm like, the feds are the most patient people I have ever seen, because he's been accused of all this stuff that's in the indictment for years. So he's like one of those, he would have his staff or workers, they basically would live in housing, and their job were to be in the call center to raise money so that David basically could have everything he needs luxury wise. And he would make them go and say they're homeless so they can get food stamps, and they would have to turn it over to him and the staff. This is alleged, because this is what people have come out and said. He had women that have come out. I know one of them was a gospel artist, came out that he had basically bamboozled her. And so he had raised today, I think it was in Texas and Michigan, and it was another state that he was doing stuff in allegedly. And so they finally indicted him here in Michigan. But yeah, he's been doing this forever. I was like, I'm going to have to pull that indictment because it's been a long time coming. Amy said at this point, I believe Cardi B. Oh yeah, it's a if you Google David E. Taylor on YouTube, there's a deposition of this dude, and somebody sued him, or somehow he was in a lawsuit and they leaked out the deposition, and he was basically saying his big mansions and stuff because he wasn't paying taxes on them. He was like, oh, this is where we do retreats. And they're like, okay, we looked at these receipts for Gucci and Louis Vuitton and Chanel. Oh, that's it. The bill was only $15,000. That's really good. I mean, the ministry provides for my uniforms. So those and that people were clowning that deposition for years. And finally, he got indicted today. Like, he would do things like, we need $14,000 raise today. Like, this was in text messages allegedly. We need $14,000 raised today. If you don't raise this money, there'll be consequences. He also said that he could personally, Jesus will come and visit him at the church. So he'll be standing there on the stage and he'll be like, I see Jesus. Do you all see him? He's coming. Look at that. So he was like the only one, ever, on earth that can really see Jesus. He was a trip. Dude is a trip. And because it's here, I'm about to go to every doggone hearing he have. I'm going to do him like I did Whitehead. He did. That's what he said. You know what, Queen Shadina? I'm not even going to lie to you. I was talking to Dev and I was like, frozen bank accounts, looking a little fishy. Frozen bank accounts and stuff. I don't know. Yep, Apostle David E. Taylor. I'm gonna have to download his indictment. But yeah, that's been the breaking news around here all day since this morning. He was like, until you're going to be fasting until you comply. You're eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So either people lived in housing that was like crazy and they were stacked on each other, or they were at their job was to be at the call center and they would get donations and they would tell people they're building wells and doing stopping sex trafficking and all of that. And then he was using it for his lifestyle to fund his life. Dave, yep, and Michelle Brannon, or whatever her name. But she used to, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Vicky Yohe, a white gospel artist. He was messing with her. And she was coming, traveling with him, and then she was with them for a minute, and she came out and just kind of confessed that she was, getting it in with him, even though they was not supposed to be, because they weren't married. And she learned like that he was sleeping with all these people. And so she wrote a book, and she called the feds, I think, on them. So some of these texts they got from 2020 and 2021 might have been because she was like on their neck about trying to shut it down. She was contacting people. Then they like chased her off the internet. They hacked her page, and she was getting threats and all type of stuff when she went vocal about it. But she was like the only one that I guess would be considered somewhat of a celebrity-ish in the gospel realm. And so she was like really, yeah, a whole clown. Yeah, he be giving them Plan B. David E. Taylor is a trip. But his deposition was like iconic. When I say iconic, and I know some people were like, after that deposition, why didn't they do anything then? I'm like, listen, the feds like to win-win. That's why the Diddy trial was just interesting to me. I think they had started something and it just didn't turn out the way they thought. But typically, until they got concrete information, they like to win-win. They don't just like to win. They like to annihilate you. So they have the patience of Job. They like don't want to leave any room for doubt. Yeah, this is a press release. I think this is what I saw earlier. I didn't look at the indictment though. I didn't look at the indictment yet. Crazy. That's gonna be an interesting case. I just got an email for trial skills seminar. I'm like, shoot, I might need to forward this to some other people. What is this? He was making them become sovereign citizens, homeschooling all the kids. Was he? See, I didn't even know all that. Wow. All right, Cardi, let's get this party started now. It's 5 o'clock. We already been rocking with y'all till 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time every night. put on law and crime. Let's see. No, Danielle.
You alive?
No, Danielle.
Oh my god.
Danielle said it's been hours. Are you done yet? No, they won't come back, Danielle. I need them to finish this trial.
I have to put it up to the
Resilient Red said Cardi made me feel guilty and run downstairs, cut up some fruit, so I'm not security heavy. And Lord knows that's what I needed to do, but instead I ordered Chick-fil-A. I need to get my life together. It's almost hibernation season too. She talked. This is how I know I got to get it together, because she did say, you know, she did do her little funny there, and it still didn't stop me from ordering this Chick-fil-A. Okay, I didn't even think about, girl, you might want to get you a salad, because you went to the doctor's this morning and you was looking, starting to be a little security heavy too. And I didn't even think that, and I should have, and I didn't.
salad for who?
You said I'm not security heavy, but I'm security. Oh my sister is in real life. She can lift up engines with her bare hands. I remember when I was younger, like in my 20s, and I had broke up with this guy, and I had this weight bench at my house. And I told my sister he wouldn't come get it. I need his weight bench up out of my house. And she came over there. She was lifting all of them like this. Put the mugs to the curb, like. I was like, girl, jeez. I was like, dang. She was picking the mugs up like how I'm picking up this right here. I was like, I can't pick that up. That stuff is heavy. She's like, his stuff getting up out of here. Shoot. She just walked the mugs to the. She's like, I used to do bench pressing in college. I was like, oh, okay. And she's the reason why I talk so slick. They are really taking their time to return. What are we talking about now? Now it's 5 o'clock. What are we doing? And listen, Court TV ain't playing with y'all. You gotta be in their membership to chat in their chat. You have to be a member. They are not playing with y'all. They said no freebies here. We making money off this piece. Yep, they did the same thing yesterday. Mm-hmm. You said we're back. We never left really. I stayed here. I took moments here and there where I ate my food, but we never left. This the same stream been up for 4 hours. An hour of it is just lunch, the lunch break, and now we're going on about an hour and a half of the lunch break. So we're just waiting on them to come back, but they have not come back yet. Yes, I enjoyed my food, Toria. Thank you for asking. Shanti said, be sure they know people sit online and troll all day, especially when a case like this, nothing but kids being weird in comments. Yeah, I can see that. Mm, 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 mm. All right, Cardi B, she on here posting. She got a Cardi B, Am I the Drama? Is the name of her album, I guess. So you can pre-save. It's pre-saved on Spotify. Guess it's number 5 right now. So every day it looks like she's getting out of court and promoting her as she should. She got the spotlight. This is the perfect timing. Let's see. You said the comments on Long Crime were insane. Yeah, I bet. You said the single is fire. She has nails in that video. Excuse me. Let me see. Yeah, I see her. Let me look at her nails. Oh, she does got the pointy nails on that one. Hold on. They look like she has them like the birds, like the black birds that she's lost on it. Hold on. I can't even make it bigger. I won't let me make it bigger. But yeah, she has like the those are the nails old girl was trying to say that she had. It's like the ones on this picture. But she has her nails looking like claws, like the claws of a bird. You said those people are crazy as hell, not even listening to their case, just making ridiculous comments. I have never let anyone have so much control over my mind. Many of us watch these trials for different reasons. Some people really get invested. And again, like I told y'all, I learned the hard way with Tory Lanez. The way I'm not on Station Head, so I had no clue about Station Head. Never knew what Station Head was. Never knew how to sign on to Station Head. Never knew none of that. So apparently during that time, I was being dragged on Station Head. Now, I was literally a new content creator. I probably had 3,000 subscribers, if that many. And I flew out there to cover the trial. And because I wasn't pro Tory, I wasn't pro anybody. I was just really reporting what was happening, people got really pissed. Like they were like, you supposed to be swaying like we are. You supposed to embellish and make stuff up like we doing. That's kind of like how they felt. So people that I was cool with in the beginning, that we just had cordial conversations, by the end of it, honey, I was walking home and eating at the table by myself at lunchtime. At first, when I was there, hey Pam, come with us at the cool people's table, because they had a little lunchroom in the courthouse. Come sit with us at the cool people's table. I'm like, okay, I'm coming. Would you guys want me to get you a pop? I'm getting me a pop. Go sit down, child. By the time it was over, I was sitting there looking. I was one of them people getting my food and just looking around like, is it a free table? It's one over there in the corner. I was sitting in the corner. It was a couple of times Deb came and brought Danielle and we ate together. Then it was a young lady there I met named, she called herself Cupcake, Samantha. She was there and she was like in the cool people crowd for a minute. Then she fell out with everybody. So, you know, I met her the first day too. So we still were kind of cool when she came. She wasn't coming like, you know, every day. And she came and there was a couple of times like she called, like, I want to buy you lunch. I was like, thank you. Because, you know, I was just solo bolo. I didn't know I was pissing people off because I was saying my legal thoughts when they were asking me in the hallway, do you think that I was like, child, he about to be found guilty. Everybody they were looking in the hallway. I was like, oh my God, Deb, you might want to pull up in the front of this building because these people are really, really like willing to catch a case for this man. And yeah, then just a year, maybe earlier this year or last year, I found out that I was being dragged on Station Head. So the girl Samantha sent me a link. She said, Pam, listen to this on Station Head. I'm like, what? So I click on it. I'm like, whoa, I gotta sign up for this. I don't have Station Head. So I signed up for it just so that I can see what they were talking about. And they were like, Pam's in the chat. Pam's in the chat. I'm like, okay. And she was like, I apologize. I didn't know what was happening in the trial. I was listening to such and so on the trial. And because of what she was saying, you know, I just didn't pay, you know, basically, I don't know if she said bad things about me. I don't know. But she was like apologizing and this and that. And it was just so weird. I was like, okay. I didn't even know it was being said. So you're kind of apologizing for things I didn't even know existed. And then she said, what I did was once things started going south with Milagro and the whole Meg Thee Stallion situation with the lawsuit, she started revisiting my videos. So she said she went back to my commentary on what I was saying back then, and she was like, she was just in the car driving and she put it on and she's like, she really was just saying what was in this damn courtroom. And that's the moment that I learned that people don't care about the truth or the facts. They just support their favorites. And that, my friend, is an idol. When you idolize someone to the point that you really can't even see anything but things that are favorable to them, you have dang near made them your God. And I did not understand this when I came into this situation. And so that's why I told the mods, and I got new, you know, added additional mods. I was like, drop them, block them. It's your choice whether you want to put them in timeout in the corner, if you want to send them over to a whole nother country. You can send them to a whole nother continent. Okay, that's up to y'all how you want to proceed, because I understand how people get when it comes to their fave, and I'm not doing that with people in this chat. I'm not doing it. There's going to be plenty of chats that it does not matter. They're still going to say, just like what happened over here, you can't accept the fact that Cardi B is coming on the winning end right now. You can't accept the fact that the evidence ain't evidencing right now. We don't know what Tuesday's going to hold, but as we sit here today, with what he's presented, which is his case, except for these random people, I guess, from next week, you can't accept that. So now you got to say, oh, but she's definitely going to lose the one with the water bottle in the microphone. So instead of conceding, this is how people get wrongfully convicted. Instead of conceding, okay, I may have got this one wrong. Okay, she got this one. You're going to come up with a way to still connect her to being liable for something. This didn't teach you that you might want to look at the facts first before you come up with what you come up with. I'm just saying. Jules said, I don't necessarily care for Cardi B. Based on the facts of this case, I award this lady $0. She initiated the conflict and there is no evidence of physical harm or emotional distress. That's what I said. Even if, and this is probably was the weakest portion of their case anyway. Even if Cardi did everything that she said that she did, what are your damages for real? You chose to get cosmetic surgery, saying that it was this deep, but the picture that we saw of her face we couldn't even tell it was a scratch. And you gotta basically pump it up and say things such as you had on makeup, right? She had on makeup on this. You see, well, yeah, she had lipstick and eyeshadow. So yeah, she probably had, because can't nobody see a scratch on that pictures. You try to get the doctor to say, well, yeah, it looks more serious up front, up close in real life than on the picture. So you were trying to up and explain away because the damages just aren't there. You miscalculated is what it sounds like. You thought she was going to be like, I'm not going to sit up here and go to trial. I got other issues because of all these other things that have happened. Or she's not going to want to do it because she's been accused of doing this before. She's been accused of, she pled guilty, I think, to an assault. She had alleged affiliations with certain groups of people. But those were not admissible because it was more prejudicial than probative to talk about that, because people will try to say, if you did it before, you do it again.
Yes, Your Honor. I did request a short hearing about the issue that I have. I have someone from my office who did research on this photograph here. This was taken on February 18th of 2018. And when this was presented, the court was advised and everybody was advised that it was on February 24th of 2018. If the court would take judicial notice of People magazine, I can put it on Elmo if the court wishes to see it. It was published on February 19, 2018 at 11:25 a.m. Eastern Time by People magazine, which shows this exact same photograph. So it would be a misrepresentation.
Do you have a witness to testify?
I do. I have Mr. Tucker Grossman.
That he looked on the internet?
Well, he does my investigations at this time, and he would be testifying that this photograph was taken on February 18th of 2018. That game that she's speaking of, the All-Star game, was on February 18th of 2018. It's a whole week before. So I would like to recall the plaintiff. I'd like to call him somebody to clarify this issue. That's all I'm asking.
Your Honor, may I? Yeah, Your Honor. That photograph is provided to us by Atlantic Records. We have someone who can attest to that, Justin Grant. When you search up that photo, you find it was from February 18th, 2024. That was All-Star Weekend in 2024. And there are people that have reposted it and incorrectly put 2018. So what the plaintiff's counsel is saying is not accurate. It was 2024.
Okay.
Yeah, I had some.
2018. You know what I'm saying? February 18th, 2018.
I will stipulate that the date is February 18th of 2018. The problem with that testimony, or the problem with that representation from counsel is This incident happened 6 days later.
Right, and that was my point of using it. She
So-
testified
so
it was
hold
the same
on.
nails on.
No, Your Honor,
Testified
she testified
it was the
that
same
she got
nails
this
for a
picture taken
week.
on the same day. She
No,
testified
she
under oath
didn't.
that at 6 p.m. on February 24, 2018, this picture was taken. That's false.
She
That
did
is a
not
false statement. Her
testify.
own attorney admits February
No.
18th of 2018 is the date of this photograph.
Okay.
She did not
I'm not
testify
going
to
to
that.
have the jury waiting for this. We're ready to call the next defense witness.
There's one other issue, Your Honor.
How is that?
I did have a conversation with the witnesses that I have. They're unable to appear Tuesday morning. It's not possible.
Okay, then you're not going to call him.
I understand that that's the court ruling, but I just want to put on the record as soon as I learned that
Okay.
I cannot produce them Tuesday morning.
Okay. All right.
That means no rest.
You want to bring in the jury?
So now he can't produce them on Tuesday either. You guys hear that? She testified. He doesn't know what he's talking. He didn't listen because she testified she had the same nails the entire week. She said she had those on the All-Star Weekend. That's why she was there. That was the picture from All-Star Weekend. And she said, I had the same nails on for the entire week. Oh, Jesus. Bro, you trying though. You trying. Let me see if I could pull her thing up. Hold on.
And witness.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're still on the record in the Ellis matter. We're now joined by the jury and alternates. At this point in time, we're going to suspend plaintiff's case in chief. We're going to begin the defense case in chief. And does the defense have a witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense calls Dr. James Rosenberg.
All right.
I believe maybe in all.
Okay. Do you want to retrieve him?
Yeah.
Mr. Rosenberg, may I please have you go around?
Oh, I'm sorry, around the other way?
Yes, please. And stand right next to the profile. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
I'm like, why is this playing twice?
Yes, Rosenberg,
Sorry, y'all.
R-O-S-E-B-E.
I'm like, why is
Perfect.
this
Thank
playing
you. You may
twice?
proceed. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
I forgot I had both of them going at the same time.
Please introduce yourself for the jury.
My name's Dr. James Rosenberg. I'm a licensed medical doctor in California. I specialize in psychiatry.
Can you please outline your professional education for us?
Yes, I studied philosophy and molecular biology at UC Berkeley. I then did a year of surgery research at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including coronary laser angioplasty research. I attended medical school for 4 years at UCLA. I then did an internship in primarily specialties of surgery and cancer medicine, including neurosurgery and cardiothoracic surgery. I then did a 3-year residency at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute in psychiatry, and I did a fellowship in forensic psychiatry at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland with a Dr. Philip Resnick.
Okay, and what licenses and board certifications do you hold?
So my license is to practice medicine in the state of California. I have a lifetime board certification in psychiatry. In 1996, I got my second board certification in forensic psychiatry, a subspecialty of psychiatry involved in the legal system. That's every 10 years. I renewed it for another 10 years until 2016. And then due to a very bad experience I had in a criminal case, my wife and I decided I wouldn't renew it again and I would stop doing criminal work.
Okay, can you please briefly summarize your professional experience as a psychiatrist?
Yes, so after I completed my training and came back to my fellowship, I became assistant director of psychiatry at the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center and ran the Locke Psychiatric Intensive Care Unit at UCLA Teaching Service and was there for a few years. I was a member of the UCLA Medical School faculty for 16 years. After I left the VA, because my forensic consultation practice started to get busy, I always continued to see patients at least one day a week unrelated to any legal matter. Most recently, it was 22 years at a nonprofit community mental health clinic in Van Nuys, providing psychiatric evaluation treatment of homeless and low-income individuals. My forensic psychiatry practice, the first half of my career was primarily criminal cases, approximately 200 murders, mass murders, serial criminals, and other types of major crimes. The second half has been primarily civil litigation matters of brain injuries, catastrophic physical injuries with PTSD claims, and employment-related matters. I've consulted over the years to the United States Attorney in Washington, D.C. on organized crime in the Eastern District of New York, the Medical Board, the Attorney General, and also for 8 years I was a consultant to the show Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
My favorite.
Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 220 to the witness. Dr. Rosebrook, it's Exhibit 220 in the blue binder.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm at 220.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this looks like the first page of my resume or curriculum vitae.
And can you please flip through it and let me know if that's a true, correct copy of your CV?
Yes, this is the most current version, last updated February 2023.
Thank you. Your Honor, defendant moves to admit Exhibit 220 in evidence.
I object to that at this point. Excellent. Hold on.
You're adjusting everything.
Have you been retained as an expert on behalf of the defendant Cardi B in this case?
That's my understanding.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to conduct a psychiatric evaluation of Ms. Ellis's emotional injury claims related to the incident on February 24th, 2018.
Have you served as a retained expert in previous cases?
Yes, both criminal and civil matters, probably over my career, maybe 1,500 times.
Oh, about it.
Experts are paid for their time. What is your rate that you charge for the time that you spent working on this case?
So I charge, my base rate is $550 an hour, which is for reviewing records, my face-to-face examination of Ms. Ellis, scoring the psychological testing, and writing a report. My rate for testimony in deposition, which was taken in this case, or trial like today, is $800 an hour, and there's a 4-hour blocks.
Oh,
Does your fee depend in any way on whether your opinion is favorable to Cardi B?
No, that's never been the case. And for example, I've never worked on the lien, which does involve that type of interest from my non-attorney standpoint.
Do you recall approximately how long you've been engaged on this matter?
I believe it's been since early 2023.
Okay, and how much have you charged in this matter over those 2.5 roughly years?
Well, for reviewing the records, which I've had to re-review, and additional records, examination, the psych testing, my report, preparing for deposition with plaintiff's counsel, I think I've thus far charged something a little over $30,000.
Okay. And I believe you testified that you conducted a psychiatric evaluation of the plaintiff as part of your duties in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, so the psychiatric evaluation is, to me, a broader term that consists of the triad of reviewing records, conducting a face-to-face examination, and scoring and utilizing the psychological testing that was administered during that examination. So it's a matter of integrating and correlating and weighing the information from those three sources.
And can you please, in just a little more detail, explain what happened during that evaluation in this case?
Certainly. So I believe it was in July, maybe around July 21st, 2023. So it took about, I would say, roughly 6 hours. The entire examination was audio recorded. And the first half of the examination was the administration of the psychological testing, where using gold standard psychological tests, I provided them to Ms. Ellis. I was there with her the entire time and made sure she understood the instructions, and then she filled out the answering sheets, circles or bubble and answer sheets as she went along. The second half of the day was the interview, and in accordance with generally accepted principles, whether it's a patient care clinical setting or forensic setting like this, the interview involves a wide variety of background areas in order to establish a baseline, some of these risk and resilience factors for developing a psychiatric disorder. So it includes, for example, a brief developmental history, education growing up, employment, social marital relationships, medications, general medical history, substance use history, if any, whether there are any family history of any psychiatric or medical conditions that are relevant and carry a genetic risk for Ms. Ellis, as well as legal issues like workers' comp claims. So a variety of background areas. And then to establish that baseline in detail, what Ms. Ellis was like, let's say in the month or so before the incident in this case, then a brief discussion of that incident, and then in detail tracing the onset and course of her reported emotional and other symptoms and how that's affected her, in the context of also correlating that with her real life day-to-day function and any health care that she sought out and received.
Okay, and based on that examination, did you reach any conclusions with respect to whether the plaintiff suffered a mental or emotional injury as a result of her encounter with Cardi B?
Yes, I did reach an opinion, as with all my opinions, I reached an opinion with reasonable medical probability in that regard.
Thank you. And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that there is no significant evidence that Ms. Ellis sustained an emotional injury at any point in time in this case, from the time of the incident to present, with the understanding that an emotional injury, from my standpoint, consists of the onset of one or more psychiatric diagnoses in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's guidelines or criteria, or the substantial worsening if there was a pre-existing disorder. And that, in my opinion, Ms. Ellis has never qualified for that in this case.
Thank you. I believe you testified that one of the parts of your examination was psychological testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please briefly explain what those tests were?
Yes. So, again, what's very important is first the choice of tests. I use gold standard tests that are well validated scientifically and recognized as appropriate tests for this context. So the purpose of the test is that first they have validity scales that look at how somebody's approaching taking the test and what information that says generally about how the individual may be approaching reporting an emotional injury claim, as well as on the test specifically. They then include a variety of clinical scales: anxiety, depression, PTSD, physical symptoms, substance use, cognitive symptoms, meaning things like memory, attention, concentration, personality, psychosis, a variety of factors like that.
And can you please identify what tests are administered?
Yes, so I administered the MMPI-3. I'm sorry, it was either the MMPI-3 or the MMPI-2-RF. Those are the current ultimate gold standard tests. You have to pass that test. For example, to fly a passenger jet, to be in the Secret Service, you have to pass that, or the other test I gave, for example, to become a law enforcement officer in California. So I gave the MMPI-2-RF or the MMPI-3. I gave the only other gold standard test of that type, the Personality Assessment Inventory, or PAI. And then something that's very secondary is I gave a brief screening cognitive test, simple 10-minute test used in primary care that looks at things like attention, memory, concentration.
And can you please summarize for the jury what the process of taking the MMPI-2 or 3 test looks like?
Sure. So, I first ask if the individual is familiar with it, and then that she can see the answer sheet in the booklet, have her read the formal instructions at the beginning of the test booklet and tell me that she understands them. And then it's a matter of answering about 335 questions where you bubble in on a separate answer sheet, true or false, for those questions. And then I take the results of that and I use the test publisher's official scoring software, which I have on a laptop computer, input those answers, and then generate a statistical report based upon her answers that provides a variety of scales and scores, and then narrative text, meaning it provides a text description of what individuals like these scores tend to look like, although it doesn't talk specifically about Ms. Ellis. And you would never want to make an opinion about somebody based on just a test. Again, it's a matter of correlating them with your overall evaluation, with the interview and the record review.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to show trial exhibit 229 to the witness.
Real thirsty.
Objection here, sir.
If you don't want to publish it at the point.
Not at this point.
Oh, okay, I thought I had no objection showing this public.
Thank you. Can you please turn in the blue binder to exhibit 229?
Okay, I'm at 229. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes. So this is the report of the MMPI-2 psychological test that I administered to Ms. Ellis on July 21st, 2023, and which I provided along with other documents to opposing counsel before my deposition.
And does this document refresh your recollection as to which version of the MMPI-2 test you conducted in Ms. Ellis' case?
Yes, I gave the MMPI-2. That and the MMPI-3 are the most recent and, again, the gold standard tests worldwide in this kind of a context.
Thank you. And that report that you have in front of you, did you create that document yourself?
Well, I created it in the sense that I inputted her answers into the test publisher software on my laptop. I then double-checked the answer through a process that's provided by the software. And then I had the software generate this report, again, using statistical algorithm that is intrinsic to the software. I don't personally score any of the scales. I don't personally write out any of the text interpretation that's in it. My job is then, how do I use that information once it's available in an overall assessment?
And is it fair to say that you used this report as an analytical tool in reaching your conclusions with respect to Ms. Ellis?
Yes, again, considering all of the information available to me from the records, the exam, the testing, I utilized inductive medical reasoning, a best fit logical reasoning, the same reasoning I would use if I was in an emergency room, if I was a surgeon or I was a radiologist.
Do you use this software and the reports that are generated from it regularly in your psychological evaluations?
Yes, I've used these tests several hundreds of times. I have the highest user rating qualification from both test publishers.
Okay, and do you recall when this particular report was generated?
My best recollection is I generated it, shortly after the examination had been completed. But I just apologize, I don't recall a specific date.
Thank you. Defendant moves to admit Exhibit 229 into evidence.
Motion here, sir.
Your Honor, may I publish page 2 of Exhibit 229?
All right.
You need to know these results.
All right, and Dr. Rosenberg, you can see at the top there, I suppose you could look at the binder as well.
If you turn your screen on, the top left button on the top left side, it should be down there.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's much better. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, yes, sir. I can see it now. I wasn't able to see that.
Thank you. If you look at the top of the page, it says validity scales. Can you please explain what that means?
Yes. So these are the most important scales of their type for this in the MMPI-3 of any test in the world, any psychological test. The validity scales look at how somebody is approaching the test. The first two scales, VRIN and TRIN, variable and true response indicator, look at whether somebody understood the test questions and responded to them in a consistent fashion. So those first have to be valid before you can go on to interpret the rest of the test. The remainder of the validity scales, the vast majority of them, look at their F scales because they look at infrequent responses. These scales become more and more elevated if an individual endorses or answers questions endorsing symptoms that are infrequent, meaning that even somebody who actually had that mental disorder would not actually endorse them. And these scales are scored against a large statistical population, cross-section population of the United States. And then the last couple scales, the L scale, looks at a different type of potential manipulation, portraying yourself in an overly positive or virtuous light. And then the last one is just a correction to that.
Thank you. And what do Ms. Ellis's test results in this case show you? I'm sorry, specifically with respect to the validity scales.
Yeah, so looking at these, it's more fun to do it from memory, but looking at these scales, they demonstrate that when Ms. Ellis took this test, that she generated scale elevations in the range that only reasonably could be interpreted as either severe symptom exaggeration or symptom fabrication. From a psychiatric standpoint, obviously, I'm not giving a factual opinion. So if we look at F, the third one over with a T-score of 83, so these are compared against a normal bell curve of statistical scores where a T-score of 50 is in the middle. And every time you go out 10, you're going out another standard deviation. So at a T-score of 83, the F scale that looks at things like anxiety, depression, PTSD, she generated a score more than 3 standard deviations above the norm. And statistically, only 48 people out of 100,000 would actually generate that score, even if they really had the condition. If we then look at the other scales thereafter, the FS scale, S is for somatic, meaning physical symptoms. The FBS, which is the fake bad scale or symptom validity scale, and the RBS scale, those look at physical health symptoms and they look at cognitive symptoms like attention, concentration, primarily if you're evaluating a brain injury claim. And so on those scales, with the understanding that, as I'll discuss, Ms. Ellis has not sought out any type of from my review of the Kaiser records and my audio recorded interview, any type of physical health problem whatsoever, and certainly hasn't had a brain injury. These elevations are extraordinarily high. The FBS, or fake bad scale elevation, of a T-score of 102, at 5 standard deviations above the norm, only 2 individuals out of 1 billion would actually have that score if he or she had the actual disorder. So these are extremely high. They're far beyond the range of somebody who could just be distressed and is trying to emphasize how distressed she is, or so-called cry for help. These are in the range of elevation that no individual, even with the conditions, would reasonably have at that statistical elevation, putting aside that she doesn't even claim those types of symptoms in the first place.
Thank you. What types of symptoms would that be?
So for the FS to have an elevation on F sub S, which is somatic or physical, especially a significant elevation, you would have to have a serious physical health condition. Let's say you have cancer, or you recently had a heart attack, or you're in heart failure, or you have uncontrolled diabetes, things like that. FBS is particularly sensitive to symptom fabrication or exaggeration in individuals who've had traumatic brain injuries. But again, even if you had a severe disabling traumatic brain injury and you were in a rehabilitation facility, your elevation would be maybe a T-score of 70, 75. Again, at 102, where it's 2 people in a billion, no individual who even had a brain injury would reasonably endorse that score. Where again, they get elevated the more and more you endorse symptoms that no person who actually has the condition would actually report those symptoms. And then RBS is cognitive. So again, it looks at things like attention, memory, and concentration. And again, hers is elevated in the range of 4 standard deviations. So, it would be well over 100 million to 1 that she would actually have those symptoms.
Thank you. Can you please turn to page 10 of the report?
Of this psych testing report?
Yes. Towards the bottom, you see is written diagnostic considerations.
Yes.
Can you please explain what that section is saying?
Yeah, so again, the report doesn't talk about Ms. Ellis specifically. It talks about, at a statistical level, individuals who have these scales and scores tend to look like this. And the diagnoses that are suggested are rank ordered in the priority of how likely they are. And so the first diagnosis listed is malingering of somatic and or cognitive symptoms, primarily generated by the elevation of the F sub S, the fake bad scale, and the RBS. And so, and malingering refers to the intentional gross exaggeration or otherwise fabrication or manipulation of symptoms for secondary gain in the field of psychiatry, and is actually in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's published guidelines.
And again, this section of the report, like everything else, this was generated as a result of the test publisher software. Is that correct?
Yes, the test publisher software, the statistical scoring, which involves hundreds of thousands of individuals, and then detailed mathematical statistical algorithms that are used to score this test and prepare this report.
You testified earlier that there were other psychological tests that you administered. Are the results of those tests similar with respect to symptom exaggeration or fabrication?
Well, I'd say yes and no. The other test, the personality assessment inventory, does not have as sensitive of validity scales to detect exaggeration or other manipulation, though it does show some evidence of that. But when we look at the clinical scales on the personality assessment inventory, Ms. Ellis generated such huge elevations for scales like anxiety, physical symptoms, PTSD, depression, again, several deviations above the norm, that make no reasonable sense unless somebody was actually, for example, so ill that she required inpatient psychiatric care on medications, was critically ill or terminally ill with physical health conditions. The other inconsistency is that on the MMPI-2 RF, she scored, accepting her symptoms at face value, she scored very high on symptoms for paranoid thinking at the level of somebody with a paranoid psychotic disorder like schizophrenia. And that was not seen on the PAI. So that would be an inconsistency between them. But it also would be another example of symptom endorsement that makes no reasonable sense except for intentional gross fabrication or outright fabrication of symptoms in this case. At that level of paranoid thinking, again, would be like a uncontrolled schizophrenia requiring acute inpatient care on medication. But by the same token, taking it at face value, it is, from my standpoint, of relevance to the trier of fact in evaluating somebody with that degree of paranoia and suspiciousness, how that individual reacts to or responds in neutral situations, social situations, potential arguments.
You mentioned a high paranoid thinking score. I believe that's correct.
I'm sorry, so what did you say?
Did you mention a high paranoid thinking score? Is that how you phrased it?
Yes, on the 3 key scales of the MMPI-2 for paranoid thinking, again, typically seen in something like schizophrenia, she had significant elevations on those scales, all 3, again, in the range, which we see here in the text report, how the report interprets it, at the level of somebody who's a paranoid psychotic with delusions, not just somebody who feels, a little stressed or like somebody's looking over her shoulder.
And as a professional and a psychiatrist, how would you interpret that score in this case?
So again, I think there are only 2 reasonable ways to interpret it. One would be that it's another common manifestation in how somebody in an emotional injury case produces either gross exaggeration or outright fabrication of symptoms in an attempt to look injured. The alternative is that part of somebody's baseline where in day-to-day interactions, she interprets normal or neutral interactions as a personal attack. But the only other reasonable alternative, taking it at face value, would be she actually has a psychotic mental disorder like paranoid schizophrenia with things like hallucinations, believing that there's a plot to have her killed, satellites are watching her, her phone is bugged, things of that sort.
And based on the other elements of your examination, did you make a conclusion as to which one of those would be true here?
Well, I think reasonably from a psychiatric standpoint, given all the other information available to me, the reasonable interpretation is that it's another example of severe symptom manipulation, exaggeration, or fabrication. But again, it also has to be considered, again, from a factual standpoint for the trier of fact, does it demonstrate paranoid thinking that can affect how somebody reacts in a situation or a disagreement?
But to be clear, are you diagnosing Ms. Ellis with, for example, schizophrenia?
No, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, because in schizophrenia, and obviously there's a spectrum, there are individuals who are very well controlled on medication. I know I've had schizophrenic patients, who are like run corporations and do very well, but the vast majority tend to have very severe and chronic courses, often homeless in mental institutions. And so, but with these levels of scores, if you had schizophrenia, you would function at a very low level. You wouldn't be able to maintain reasonable family relationships. You wouldn't be able to hold a job. You wouldn't be able to function in major life activities. And again, you would require psychiatric hospitalization and antipsychotic medication.
Did you diagnose Ms. Ellis with any psychiatric conditions?
No, again, since I equate for a case like this, emotional injury with have you developed one or more psychiatric disorders as a result of your allegations of the incident with Cardi B. I have no diagnosis for her because she has sustained no emotional injury.
Okay, and apart from the test results, are there any other factors on which you base your conclusion that plaintiff hasn't suffered any mental or emotional injury?
Yes.
What are those?
So the first factor is that, again, I accept Ms. Ellis's report or allegations of what happened that day in that incident, reasonably from a psychiatric standpoint, that would be a stressful or upsetting situation. You might be mad or angry for a day. You might lose some sleep over it. It might be in the back of your mind for a few days. But reasonably, people don't develop psychiatric disorders like an anxiety disorder, depression, from an argument or an unpleasant interaction like that on a single basis. That just makes no reasonable sense. And as we'll discuss, makes even less sense in Ms. Ellis's case because it turns out, although she didn't share them with me when I asked, she's had multiple traumas in her life. And according to her, those didn't cause emotional problems. So she obviously must have great resilience, and it would make no sense that this much more minor thing somehow would, when most people wouldn't. The other reason is that, well, I have a few reasons, but I promise I'll stop talking soon. Another reason it's important to understand that this doesn't constitute a trauma. Again, accepting Ms. Ellis's report of what happened at face value, it doesn't constitute a trauma. It would be a stressor to some degree on an interpersonal basis, but under the American Psychiatric Association standards for what constitutes a trauma, for example, to be able to develop PTSD, this does not meet that. It has to be something like life-threatening accident, illness, witness to violence. So, for example, physical or sexual abuse growing up, kidnapping, sexual assault, military combat. These things are traumas, and they can lead to PTSD. An argument or unpleasant interpersonal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD. And that's particularly important for us since some of Ms. Ellis's most dramatic scores on the psych testing have been profound elevations of PTSD scales, again, in a range where no individual who actually had PTSD would reasonably generate those scores.
Are there any other factors?
Yes, so another important factor is, again, in accordance with the published generally accepted guidelines of the American Psychiatric Association in our diagnostic manual, whenever there is a psychiatrist or psychologist is doing an evaluation in a legal context where financial gain or some other type of secondary gain is at stake, you always have to consider and rule out the risk of intentional manipulation for financial gain. And in that context, in this case, Ms. Ellis has demonstrated a significant pattern of inconsistencies and other symptom validity issues. For example, in my audio recorded examination, again, there's an audio recorded record, she told me, with the exception of a couple sessions of family therapy when she was 12 because her sister had been sexually assaulted by a neighbor, she could not recall a single trauma in her entire life growing up. Couldn't remember a single one in response to my detailed question. Whereas, for example, in her deposition, she reported that she was a victim growing up of domestic violence in the home, gang violence, other violence. Schoolmates were shot and killed. She was physically mugged in high school. Her car was broken into several times. None of those were reported to me. So those represent an important mismatch in a legal case where an individual potentially tries to make everything about the incident that can be compensable in a lawsuit. Another example along the same lines is in my audio recorded exam, she told me that all of her emotional problems from the day of the incident, in this case, February 2018 to present, have been entirely due to what happened with Cardi B and absolutely nothing else. And she couldn't identify any other stressors in recent years that could be relevant. Whereas again, in her deposition testimony, The same year, January 2018, her mother was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. Later in the year, her mother had radiation therapy for cancer.
So objection right to privacy of the mother.
If you want to describe the issues more generically.
My apologies, Honor.
Sure.
And the same year, one of her friends committed suicide. And then, again, none of those things were shared with me. So that would be another example. I do have a couple more.
I think, setting aside that mismatch that you're discussing, are there any other general topics, general factors on which you base your conclusion?
Yes. So another factor that I have to consider as a psychiatrist and medical doctor is there a mismatch across sources of information, considering the records I've reviewed, the psych testing I did, the interview. So another factor, which is very important, is to correlate somebody's subjective, meaning what she reports, emotional injury claims of injury, with real life day-to-day function as a more objective measure. So in this case, if I accepted Ms. Ellis's reports at face value, particularly with the psych testing, she would have profound off the charts PTSD, profound disabling depression, anxiety, profound disabling physical health conditions. Whereas when I compare that to her real life function, she's had intact relationships with her, loving relationships with her family, which would not be reasonable in context, particularly of profound PTSD. That she's, in a few months after the altercation and continuing to the present, she's had a job that not only has been higher paying for her, but has been more demanding, requires top, excellent interpersonal skills, how to deal with people, troubled youths, and emotional resilience, and has, per her deposition, performed it well. Again, total mismatch. She also reported to me that since the incident, she's traveled to Hawaii, Las Vegas, Mexico, though she couldn't remember supposedly that if she had gone to other places or how many times. And again, even if you look in the psych testing report that was generated, particularly with severe PTSD, you don't want to leave your house, you don't want to interact with people, you withdraw from your family, the future looks bleak to you, you don't have a job. These things are completely contrary.
Thank you. No further questions.
That's all.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, all. Good afternoon, Dr. Rosenberg.
Good afternoon, sir.
I took your deposition on August 5th and went over all of your opinions, correct?
We went over all my opinions, but it's very clear that you didn't ask me for all the factors in support of my opinions.
Okay. But I did take your deposition and took about 2 hours, a little bit less, correct?
Yes, sir. You were extremely polite and professional, which I appreciate.
Good. Thank you, Doc. So you testified today that you billed $30,000 in this case. Is that often the charges that you bill for the type of case that's litigated and without the time for trial, of course, up until trial? Is that a reasonable amount of billing in a case like this?
I would say in a complex case that spans over years, that's probably true of maybe 25% of my litigation matters that I work on.
Okay. And in addition to the $30,000 that you received, you were also paid $1,800 by my office, correct?
Yes, sir, for my deposition fees.
And for today, you're being paid another $10,000 to prepare and appear here and testify and go back and forth. Is that fair?
I think that's reasonable, yes, sir.
Could it be higher than that amount?
I don't think so. I think that's a reasonable estimate.
So my estimate is about $40,000, correct?
Yes, sir, I think that's very reasonable.
And in the past 29 years, you testified at your deposition, or I can ask you now, isn't it true that in 70 to 80% of cases you testified on behalf of the defense up until recently, correct?
Yes.
And there's a well-known lawyer that we all know, no need to mention names, but recently he's been giving you some more work, so your 70 to 80% has gone down to 60%, correct?
More work on the plaintiff side, that's right.
And as far as the attorneys, Cardi B had an attorney before Mr. Kossoff and other lawyers. In working with their firm, you worked in 5 other cases with them?
That sounds about right, sir, yes.
And with their new law firm, Davis, Wright, and Tremaine, with Mr. Peterson, Mr. Lamb, and all the other attorneys involved with them, you worked in 15 cases with their office, correct?
Objection. Same facts.
Oh. Yes, over the past 20 years or so, that's correct, though I've never worked with these particular attorneys before.
And would you agree that in 90% of cases that you were hired in, you basically remain the expert on the case and you don't withdraw, correct? About 90%.
I apologize, I don't recall a case in which I have withdrawn.
So are you saying that every single time the defense hires you in a case, you remain the expert in that case without giving them an opinion before you testify?
Objection. This states
Is that what you're saying, sir? So when you were hired by Cardi B's office, by her lawyers, when were you hired?
I believe it was sometime early in 2023.
And when you were hired in 2023, did you ask, well, strike that. Did you examine Emani Ellis in 2023, right? Or was it 2024? Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. I believe it was July 21st of 2023.
Did you ever do any type of examination on Cardi B at any?
Given that that would be inappropriate since she wasn't the plaintiff with a psychiatric claim, I did not say.
Right, but she was involved in some type of
Why
altercation,
would
correct?
he do that for her?
Incomplete.
I don't think it's relevant. It's not relevant whether she has any damages or not.
And what is your understanding as to what is the basis of this claim? What is Emani Ellis's claim? Why is she here in court?
My understanding is that she felt that she was verbally mistreated by Cardi B, including foul or demeaning language, that Cardi B touched her face with a long fingernail and caused some injury to her face, and that also resulted a month later in Ms. Ellis being fired from her security job.
Okay. Do you know, in psychiatry, do you treat patients that deal with assault and battery?
In my patient care practice, putting aside legal matters?
Yes.
What is the subject for lady and has to deal with?
Do you, I'll strike that. Have you treated patients for injuries related to assault and battery in your career since 1994 as a psychiatrist?
A few hundred times, from very simple to extremely severe injuries.
When you say simple, what is an example? What are you saying to us?
Yes. So by simple, I don't mean to say it's not important or it's not serious to the person, but I mean, for example, let's say somebody being pushed or a hand on a shoulder in an aggressive way or something like that, all the way up to people who are beaten and kicked on the ground with skull fractures and being hit over the head with clubs and pistol whips, a variety of things, stabbed.
And when you treated the various patients, would you treat them more than once? The ones that you're speaking of?
Typically, and again, it depends on the setting. As a medical doctor, I used to spend a lot of time in emergency rooms, so there it might be once. But over the course of my career, overwhelmingly, particularly 22 years in a nonprofit clinic in Van Nuys, I would treat them on a repeated basis. Some of them I would treat for many years, although those tended to be individuals with major mental disorders like bipolar or schizophrenia.
Okay, and if you could just look at the
The other binder on your left.
Pardon me one sec, sir. Yes, sir. Where should I look?
Yes, if we can look at exhibit 1-003.
I'm there, sir.
At the time of your deposition, had you reviewed this page?
Objection. Beyond the scope of direct.
As best I recall, sir, I had not reviewed this particular page.
Do you remember in your deposition, I asked you if you'd reviewed all of Miss Emani Ellis' medical bill? Do you remember that?
I apologize. I vaguely remember that, and I don't remember what my answer was.
Is he designated for medical bill?
No.
Then I don't know, I was on down the track.
Okay. Thank you. If we can go to exhibit number 2.
I'm at exhibit number 2, sir.
You reviewed the medical records and bills of Dr. McKinsey, correct?
Yes, I haven't done so recently, but I did earlier in this case.
And we went over this together at the time of your deposition, and you expressed that for purposes of workers' compensation, the treatment was reasonable, but maybe for this case it's not. Do you remember testifying to that, Doctor?
Objection beyond the scope of direct and also beyond the scope of the executive designation.
Do you have his presentation?
Trial.
Wasn't it?
Staff 8.
The questions.
As far as any type of physical injury, isn't it true that you are not giving any type of expert opinion about physical injury, correct?
Aside from her inconsistent reports of whether or not she was actually touched on the face by the fingernail, that's correct, sir. I'm not a plastic surgeon. Other than that, I'm not giving any testimony with regard to physical injuries.
And when she came to your office, did you examine her face to see if she had a scar?
As I do,
Yes or no? I'm sorry.
Well, I observed her across the table for several hours. I didn't specifically examine her face.
Did you have an intention to look for the scar on her face? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you physically go up to her face and look to see if there was a scar?
No, sir.
Are you giving any opinions about Miss Emani's physical scar on her face, whether she has one now, she had one from this incident, anything to do with her plastic surgery? Giving any opinions about that?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, also beyond the scope.
Okay, and in formulating your opinions, did you review Miss Emani Ellis's medical records?
Yes, sir. And those were extremely important to me, actually.
Okay. And you reviewed the medical records from Nicole McKinsey, is that correct? Is that her? Do you remember that?
I haven't recently, but I have in the past, yes, sir.
You can look at it. Did you review Exhibit 2?
Yes, sometime before my deposition, but I've not looked at them since.
And you reviewed Exhibit 3?
Yes, sometime before my deposition, but not since.
Okay, and you reviewed Exhibit 4? And Exhibit 5?
Let me take a look here. Pardon me a second.
Objection compound.
As best I recall, yes, but not recently.
And in formulating your opinions, did all of these exhibits assist you in your formulating opinions and coming up with your opinions for us today?
The Kaiser records were extremely important because she had several visits and didn't report a single emotional problem, didn't ask for any care related to the case.
Objection, non-responsive.
So it's a yes or no question. Did you rely on the records in forming your opinions?
Only the Kaiser records.
I didn't ask you about Kaiser.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had asked me about Kaiser records earlier. You mean just the ones that I'm looking at in the notebook?
I never said the word Kaiser. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess when you said medical records, that's what I was interpreting.
No, I'm talking about the medical records from Dr. McKinsey, a psychologist, the medical records from Dr. Avila, a psychologist, the medical records from Dr. Mulliken, a plastic surgeon, and the medical records from Dr. Norman, pain management doctor. Did you review these records? You testified a moment ago, yes. And the question is, did you use these 4 medical records in formulating any of your opinions that you testified to today here in court?
No, sir.
Okay, so when you said there was inconsistencies, didn't you mean that, well, strike that. When you said there's inconsistencies, you found those in the medical records that I just asked you about? Isn't that true?
Maybe I had previously. I don't recall if that's in my deposition testimony, but I did not consider those in formulating my opinions for today. It was the Kaiser records.
Okay, the Kaiser records that you're speaking of, isn't it true that the Kaiser records, any medical treatment that Emani Ellis received at Kaiser, it has nothing to do with this case. It has nothing to do with assault and battery. It's something totally unrelated, correct?
Objection, speculation, hearsay.
Super problem solved. It's the same.
Why did Emani Ellis go to Kaiser Hospital?
Objection, speculation.
Do you know why, from reading the medical records and bills, do you know why Miss Emani Ellis went to the Kaiser Permanente Hospital?
Over.
Yes, Your Honor. The answer is yes.
Okay. Why did she go to Kaiser Permanente Hospital?
Well, April 2022 was for an annual history and physical and comprehensive. November 2022, comprehensive history and physical. April 2023 with the PA was for reported hand pain.
Everything that you just told us right now about Kaiser Permanente Hospital, as a medical doctor, and in reviewing all these records that testified you read, wouldn't you agree that those medical treatments have nothing to do with this incident? Agreed? Yes or no?
Objection, very ambiguous.
Over.
I disagree. They're extremely important.
I didn't ask you if they're important. I agree they're important. Going to a hospital is important. My question is, if the medical treatment that was received at Kaiser Permanente Hospital, if it has any relation to medical treatment received by Emani Ellis related to this incident that occurred on February 24th, 2018. Was it?
For my purposes, yes.
Okay. So are you telling us that Miss Emani Ellis went to the hospital in 2022 and 2023 because of injuries related to this incident? Is that what you're testifying to, Doctor?
No.
I understand what you're saying. What you are telling us is you used some of the medical records from Kaiser Permanente Hospital to formulate some of your opinions in this case. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's true.
Yes, thank you.
And you use that for your different type of studies, your MMPI studies, and all types of different testing that you do, correct?
Objection, very ambiguous.
Over 5. It's the same.
But just so we're clear, the actual treatment didn't have to do with assault and battery or a physical injury. Is that correct?
Objection, David B.
This has been asked and answered several times.
All right, and then I want some clarity on the other 4 documents. The psychological. Well, let me ask you this: as a psychiatrist, do you believe that psychological care with no medication is a respected medicine?
As a general principle, yes.
Have you referred your own patients to receive psychological care?
Oh, innumerable times, yes.
And whether it's a PsyD or PhD or some other type of psychologist that's licensed, you agree that patients can receive medical care from those types of professionals and actually benefit from that type of care. Do you agree?
Well, it's not medical care, but I do agree that they can receive very helpful, effective mental health care.
So are you saying mental health care is not medical care?
Objection, dismissed.
In general, unless it's a psychiatrist, mental health care is much broader and refers to non-medical healthcare providers, psychologists, LMFTs, social workers.
Do you believe that patients benefit from mental health treatment with no medication?
Ask and answer.
For the appropriate indication, yes, sir.
And how does it help if they go to a psychologist and they talk about their problems? From your perspective, you're a psychiatrist. You are the man who would know. So when a patient goes to a psychologist and they talk about their problems, they explain their problems, why does that help the patient? Why?
Psychiatric treatment is given.
I don't know that it's relevant. So if you can establish some foundation as to why we're talking about other patients.
Right.
Did Emani Ellis receive psychological treatment in this case, based on your review of the medical records and medical bills, from 2 different psychologists? True?
Yes.
And from your review of the medical records, she went to 7 treatments with Nicole McKenzie and other doctors from her office. Is that true?
Objection beyond this expert's testimony.
That sounds about right, sir, yes.
And she went to Dr. Avila, another psychologist. She went to his office and got treatment from other providers that were under him for a total of 12 treatments, correct?
Objection beyond the scope of this expert's.
That sounds about right, yes, sir.
And those 2 psychologists, setting aside this case, is there any reason why you as a professional would not refer a patient to these 2 psychologists?
Objection, I withdraw the question. If we were to talk about,
do you remember at the time of your deposition, you said to me that you testified under oath that you worked alongside Dr. Mulliken in cases before? True? About 10 times?
Well, when you say alongside, I've been on the same side and on the opposite side in several legal cases, not like next to him in surgery.
I understand. But you worked alongside him, meaning you've worked on the same cases in about 10 different times, correct? That was your testimony.
Yes, I don't know if it's 10 on the same side or 10 in total on both sides, but happy to accept whatever you say.
Right. And you're affiliated with UCLA?
Not anymore. I was a professor for 16 years, but not anymore.
Okay. And Dr. Mulliken is also affiliated with UCLA? Is that how you know him?
I don't know if he's currently affiliated with UCLA or not, sir. He certainly has excellent qualifications.
Right. You said that at your deposition. Your words were, he has very impressive credentials, correct?
Yes.
Do you know Dr. Mulliken to be a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Objection, speculation, beyond this expert's designation.
At your deposition, you stated that you cannot say that the diagnosis was malingering. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
What does malingering mean?
Well, yeah. Sure.
I didn't know if you meant that or what I meant by saying I couldn't diagnose it.
Why don't we start with what does malingering mean?
So malingering is an official diagnosis of the American Psychiatric Association. It's not a disorder, but it's a diagnosis, which refers to a pattern of intentional exaggeration, fabrication, or other manipulation in a legal context for secondary gain. For example, in a criminal case, it could be trying to appear psychotic to avoid criminal punishment. In litigation like this, typically for monetary gain.
And you testified at the deposition that you cannot say that the diagnosis was malingering. Do you remember saying that?
Ms. Ellis, absolutely, I did say that, sir.
Do you remember meeting Miss Ellis? Do you remember that encounter?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Miss Ellis that you were sorry about what she went through? Did you tell her that?
Yes, based upon her description, I told her I was sorry what she had been through, and it was a pleasure to meet her.
And the testing that you did was in 2023, 5 years later?
Yes, sir.
Would it have been beneficial to have done your testing and interview and all the different things shortly after this incident?
You did the
I think that
same
would have been
thing.
beneficial as well, but also doing it again later is also equally beneficial.
Okay. And do you remember I asked you about discovery? If you had reviewed any discovery and you said you had not. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you actually asked that the defense provide you with the discovery so you could review it and that you would then give us additional opinions. You remember testifying to that in your deposition?
Objection, this.
I don't recall, but I know I said that if I received additional information of any type, I'd happily review it, consider it, and it could modify my opinions.
Have you received those discovery responses?
No, sir.
Do you remember also testifying at your deposition that it would be beneficial to your opinions to see Emani Ellis a second time? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And that if you saw her a second time, that it could further modify your opinions in this case, correct?
Objection, this.
Potentially, yes, sir.
And between 2018 and 2023, before you saw Emani Ellis, between that 5-year time span, her psychological or psychiatric condition could have changed, correct? She could have got better. She could have recovered, right? True?
I'm sorry, between 18 and 23?
Yes.
That's certainly a possibility.
Okay. And when she saw Dr. McKenzie for 7 visits and other doctors that work in Dr. McKenzie's office, those 7 visits, you said that psychological care helps. Maybe it helped her.
Objection, cross-examination.
Possible, correct?
Sustained.
Do you believe that Miss Emani Ellis benefited from the psychological care she received from Dr. McKenzie?
Objection, yes or no? Speculation.
Sustained.
What are you talking about?
And she also received, from your review of the medical records, 12 visits from Dr. Avila's office and staff, correct? You testified to that. So would you agree that 7 plus 12 is 19 visits of psychological care? True?
Yes, I feel very confident in that. Yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. When you refer your patients out for psychological treatment, do you usually give a limit on the course of care, or maybe 5 visits, 10 visits, 12 visits, or you just refer them out to psychological providers?
I'm usually quite precise, but it also depends on the type of psychological care or psychotherapy. Some are time limited, but on purpose. Others could go on over the course of somebody's lifetime.
All right, that's why we focus on what his opinions are.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, we talked about the distinction in your deposition between factual opinion and psychiatric opinion. And you said that you cannot say what did or did not occur in the incident. You remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So basically what that means, just to break it down, is you don't know how this incident occurred. Is that fair?
Outside of a psychiatric context, that's correct. Actually, it's none of my business to determine what happened.
And isn't it true that you don't know if Miss Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered by Cardi B? You just don't know, correct?
Factually, that's correct, sir.
And you also don't know if Emani Ellis was cut on her face by Cardi B. You don't know that, correct?
Objection beyond the scope of this evidence.
Have you ever spoken with Cardi B at all during the course of this case?
No, sir. I've never spoken to her or had any other type of communication with her.
Would it have been beneficial for you to hear Cardi B's version of what happened in this case? Would that help you in your expert opinion?
I'd certainly be happy to weigh that and give it consideration, but my focus was on emotional injuries of plaintiff, Ms. Ellis, not on an evaluation of Cardi B.
Understood, but would it have been beneficial to at least hear her version of what occurred in the case? Would that help you?
Objections, I withdraw the question.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
It's a
Thank
privilege to
you.
see you again, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, we ready?
Just a few questions. You testified earlier as to your understanding of the facts of this case. Could you please explain what sources that's based on?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry. You testified earlier as to your understanding of the facts of this case. Could you please explain what sources your understanding is based on?
Yes, so it's based upon my review of Ms. Ellis's deposition, the available medical and mental health records I've reviewed. Again, the understanding several of them I haven't reviewed recently. It's also based upon my detailed audio recorded several-hour interview with Ms. Ellis. And again, in the course of doing my interview, I accept hypothetically at face value that what she's telling me is correct. And then later I form my opinions, which may include opinions regarding symptom validity. But it's not my role to make a factual determination.
And all of those sources that you've reviewed, the facts come from Ms. Ellis or statements that Ms. Ellis made. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that make sense to you that you would rely on Ms. Ellis's own statements in forming a diagnosis or lack of diagnosis as to Ms. Ellis?
Objection outside the scope.
Oh,
Well, if it was a patient care setting, you typically rely only on what the patient tells you and accept at face value, and the person's there for help. In a legal context, it's not appropriate for me to accept what somebody says at face value without corroborating it against psychological testing and available records.
You testified that you did not formally diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering. What does a formal diagnosis of malingering require, and why did you not? Scratch. Why did you not diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering?
Because although Ms. Ellis meets the fundamental criteria from a psychiatric standpoint of gross symptom exaggeration or outright fabrication and a pattern of inconsistencies across information, she's had so many traumas in her life, both growing up and other losses and traumas around 2018, that I can't rule out that she has some sort of emotional problems at a mild level, but they just wouldn't be related to this case.
Her mother and grandma said she was peaceable. She didn't have no altercations with nobody.
You evaluated Ms. Ellis 5 years after the incident, according to Ms. Ellis.
Yes.
Right. In your professional opinion, what is the likelihood that Ms. Ellis would not present with any emotional or psychological injuries up to that date that would be related to the incident, but then after this date would suddenly develop emotional or psychological injuries related to that incident?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, unintelligible. Now,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. It makes no reasonable sense, and there's no significant likelihood that that would be the case from a medical standpoint. Again, the incident itself, taken at face value, constitutes a situational stressor, a stressful interpersonal interaction. It certainly does not constitute a trauma, as I've discussed. And for somebody to not have a psychiatric disorder and emotional injury for 5 years thereafter, but have significant evidence of symptom manipulation, and also to have the resilience to, by her own accord, report not have psychiatric problems from all the real trauma she has had in her life at other times. It makes no sense that she would suddenly develop it at this point.
Thank you. Give me just a minute. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Recross.
thank you. For any type of other types of injuries that you brought up, someone was shot at school, a family member got sick, all these other things that you brought up, where did you obtain that information?
It's actually very ambiguous.
Oh.
And both sides, I've found it.
Sustained.
Did you see any other psychological records or bills related to Emani Ellis prior to this instance?
Outside the scope.
Sustained.
You generated a report, correct, on November 22nd of 24?
Objection outside the scope.
Sustained. So basically one line of questioning related to whether or not your client had a later onset of symptoms. I think you're limited to that.
Yes, ma'am. When you said, when counsel just asked you some questions about inconsistencies and malingering, you said there were inconsistencies. Where were there these inconsistencies? Was it the time when you interviewed her one time, or was it in the medical records?
Objection outside the scope.
Oh.
As I had tried to explain, it was a combination of my review of the records, the psychological testing, and my interview, comparing those as well as intrinsic validity issues within some of those sources.
Which medical record shows an inconsistency? Which one?
The extremely important Kaiser medical records.
What does the Kaiser medical record say that's inconsistent?
That in, again, April 2022, she went for complete history and physical. She specifically denied any kind of mental health issues, specifically denied anxiety, sleep problems, had no reported mental health problems, no request for care. Same thing in November 2022 with Dr. Ahmad. And then in April 2023, when she went in for her hand pain with the nurse practitioner, they also did a review of systems and asked her about symptoms across the board, which is typical for Kaiser. Absolutely no emotional problems whatsoever, no request for mental health assistance.
Okay. So are you telling us that when Emani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente, on the date of November 29, 22, respectfully, when she went there for vaginal discharge, she should have told that doctor that she had psychological issues. Is that what you're saying, doctor?
Why you put this lady's
Oh.
business out there like
There's a
that?
different entry. I'm not talking
That's
about
not what
that
I'm
entry.
asking, doctor. Again, should I repeat what I said, or can you just
I don't
answer
think
the
he said he
question?
based his opinion on that record, Counsel.
You reviewed this record, Kaiser Permanente, correct? You reviewed it. You just testified about it. 161
I'm
pages of
done.
records. And you said that these records show inconsistencies. And now my question is, are you telling me that my client went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge on November 29th of 22, and at that visit, she's supposed to tell the doctor that she has psychological problems? Is that your testimony, doctor?
Objection, argumentative.
Are you telling us that every time someone sees a doctor, medical doctor for a cough, sees a dentist for their broken tooth, sees a podiatrist for the broken toe, they have to each time tell the doctor, I have an emotional injury, I
They
have a
usually
psychological
ask
injury to
that.
that medical doctor? Is that what you mean?
They usually do ask your mental health every time you go to the doctor.
What do you mean by inconsistencies in the Kaiser records? Tell us in your own words.
Well, I just mentioned this example, 3 key entries where she went. 2 of them were for history and physical and general checkups where everything was covered.
Show me the book. Show me the book, blue book.
Okay, why don't you let him finish the answer before you ask him the next
He is mad.
So,
Were you done, doctor?
no, Your Honor, thank you. So again, one was
Appointment, like what
April
doctor is he going to?
2022, Dr. King. The next was November 2022, Dr. Ahmed. The next was nurse practitioner Leon, April 2023, where these are records where, for Kaiser electronic medical records, they asked about other types of conditions, and there were no complaints at all from her that she had a mental health problem or was asking for any kind of care, despite these profound elevations on her psych testing. And in that first one with Dr. King, April 2022, she actually specifically denied problems with insomnia or anxiety, which covers a significant aspect of her symptoms.
Doctor, my request is you show me in these 161 pages where it says what you're saying, so that I can confirm myself. It's in front of you, in the blue book, under Exhibit 212. You're more than welcome to look at it and show it, so that we know the truth.
Objection, Your Honor.
I withdraw the question. Let's go to another issue, doctor. So, if the plaintiff's emotional injury ended before she went to Kaiser, would you agree that there would be no inconsistency because the psychological injury ended prior to that medical visit? Do you agree with that?
Objection, speculation outside of the scope.
No matter
It makes no reasonable sense. It's not possible.
Why is it not possible? Why can't she recover? She could have recovered before she went to the Kaiser. She could have recovered, couldn't she have?
Which question would you like me to answer?
Could Miss Emani Ellis have recovered in 2021 or 2022 before she went to Kaiser Hospital?
Well, why you
Is
asking for
that
all this
possible?
money if she recovered?
Yes or no?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Taking her symptoms at face value, it's not possible and it's contradictory.
So if in her mind, in her brain, she felt that she recovered after seeing these psychologists, why would she tell Kaiser that she has a psychological problem if she recovered?
I'm sorry, counsel. So she does an exam with him in 23?
No, Your Honor.
When did she see him?
Yes, that is.
Okay, and you're saying that she recovered prior to that, but then had the onset of symptoms when she's with him?
My question is if the plaintiff recovered in 2022, before she went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, if she had recovered, would there be any reason to tell Kaiser she has an emotional injury? Yes or no?
It makes no sense.
I understand, but if it was true.
All right, I think we're done here.
Yeah, because it makes no sense. Look at the judge trying not to laugh.
When
So she got PTSD.
Miss Emani Ellis
when she
saw
went
you,
to the hospital.
did she tell you she was still experiencing emotional injuries from this incident?
Yes, in both the interview and particularly the testing.
And when she told you she was suffering from emotional injuries, did she believe that you're a psychiatrist? Did she know that?
Objection, speculation.
Assisting.
Did you disclose to Emani
Okay,
Ellis?
we're beyond the scope here. Why don't you focus on what was in the redirect?
You said there were some inconsistencies in the Kaiser records. Isn't it true that when Emani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, she went there for reasons other than psychological reasons?
Objection, asking what's
Assisting.
In fact, aside from, well, strike, I'll withdraw that. The first doctor you said, Dr. King, that she saw, Dr. King, right?
Wasn't the first doctor she saw, but it was first of my 3 examples. That was April 2022, sir.
When she saw Dr. King, where did she see Dr. King?
Objection.
I think we've fully exhausted the scope of the sign-up questioning. Do you have anything else?
Aside from the inconsistencies that you reviewed, well, actually, let me ask you, the inconsistencies that you're telling us about in the record, in the Kaiser records, these are non-psychological records, correct? Not fair? I'll close with this.
Objection.
If you say yes to that, we're done.
Objection.
I just want the truth.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right. Any questions from the jury? I don't see a hand. All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right, folks. That's going to bring us to our afternoon break. Why don't we get back together at 3:25? In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions. If you do any research, we'll see you at 3:25.
I'm trying to say something really professional right now. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna come up with something. Maybe you guys can come up with something to say. Let's see. Sunshine Blazing said, I wish the judge would have thrown the gavel at. That's not very professional. Oh, wait. Then we'll be in another hearing about assault at the Cardi B trial. Peekaboo has nothing. Yeah. I wonder if Emani's attorney, if this guy actually does do 90% of defense work, because what will happen as a person that's done plaintiff's personal injury, and if you sue cases involving insurance companies, they do use the same doctors over and over again. So he was trying to establish that a nice bulk of your income comes from this. So it behooves you to testify in a certain way. And if you, and I seen what he was trying to do, if you are able to establish that correctly, you can make a jury say you have a reasoning and they don't, a reasoning to testify the way that you do, because I've seen jurors come to that conclusion. And as a result, they don't really put much weight on their testimony. The problem is the presentation is just so combative and so like, relax, bro. This is a professional doctor. Let's just relax. The thing is this. I would have looked to see the cases he's testified in, how similar his report is, that's similar to the report. Because what I will say about psychologist reports, they use the word malingering, exaggerating. They always say this test score doesn't match what this is. What he said, I've heard 1,000 times in different cases that I've been in with clients that have had actual head injuries from car accidents. So I get what he was trying to do, but it's just not landing because of the presentation. So the whole financial aspect, what he was trying to show in the beginning was that there is bias. Yes, you pull out, okay, 90% of your cases are for defense. You defend people that are getting sued. Is that right? So basically, you're considered a medical examiner that's going to say this person does not deserve money. Right? Now, do I think there was some bad facts throughout this case that he pulled out even more? Because the issue is this lady's mom and grandma got on the stand and made it almost seem like she had a Mary Poppins growing up. In her deposition, apparently she didn't even testify in that manner. So I don't, because honestly, if you grew up in a DV situation, you might get a little hype and crumb. That's the environment you grew up in. You saying you've been mugged? What did he say? Carjacked? He had a few different things that he alleges that she said in the deposition. How does this not go against everyone making it seem like this Cardi B, you arguing with somebody, even if she scratched your head and called you the N-word, that does not beat your friend committing unaliving herself or himself. That does not beat your mom being diagnosed with cancer. That does not beat you growing up in a DV situation where you're not feeling safe coming home, be it your mom, whoever was the one involved in it. That is not more traumatic. If anything, your response to things made you respond that way, probably because you've had all of these traumatic experiences in your life of which your response is always to pop off. That goes against you. That doesn't really help you. But back to my original point. When you do these type of expert cross-examinations, there's only so much you are going to be able to do. He should have picked 3-4 points to been able to just make the jury not want to give much weight to his credibility. You can't take away from his expertise. He is good at what he does. It is what it is. He got all the credentials. But if he is testifying 90% of the time for people that are being sued and they're getting hired by people with a lot of money that can pay him, then you have an incentive to testify in a certain direction. And that's what he was trying to get at, I believe. But to say things and put your client's business out there about a discharge, because you're trying to show if you're going to the doctors for a headache, why would you just say, I'm having psychological problems? You know why, mister, you should say that? Because just today, I went for my blood pressure, do blood pressure checks or whatnot. Your intake asks you your mental health in the intake before you even get in there, the little pre-registration. I was clearly doing a follow-up on this one thing. I wasn't even going to take no clothes off or do nothing. It was going to be one of these. Like, check my blood pressure. That's it. They still ask about your mental health. When I went to the dentist, they had it on their intake. When you go to the ER, they don't care if you're in there for a backache, your foot hurting, your ankle hurting. They ask you about your mental health, suicidal ideologies. They ask all of that stuff. So to sit there and argue, why would she put it on a document? Then to top it all off, that wasn't good enough. That wasn't a good enough faux pas. You had to turn around and say, well, what if by the time she saw you, she was already healed? Well, why does that make, first of all, post-traumatic stress disorder, because that's kind of what it sounds like they're alluding to. So you're saying this thing with Cardi B happened in 2018. She goes to therapy. This is his argument. Goes to therapy 19 times total, and then she's healed by going to therapy. Of course, therapist is not where they giving you medication or any of that. You're totally healed. You just need to talk to somebody 19 times. You go talk to the people, and then it so happened by the time you get deep in this litigation and you got to talk to the defendant's doctor, you're totally healed of everything. But just a year prior or whatever it was, you done had car accidents, you had someone unaliving themselves, you had your mom's diagnosis, but now you're totally healed from a 20-second incident. It only takes 19 sessions. None of that makes any logical sense. You see what I'm saying? You cannot make your facts up. Now, you can decide whether to take cases or not, and this is a case that he decided to take. So you got to, take the good with the bad. But pick what you got that is clear, direct, that you can get a yes or a no out of. Try to get some doubt to it and keep it moving. You're going with the bias. That's all you got. He has an incentive. How many times do you diagnose people in these type of situations with malingering and exaggeration? Can I get a percentage? Isn't it true that you've had similar assault cases just like this? And let me do it's been times I've done like with medical doctors that's done these like examinations, and I can do side by side, and they said the same thing. I got to the point where I started keeping an archive of different doctors so that I could utilize them and see how different is my report. Almost sometimes the reports look like they changed the name, add a couple of the facts for that incident, and that's it. That's what you attack. All of this going all over, putting your client's personal but JJ business out here on live stream and all of that is ridiculous to me. You sound like you losing and you just don't know what to do. You really do. You know how you just like you get frustrated, you playing basketball and the kids get frustrated, they just throw the ball down or something. That's what it looks like you're doing right now, counselor. Oh gosh. TLC said, Pam, can you represent the intellects in the class action against this attorney for emotional distress and increased alcohol use disorder? I mean, it's a learning experience, He did. I don't understand that comment. To say something like, if she's going for a discharge, why would she mention her mental health? What are you doing? But you objected when the man said her mom had cancer that was diagnosed with cancer and was getting 1 year and got radiation. You objected as to privacy. But you just let the whole world on the whole World Wide Web know that she went to the darn doctor for a discharge. But you worried about somebody. No, she testified her mom had cancer because she testified that she was checking voicemails She wasn't on her phone. She was just checking voicemails because her mom had cancer and she was checking on her mommy. Just ridiculous. That was so embarrassing. I feel embarrassed for her. Like, what the hell wrong with you? I don't. And again, and I was thinking about that too. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, how is this gonna affect her after this? We've watched this whole clown show. How is this going to affect her after the fact? People already talking about her, talking about the Foot Locker outfit. People already done put her in memes. Now you got your lawyer putting out your personal business out there. I mean, what? And then it just looks like it ain't true. Of course, all the people that hate Cardi is gonna say she paid everybody. You know, that's the fog. Oh, they must have been paid off. Diddy just won another one of his cases based on the statute of limitation. Of course, we're about to probably hear people that say that's because Diddy got money, so he paid them. No, he won. Okay. Some of you all need to face the fact that even though you don't like the people, they're not always out here doing everything that's they're being accused of. That is the lesson today. She took the witness injury and used it for a lawsuit, struggling lawyer. I was a bodily injury adjuster, and you are correct. Same information, just name, address change. Jules, I know. They will literally, sometimes they put stuff in there that just make you mad in the first paragraph of these doctors. You're like, it's been a couple of, it's like 2 or 3 specific doctors around here that I always cannot wait to depose them. Because the way I'm about to tear you up in this deposition, and then some of them get smart, they get slick. But like Michigan had to make it because it was so bad. Well, I ain't going to say that's the reason because there may have been some other rationale. But they have it where unless you are you have to at least be a practicing physician with, a full-time practicing physician with your own, facility and all of that, or working with someone, whatever. But you got to be actually practicing, or you have to be a full, like, teaching somewhere. Because it was people out here ain't practiced in decades, don't teach nowhere, and this is all they did. It's a lick. Like $800 to go review some medical records. Then they charge about $2,500 for you to come and do an independent medical examination. That's what they call it. Ain't nothing independent about it. They are literally hired by the insurance company. They go in, get their physicals, and of course, it's almost never pro the person that they have come in. They can come in with a broken leg and they had surgery. And then they'll say something. If they can't deny the injury, it's just no way they can deny the injury. They'll say things like, it should have been healed 5 weeks ago. Like, usually it only takes 6 weeks for a bone to heal, and it's been 12. So I think at this point, they don't need any more treatment from, they don't need the insurance company to pay for anything else. Like, and then you have to sue them. That's why you sue them all the time, because they use their doctors at, that they have, and then they get to the point where they pick their doctor, they choose them. If I know Dr. So-and-so is always in my darn favor, then I'm picking Dr. So-and-so. That's kind of like how it goes. There are so many ways he could have professionally picked this crap apart, but he chose to be argumentative. He chose to show that he was very, he looked like he losing. That's what I'm saying. Even if you feel like you losing, you ain't supposed to look like it. I don't know. I don't know what to say. No, they're not back yet. You say you must be on Stan Twitter heavy because oh no, I don't really be on Twitter like that. I said that I gave everybody my handles except Twitter. But I know that's what they're gonna do. I know they always say somebody paid somebody off. Must have been a nice fat envelope. No, did you watch the darn trial? Did you watch the trial? Did you see the facts or the lack thereof? The plaintiff has put on his case. We don't even know. He just alleged 2 or 3 new people. The judge says, okay, Tuesday we'll let him testify. This is Wednesday, giving them almost an entire week, and he came back and just said they're not available on Tuesday. So I don't know what the court is going to do. If the court is going to go ahead and just make him rest his case, I don't know. Look how much this man got, paying $30K, then $1,800, then $10K for today over $40K. Oh yes, it's a and he's on the lower end to say $800 an hour to testify, but the plastic surgeon charged $2,000 an hour to testify because he said him testifying for them 2-3 hours, he missed out on $30,000. That's because if you charging $17,000 for the micro needling, I guess you did probably lose out on $30,000 when you was there. But this doctor, the thing is, even though he doesn't charge, like he charged $500 and something for the initial, then I guess they probably been conferring and consulting with him and sending him over documents. Then he did those psychological exams. Those are all day, and usually they're 2 days. Like when they do what's called neuropsych examinations, they're like 2 days long. So they are pretty lengthy. You spend a lot of time with the person. And so if you're charging like that per hour for those tests, and then the consulting, then the deposition, like you can make you see $30,000-$40,000 you made somebody's salary for the year in one case. And you've been an expert in several cases. He said he's been an expert like over what? 1,200 times or something crazy. You know what? 504 said, I know who would be getting scratched during the break. Y'all are crazy. And I honestly, I can't obviously, I can't guarantee this obviously because I'm just speculating. That plastic surgeon probably isn't going to pursue getting money from her. Oftentimes, some of these places, they don't, they might sell it off or something to a third party, but I don't think they're gonna, because that's a practice within itself. Like I do know people that represent medical facilities, and that's all they do is sue on their behalf and sue insurance companies who don't pay. But they very rarely go after the individual because the individual most of the time is uncollectible, so it becomes a waste of money. Sunshine said, nah, I don't feel bad for Emani. She tried to embarrass Cardi and get $24 million. Surely she had to think that some of this mess will backfire. All right, sis. I just try to maintain my equality. You said they are about to say, baby, come on in, sit down and shut the door. If your name is Sean P. Diddy Combs. What are the statute of limitations for bodily injury in Cali? So she filed it pretty close to the incident. So I'm going to assume it's 2 to 3 years.
I heard in that counsel and the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and alternate. And does the defense have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor, we call Dr. David Finke.
Thank you.
We go Dr. Finke. Okay.
Dr. Finke, if I can please have you stand right next to the court reporter. Awesome. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
It's David Finke, David, F as in Frank, INKE.
Perfect, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist.
And where are your offices located?
In Beverly Hills at Wilshire and Lapeer.
Is that a medical building?
It is. It's the Beverly Hills Medical Building, I think.
And were you in those offices in February of 2018?
Yes.
And what floor were you on?
The 5th floor?
What floor?
5.
Oh, sorry. And were you ever affiliated with Cedars-Sinai in any way?
I completed my OBGYN residency there in 2010 and then remain on staff. I'm not employed by Cedars, but I'm affiliated. I admit all of my patients to that hospital.
Okay. On the 5th floor of this building in 2018, were there cameras in the hallways outside your office?
No.
And did your office sometimes make special arrangements for celebrity clients for privacy or security purposes?
We do.
And in 2018, did you have an open, well, should I put this, an open office on Saturdays? Did you work on Saturdays?
I worked Saturday office hours for about half a day for around 10 years.
To your knowledge, did anyone else in that building have Saturday office hours?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
In February 2018, did that building have a building office?
Yes.
And what floor was that on, if you know?
4.
Okay. And did the building have a receptionist?
Not a receptionist.
Okay. Do you recall an incident in February 2018 where there was an argument with a security guard?
Yes.
Okay. And is that security guard in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you point her out, please?
Miss Ellis?
Thank you. How did you learn of the incident?
I was in my office, in my office's office, and then heard a lot of yelling. So I immediately got up, ran down the hall, and went out into the hallway.
Do you have a clear memory of what happened next?
Yes.
Any particular reason that you have that clear memory?
It's never happened before.
Okay. And what did you do after you ran down the hall towards the yelling?
As soon as I got into the hallway and realized what was going on, my receptionist was between the plaintiff and the defendant. And there was a lot of yelling, a lot of finger pointing. And at one point, my receptionist was struck, not hard, but I remember it was like on the shoulder kind of thing. I think it was her right shoulder. And there was a phone in the security guard's hand, and the phone kept going back from the ear to point and then back to the ear. And at one point, kind of both hands were kind of flailing, but not closed fists or anything like that. More swatting.
Did your receptionist show you a cut on her forward afterwards?
I believe so. Very minor.
Okay. And what is the receptionist's name? The woman who was between Ms. Ellis and Cardi B?
Tiara.
So you see all that. You've gone out and I'm sorry. Where was this? Was this in your office or in the hallway?
The main hallway of the 5th floor, just right outside the elevator.
Okay. And you hear yelling, you open the door, you see what you've described. What happened next? Let me ask, what did you do next?
I tried to de-escalate the situation, separate the two, and get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
Do you remember anything that you said in trying to de-escalate?
I remember repeatedly I was trying to match sort of with body, language, the intensity of it to get across the point that this was not okay and this is your job.
And who did you address that to?
Ms. Ellis.
Okay. And did she say anything in response?
I don't remember. There was a lot of name calling going back and forth between the two and threats, that type of thing. But my primary objective was to get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
And how did you accomplish that?
Repeating myself over and over and over. And I can't remember if I was holding the elevator door open or I've been trying to think about that. I have no idea. I remember pushing the button if it wasn't, but just to try to get the elevator there and get Ms. Ellis back on it.
Did you come between your receptionist and Cardi B, between them on the one hand and Ms. Ellis?
I think to the side.
Okay. What did you tell her to try and get her to move into the elevator?
To stop and to do your job.
Did you say that repeatedly?
Yes.
Did you say it in a loud voice?
Yes.
And what was she doing when you were saying these things?
Yelling and pointing. I think at that point there was enough distance between the parties that there was no longer, any gestures that could be construed as violent.
Okay. And at that point, had the Cardi B and the receptionist gone back into the office, into your office?
Yes. As soon as Miss Ellis stepped back on the elevator, Cardi and Tiara were headed back into my office.
At any point were you face to face with Miss Ellis?
Yes.
And can you estimate how close you were?
It was close proximity.
Okay.
Within a foot.
Okay, within a foot of her face.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
Sorry. Did you see on her face any scratches?
No.
Did you see on her face any cuts?
None.
Did you see on her face any blood?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face that day?
None.
And did you see spit or spittle or any other fluid on her, anywhere on her?
No.
Thank you all.
During the course of this, did you hear Ms. Ellis say something to the effect, and I apologize, I will fuck your shit up?
Yes.
At any time, did you see Cardi B spit on plaintiff?
No.
Did you see her spit on anyone?
No.
Did you see Cardi B take a swing at plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B hit plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B scratch or cut plaintiff with her fingernails?
No.
Did you see Cardi B threaten to get plaintiff fired?
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call plaintiff the N-word? And by that I mean the whole N-I-G-G-E-R.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call plaintiff fat or poor?
No.
Did you ever see, did you see plaintiff, I take it you saw plaintiff hit your receptionist, is that correct?
Yes.
At her deposition, plaintiff testified that she was, quote, just focused on getting downstairs, close quote. Is that consistent with what you saw?
No.
Okay. And why is it not consistent with what you saw?
It took me, I would have guessed 30 to 45 seconds to get her to get back on the elevator.
Okay. After you got plaintiff in the elevator, what did you do next?
Went back into my office.
And did you examine Cardi?
I saw her that day, yes.
In a patient room?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have 3-inch nails on her fingers that day?
No.
Okay. And how is it that you know that?
I make a point of looking at people's fingernails. I have no idea why. It sort of lightens the room when you're doing an exam, when you're about to do a pap smear, to say, oh, that's a really cool color. Where'd you get it? I can kind of tell all of the nail trends in the city, because it's bizarre that once you see one type of nail polish, then that next 2 months, everyone has it. And it would have just stuck out to me.
To your knowledge, did Cardi B complain to the building about plaintiff's conduct?
No.
Did you take steps to make the building aware of plaintiff's conduct?
Yes.
And what steps did you take?
I called our practice administrator that day, and given what I had witnessed of the conduct of our security guard when I was out there, I said she needs to go. Then my administrator on Monday morning, I think, took Tiara down and made a statement for the building, and then the building proceeded to do what they did.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you.
All right, Crossington.
Get ready, Doc. Get ready for the raffle.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Good afternoon.
You're at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Yes.
Are you aware that I'm across the street from your office at 9025 Wilshire Boulevard?
Nope.
When I approached you outside and I wanted to speak with you, isn't it true that you were unwilling to speak with me? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when the defense wanted to speak with you, you did talk to them, correct?
Yes.
You even prepared a declaration, and you gave them permission to sign it on your behalf.
Yes.
And you are here because you want to testify in favor of your patient, correct?
I'm here because I'm one of 4 people who were in the hallway that day.
Right.
And I'm here to tell you what I saw.
And you've been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm just flabbergasted by the allegations.
Wow.
That don't seem congruent with what I saw that day.
Right. On how many occasions did you speak with the attorneys from the defense?
In person or over the phone?
Combined.
In person once, twice, including today. Over the phone 3 times.
What did you talk about that was so important 3 different times?
They wanted to know what I knew. They wanted to see if they could get a hold of Tiara, who no longer works at our practice. That's the nuts and bolts.
Okay. You are a licensed gynecologist in the state of California since 2007?
Yeah.
And in your field, your specialty deals with below the waist, correct?
Yes.
What is the reason you would think to look at Emani Ellis's face when you have 2 people that are yelling at each other with someone in between? Was there a reason that you were specifically at that time looking at Emani Ellis's face to tell us whether there was a scar, a cut, or anything to her face?
When at that moment, she was closer to the elevator, there probably was about 3-4 feet between the 2. And I got between her and them, and the elevator was directly behind her. So I was making direct eye contact to try to be as assertive as I could.
Okay. Isn't it true that you don't remember what you ate a week ago? Fair?
Objection.
This incident happened 2,741 days ago, 7.5 years ago. You agree?
Correct.
In those 7.5 years, did you take any notes of what happened on the day of the incident?
I did not.
Okay. So everything you're telling us right now, from 7.5 years ago, is from your memory of what occurred, correct? And having all these conversations with defense counsel maybe help refresh your recollection, correct?
No.
No?
The majority of solidifying it in my brain over all these years is partially because the people who were involved in it, who were there that day in my office, would recount the story from time to time. And it was a very vivid memory and interaction.
When you got there, Tierra Malcolm, your receptionist, was already outside, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that Tierra Malcolm and even Cardi B have testified that for 40 to 50 seconds, you and Tierra Malcolm were not there? Are you aware of that?
Objection is their presence in testimony.
I would guess it was shorter than that, but if their recollection is 40 to 50 seconds, I mean, as long as it takes me to go down the hallway and out into the hall, the type of yelling that was taking place was alarming, and so it was like, get there right away. I can't give you an exact time frame, but it wasn't more than 40 to 50 seconds.
Fine. And aside from Cardi B, do you service other celebrities?
I do.
Many different ones?
Over the years.
And it's your impression, strike that. It's important to you to help Cardi B in this case so you can continue to receive celebrity clients, correct?
It's very important for me to tell what happened that day and to ensure that anybody coming to my office, celebrity or not, doesn't have that type of experience.
Understood. But you had not gotten there until after many things occurred between the two of them, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Earlier, you testified that you saw Emani Ellis hit your receptionist.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
How come your receptionist didn't say that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that your receptionist who was facing Emani Ellis did not say that?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Did your receptionist ever tell you that Emani Ellis hit her?
Yes, in the recollection of everything back and forth, and then she had a thing on her forehead.
Right.
It was very apparent to me that no hits landed on anybody else except for her.
Okay.
My receptionist.
And your receptionist specifically told you that Emani Ellis hit her, correct?
I saw it.
I understand. But did your
I
receptionist
don't know
tell
that she
you?
remembered it. I mean, I don't. Everyone's adrenaline was kind of elevated. And once, we kind of recounted, there's some background as well. We had an attorney visited our office a few times in the weeks after the incident, inquiring what happened and various things, leaving a business card. So we talked about it a lot, and I think we both concluded that the only one who was smacked was her.
Did that receptionist make any type of claim against Miss Emani Ellis?
No.
Why not?
Objection calls for speculation.
In your declaration, you state that on one occasion, plaintiff's counsel left a business card. I'm the plaintiff's counsel. Did I leave a business card in your office? Do you know? I withdraw the question. Do you know if I left a business card in your office?
Objection calls for speculation.
You personally, I do not. It was a male, dark hair, darker beard, and a different receptionist got the business card, who wasn't working that particular Saturday. And I think at one point I came out on a different occasion when this person was came to the checkout desk, not the check-in desk, on a different date, and I said, you need to leave.
Okay. The declaration that you signed yesterday, have you read it?
It was read to me.
Okay.
Your Honor, just get objection.
Can you look at the photograph in front of you?
Could you identify it to counsel, please?
Sure. Do you see the photograph?
Yeah, I've been part of the record.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't remember the exhibit number, but it's a photograph of Cardi B from the 2018.
Your Honor, it's exhibit 232.
Thank you.
Okay. For the record, exhibit 232. You see the photograph?
I do.
Are you aware that this photograph was taken on February 18th of 2024, which was 1 week before the incident? Are you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know when this photograph was taken?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, but it probably was around the time of the incident, I would guess.
And, man, actually,
He doesn't know the answer.
if you look at the fingernails, since you're a fingernail man, if you look at these fingernails in the photograph, and sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude, I'm just making a joke. If you don't. The fingernails that are in this picture, are these the same fingernails that Cardi B was wearing on when she entered your office on the day of the incident?
I think so.
Oh, see, you never ask a question you don't know the answer to.
I didn't memorize them, but I know that they weren't 3-inch long with the spear at the end.
But you're not sure if these are the same fingernails, correct?
I believe they are.
Move on, counsel.
Was Cardi B's hair this way when she came to your office, the same way in this photograph here?
Objection, relevance. Assistant, scope.
Was Cardi B dressed this way when she appeared in your office?
Objection, relevance. Assistant, scope.
Move on. You messed up. You asked a question you didn't know the answer to.
When you came out into the hallway, did you hear Cardi B yelling profanities at Miss Ellis?
Yes.
What were some of the words without going into detail? The F word?
F's and B's and all of it.
So both sides were yelling at each other?
It was an epic yelling match.
Okay. And when you heard this epic yelling match, it was so loud that you heard it while you were inside of your office? Is that correct?
There's an additional hallway in between the main hallway and the office I was sitting in. And all the way at the south side of the building. Yes, took a lot of energy for me to hear it.
When you walked out of your office, you didn't know what areas of the body Miss Emani Ellis was claiming injuries to at the time, correct?
Objection.
I withdraw it.
Just asking about that.
Do you know what areas of the body Emani Ellis, what areas of her body were injured at the time of the incident?
Objection, argumentative, lacks foundation, contrary to all the evidence in the case.
Did you have a reason to focus on any part of Emani Ellis's body when you came out?
No.
So, in your state of mind when you walked out, you heard lots of screaming, 3 different women doing something, and you were focused at the whole thing, weren't you?
Yes, that was before I asked her to leave multiple times.
Of course.
But face to face.
Right. But when you did come out, you saw 3 different women and your receptionist in between Cardi B and Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And when you were facing that, your focus was not only at Emani Ellis, it was at everybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a lot of commotion and yelling and screaming and excitement at that very moment, right?
Correct.
And for how many seconds when you first arrived, how much time passed before Emani Ellis went away?
It seemed like a long time. It probably was 45 seconds.
So in those 45 seconds, did you have a chance to examine Miss Emani Ellis?
I didn't examine her, I looked at her.
Okay. Did you specifically look at her face for some reason?
I was looking directly at her face for at least 20 seconds or so,
Okay.
repeating myself over and over and over.
Right. And when you were doing that, you weren't looking for a scar, were you? Or a cut or any kind of damage to her face?
Objection asked to that.
Fair?
Sustained.
Do you have any experience in plastic surgery?
Objection development.
Over.
You may answer that.
Define plastic surgery.
You're the doctor.
I do cosmetic procedures on the vagina, the vulva, and I also do microneedling with radiofrequency procedures, CO2 laser ablation of things. I don't do the face.
Understood. So, if there was any damage to Miss Emani Ellis's face, if there was any kind of injury to it, would you have known?
I would assume I would see blood or a big scrape or some physical damage.
And when you were out there and you were between the three of them, the three women, when you were there, and in those 45 seconds, did you see the cut to your receptionist's face at that time, not later?
No,
You didn't see it.
I never looked directly at her until we were back in the office.
But at that time, it was there, right? During the 45 seconds, it already...
Well, sometimes little scratches like that might not show up for a little bit.
What's a little bit?
Well, if I just scratch my hand like this, I might see it out in the sun, 10 minutes later. From just staring at
Now,
her.
what are you talking about?
Okay, so if Emani Ellis got a scratch, she could also develop it 10 minutes later. Fair? You just testified to that. Isn't that true?
Your counsel to tell us what he testified to, but I would object, Your Honor. Let's hear what he testified.
All right, why don't we ask what this witness knows about the incident?
When you spoke to defense counsel 3 times, which attorney was it? Was it Mr. Anderson or Mr. Lamb or Ms. Moore?
Over the phone, Ms. Moore.
Every time?
Probably, yes.
And for you to come down here and testify, you had to at least cancel half the day of your work, correct?
I canceled my whole afternoon on a day's notice.
Are you getting paid to be here?
No.
Why are you testifying if you're not being paid? Were you subpoenaed?
I was not.
So you came voluntarily?
I did.
And they believed that you would appear here today in court with no subpoena. That's how confident they were that you were here to help them, correct?
Any other questions?
Oh, Lord.
When Cardi B came into your office after the incident, what did she tell you?
I apologized. She was more calm than I thought she would be. She didn't complain about the incident or to me afterwards, which I was kind of surprised about as well. I would have been upset if I were the client. And then we proceeded to help her with what she came in for.
Could it be that she didn't apologize because she was the one that assaulted Miss Elliott? Did you
How
have...
about stopping with the could it be's and just ask him what happened, what you saw, what you heard, what you smelled?
Yes, Your Honor.
He doesn't ever like to be wrong. He's one of those.
Can you look at the photograph again?
Oh,
Going
God.
Is it 231 or 232? This one.
Objection, ask and answer.
In the photograph, you will see fingernails with some rhinestones on top of them. Do you remember seeing rhinestones on Cardi B's fingernails when she came into your office on the date of the incident?
Objection as characterized as the evidence in the photograph.
Over.
Yeah, I mean, they were decorative. She was not made up. She was in plain clothing, but the nails were done.
And those rhinestones, were they sharp and pointy?
I think rhinestones in general have rough edges.
And they're sharp and pointy and with rough edges?
On the back, on the front side of the nail, on the top of the nail, they look like they project.
Now you gotta be a nail
And
tech.
I see that you're wearing glasses. Do you wear them? Were you wearing your glasses at the time of the incident?
I'm 99% sure I wasn't, because up until a couple of years ago, I just wore contacts.
Were you wearing contacts at the time of the incident?
Yes.
So there was no vision issues?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. I guess I'll do it from here. Doctor, you said that you were one of 4 people in the hallway. So that's you, Cardi B, Miss Malcolm, and the plaintiff?
Correct.
Was there anyone else in the hallway?
No.
Is it correct? Counsel asked you about cuts bleeding. Do cuts and scratches tend to bleed more if they're on the face than if they're on some other part of the body?
Objection, calls for expert opinion outside the scope of this witness.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Is there a difference in the tendency to bleed if the cut or scratch is on your forehead or cheek than if it's on another part of your body?
The head face is generally, has greater blood flow, smaller blood vessels.
Yeah. As a fingernail guy, have you seen fingernails where the rhinestones are flat? They're actually just little inserts. They look like rhinestones, but they're flat.
Objection, calls for speculation.
I have seen objects put into, I would guess it's an acrylic nail, and somewhat buried. I have seen that.
Yeah. Do you have any recollection now, 7.5 years later, whether the rhinestones in that photograph and on Cardi's fingernails were actually 3-dimensional or were flat?
Objection, calls for expert opinion.
Expert opinion.
Okay. 1 second.
You guys, make sure you hit the like button. We've been here all day. We're going on 7 hours.
No further questions. Thank you very much, Doctor.
The Cardi Marathon. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. All right, any questions from the jury? All right, please witness be excused.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
That should be it,
All right,
right?
does the defense have any more witnesses to call?
No, Your Honor.
Defense rests?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, does plaintiff rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, that concludes
It's over.
the presentation of evidence. We have some work to do on jury instructions, but there's a number of jury instructions that I can read now. So rather than do those on Tuesday, I'm going to read the a set of jury instructions. There will be additional jury instructions read on Tuesday. The order in which I read these instructions is not important. So to the extent that I read some today and some on Tuesday, pay no attention to the fact that they are given at different times. Does not mean that any have any more significant meaning than any of the others. And the parties have stipulated that the jury instructions do not need to be recorded by the court reporter. So at this time, she can stop doing so. All right, and again, I'll read these quickly. They'll be available to you in the jury room. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence and will hear the closing arguments of the attorneys. It is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. You must follow these instructions as well as those that I previously gave you. You have a copy of my instructions with you when you go to the jury room to deliberate. You must decide what the facts are. You must consider all the evidence and decide what you think happened. You must decide the facts based on the evidence admitted in this trial. Do not allow anything that happens outside this courtroom to affect your decision. Do not talk about this case or the people involved in it with anyone, including family and persons living in your household, friends and coworkers, spiritual leaders, advisors, or therapists. Do not do any research on your own or as a group. Do not use dictionaries or other reference materials. These prohibitions on communications and research extend to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic device or media such as a cell phone, smartphone, PDA, computer, tablet, device, the internet, any internet service, any text or instant messaging service, any internet chat room, blog, or website, including social networking websites, online diaries, to send or receive information to or from anyone about this case or your experience as a juror until after you've been discharged from your jury duty. Do not investigate the case or conduct any experiments. Do not contact anyone to assist you, such as a family accountant, doctor, or lawyer. Do not visit or view the scene of any event involved in this case. If you happen to pass by the scene, do not stop or investigate. All jurors must see or hear the same evidence at the same time. Do not read, listen to, or watch any news accounts of this trial. You must not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. If you violate any of these prohibitions on communications and research, including prohibitions on electronic communications and research, you may be held in contempt of court or face other sanctions. That means you may have to serve time in jail, pay a fine, or face other punishment for that violation. I will now tell you the law that you must follow to reach your verdict. You must follow the law exactly as I give it to you, even if you disagree with it. If the attorneys have said anything different about what the law means, you must follow what I say. In reaching your verdict, do not guess what I think your verdict should be from something I may have said or done. Pay careful attention to all the instructions that I give you. All the instructions are important because together they state the law that you'll use in this case. You must consider all the instructions together. After you've decided what the facts are, you may find that some of the instructions do not apply. In that case, follow the instructions that do apply and use them together with the facts to reach your verdict. If I repeat any ideas or rules of law during my instructions, that does not mean that these ideas or rules are more important than the others. In addition, the order in which the instructions are given does not make any difference. Most of the instructions are typed. However, some handwritten or typewritten notes may have been added, and some words may have been deleted. Do not discuss or consider why words may have been added or deleted. Please treat all the words the same, no matter what their format. Simply accept the instruction in its final form. You may consider the ability of each party to provide evidence. If a party provided weaker evidence when it could have provided stronger evidence, you may distrust the weaker evidence. You may consider whether one party intentionally concealed or destroyed evidence. If you decide that a party did so, you may decide that the evidence would have been unfavorable to that party. If a party failed to explain or deny evidence against them when they could reasonably have done so based on what they knew, you may consider their failure to explain or deny in evaluating that evidence. It is up to you to decide the meaning and importance of the failure to deny evidence against the party. During the trial, you received deposition testimony that was read from deposition transcripts or shown by video. A deposition is the testimony taken of a person before trial. At a deposition, the person is sworn to tell the truth and is questioned by the attorneys. You must consider the deposition testimony that was presented to you in the same way as you consider testimony given in court. Before trial, each party has the right to ask the other parties to answer written questions. These questions are called interrogatories. The answers are also in writing and given under oath. You must consider the questions and answers that were read to you the same as if the questions and answers had been given in court. A party may offer into evidence any oral or written statement made by an opposing party outside the courtroom. When you evaluate the evidence of such a statement, you must consider these questions. Do you believe that the party actually made the statement? If you do not believe that the party made the statement, you may not consider the statement at all. If you believe that the statement was made, do you believe it was reported accurately? You should view testimony about an oral statement made by a party outside the courtroom with caution. During the trial, you heard testimony from expert witnesses. The law allows an expert to state opinions about matters in the expert's field of expertise, even if the expert has not witnessed any of the events involved in the trial. You do not have to accept an expert's opinion. As with other witnesses, it is up to you to decide whether you believe the expert's testimony and choose to use it as the basis for your decision. You may believe all, part, or none of an expert's testimony. In deciding whether to believe an expert's testimony, you should consider the expert's training and experience, the facts the expert relied on, and the reason for the expert's opinions. The law allows expert witnesses to be asked questions that are based on assumed facts. These are sometimes called hypothetical questions. In determining the weight to give the expert's opinion that is based on the assumed facts, you should consider whether the assumed facts are true. If the expert witnesses disagreed with one another, you should weigh each opinion against the others. You should examine the reasons given for each opinion and the facts or other matters that each witness relied on. You may also compare the expert's qualifications. A witness who is not testifying as an expert gave an opinion during the trial. You may, but are not required to accept that opinion. You may give the opinion whatever weight you think it is appropriate. Consider the extent of the witness's opportunity to perceive the matters on which the opinion is based, the reasons the witness gave for the opinion, and the facts or information on which the witness relied in forming that opinion. You must decide whether the information on which the witness relied was true and accurate. You may disregard all or any part of an opinion that you find unbelievable, unreasonable, or unsupported by the evidence. Ms. Ellis claims that she was harmed by Ms. Almanzar's negligence. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following: that defendant was negligent, that plaintiff was harmed, and that defendant's negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiff's harm. Negligence is the failure to use reasonable care to prevent harm to oneself or to others. A person can be negligent by acting or failing to act. A person is negligent if that person does something that a reasonably careful person would not do in the same situation, or fails to do something that a reasonably careful person would do in the same situation. You must decide how a reasonably careful person would have acted in defendant's situation. Causation. A substantial factor in causing harm is a factor that a reasonable person would consider to have contributed to the harm. It must be more than a remote or trivial factor. It does not have to be the only cause of the harm. Conduct is not a substantial factor in causing harm if the same harm would have occurred without that conduct. Ms. Ellis claims that Ms. Almanzar committed a battery. To establish this claim, plaintiff must prove all the following: the defendant touched plaintiff with the intent to harm or offend her, that plaintiff did not consent to the touching, that plaintiff was harmed or offended by defendant's conduct, and that a reasonable person in plaintiff's situation would have been offended by the touching. A plaintiff may express consent by words or acts that are reasonably understood by another person as consent. A plaintiff may also express consent by silence or inaction if a reasonable person would understand that the silence or inaction intended to indicate consent. Ms. Ellis claims that Ms. Almanzar's conduct caused Ms. Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following: that defendant's conduct was outrageous, that defendant intended to cause plaintiff emotional distress, that plaintiff suffered severe emotional distress, and that defendant's conduct was a substantial factor in causing plaintiff's severe emotional distress. Emotional distress includes suffering, anguish, fright, horror, nervousness, grief, anxiety, worry, shock, humiliation, and shame. Severe emotional distress is not mild or brief. It must be so substantial or long-lasting that no reasonable person in a civilized society should be expected to bear it. Plaintiff is not required to prove physical injury to recover damages for severe emotional distress. If you decide that plaintiff has proved her claim against defendant, you must also decide how much money will reasonably compensate Ms. Ellis for the harm. This compensation is called damages. The amount of damages must include an award for each item of harm that was caused by defendant's wrongful conduct, even if the particular harm could not have been anticipated. Ms. Ellis does not have to prove the exact amount of damages that will provide reasonable compensation for the harm. However, you must not speculate or guess in awarding damages. The damages claimed by plaintiff are for the harm caused by defendant fall into two categories called economic and non-economic damages. You'll be asked in the verdict form to state the two categories of damages separately. The following are the specific items of economic damages claimed by Ms. Ellis: past and future medical expenses. The following are the specific items of non-economic damages claimed by Ms. Ellis: physical pain, mental suffering, and emotional distress. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence of damages. Your award must be based on your reasoned judgment to the testimony of the witnesses and the other evidence that has been admitted during the trial. You must not consider or include as part of any award attorney's fees or expenses that the parties incurred in bringing or defending this lawsuit. When you go to the jury room, the first thing you should do is choose the presiding juror. The presiding juror should see to it that your discussions are orderly and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is your duty to talk with one another in the jury room and to consider the views of all the jurors. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you have considered the evidence with the other members of the jury. Feel free to change your mind if you are convinced that your position should be different. You should all try to agree, but do not give up your honest beliefs just because others think differently. Please do not state your opinions too strongly at the beginning of your deliberations or immediately announce how you plan to vote, as it may interfere with an open discussion. Keep an open mind so that you and your fellow jurors can easily share ideas about the case. You should use your common sense and experience in deciding whether testimony is true and accurate. However, during your deliberations, do not make any statement or provide any information to other jurors based on any special training or unique personal experiences that you may have had related to matters involved in this case. What you may know or have learned through your training or experience is not a part of the evidence received in this case. Sometimes jurors disagree or have questions about the evidence or about what the witness has said in their testimony. If that happens, you may ask to have testimony read back to you or ask to see any exhibits admitted into evidence that have not already been provided to you. Also, jurors may need further explanation about the laws that apply to the case. If this happens during your deliberations, write down your questions and give them to the bailiff or the courtroom attendant. I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will do my best to answer them. When you write me a note, do not tell me how you voted on an issue until I ask for this information in open court. Your decision must be based on your personal evaluation of the evidence presented in the case. Each of you may be asked in open court how you voted on each question. While I know you would not do this, I'm required to advise you that you must not base your decision on chance, such as flip of a coin. If you decide to award damages, you may not agree in advance to simply add up the amounts each juror thinks is right, and then without further deliberations, make the average or verdict. You may take breaks, but do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, until all of you are back in the jury room. If you have taken notes during the trial, you may take your notebooks with you into the jury room. You may use your notes only to help you remember what happened during the trial. Your independent recollection of the evidence should govern your verdict. You should not allow yourself to be influenced by the notes of other jurors if those notes differ from what you remember. At the end of the trial, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You may request in writing that trial testimony be read to you. I will have the court reporter read the testimony to you. You may request that all or a part of a witness's testimony be read. Your request should be as specific as possible. It will be helpful if you can state the name of the witness, the subject of the testimony you would like to have read, and the name of the attorney or attorneys asking the questions when the testimony was given. The court reporter is not permitted to talk with you when she is reading the testimony you have requested. While the court reporter is reading the testimony, you may not deliberate or discuss the case. You may not ask the court reporter to read testimony that was not specifically mentioned in a written request. If your notes differ from the testimony, you must accept the court reporter's record as accurate. And one footnote there, just as it takes us some time to respond to your questions, it also takes us time to isolate the testimony that you're requesting. So please continue deliberating while you're waiting for a readback. I will give you a special verdict form with questions you must answer. I have already instructed you on the law that you are to use in answering these questions. You must follow my instructions and the form carefully. You must consider each question separately. Although you may discuss the evidence and the issues to be decided in any order, you must answer the questions on the verdict form in the order they appear. After you answer a question, the form tells you what to do next. At least 9 of you must agree on an answer before you can move on to the next question. However, the same 9 or more people do not have to agree on each answer. All 12 of you must deliberate on and answer each question, regardless of how you voted on any earlier question. Unless the verdict form tells all 12 jurors to stop and answer no further questions, each juror must deliberate and vote on all the remaining questions. When you have finished filling out the form, your presiding juror must write the date and sign it at the bottom of the last page, and then notify the bailiff that you are ready to present your verdict in the courtroom. To the alternate juror, the jury will begin deliberating after closing arguments, but you are still an alternate juror and are still bound by my earlier instructions about your conduct. Until the jury is discharged, do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any of the subject involved in it with anyone, and not even your family or friends, and not even with the other jurors. Do not have any contact with the deliberating jurors. Do not decide how you would vote if you were deliberating. Do not form and express an opinion about the issues in the case unless you are substituted for one of the deliberating jurors. In this case, I've exercised my right to comment on the evidence. However, you, the jury, are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact and the credibility of the witnesses. You are free to completely ignore my comments on the evidence and to reach whatever verdict you believe to be correct, even if it is contrary to any or all of those comments. After your verdict is read in open court, you may be asked individually to indicate whether the verdict expresses your personal vote. This is referred to as polling the jury and is done to ensure that at least 9 jurors have agreed to each decision. The verdict form that you will receive asks the verdict form that you will receive asks you to answer several questions. You must vote separately on each question. Although 9 or more jurors must agree on each answer, it does not have to be the same 9 for each answer. Therefore, it is important for each of you to remember how you have voted on each question, so that if the jury is polled, each of you will be able to answer accurately about how you have voted. And we're actually going to give you your own copy of the verdict form, so please keep track of your own votes on the verdict form. The verdict form, the final verdict form that the jury foreman will have will be the only one that's turned in, but please keep track of your votes on the verdict form that you're given for your own copy. If during the trial any of you had a question that you believe should be asked of a witness, you are instructed to write out the question and provide it to me through my courtroom staff. If a question was asked, or I decided whether the question could be asked. If a question was asked and answered, you are to consider the answer as you would any other evidence received in the trial. Do not give the answer any greater or lesser weight because it was initiated by a jury question. If a question was not asked, do not speculate as to what the answer might have been or why it was not asked. There are many legal reasons why a suggested question cannot be asked of a witness. Give the question no further consideration. During the trial, materials may have been shown to you to help explain testimony or other evidence in the case. Some of these materials may have been admitted into evidence, and you'll be able to review them during your deliberations. Other materials may have also been shown to you during the trial, but they have not been admitted into evidence. You will not be able to review them during your deliberations because they are not themselves evidence of any proof. Evidence or proof of any facts. You may, however, consider the testimony given in connection with those materials. All right, as I indicated, there's going to be some additional jury instructions that are going to be read on Tuesday. Why don't we plan on starting closing arguments at 9:45 on Tuesday? I need to meet with the attorneys at 9 o'clock, and while I think we'll be done by 9:30 to finalize everything, I don't want you to be waiting in the hallway. So let's plan on 9:45 on Tuesday. My expectation is we will be done with closing arguments before lunch, and that you will have the case to deliberate on after lunch on Tuesday. There are several causes of action, and so I do anticipate that it's going to take a bit of time to deliberate on each cause of action. And so I would have a pretty strong feeling that it is likely that you will also be here on Wednesday to finish deliberating. So at present, we're definitely going to be here Tuesday at 9:45. You can anticipate that you're not going to finish deliberating by the end of the day on Tuesday, and that you'll be here at least Wednesday morning to finish deliberations and to render your verdict. And then you guys will know how things are going as to how much longer into Wednesday or potentially Thursday things will take. Okay, any questions about that? Please do your absolute very best to avoid any media. I know that there has been some coverage of it. If you happen to see something, just go ahead and turn it off, turn it away, whatever it may be. We don't want you to be influenced by any of the media coverage, okay? All right, we'll see you on Tuesday, 9:45. Have a good Labor Day weekend.
There we have it, folks. We'll be back on Tuesday for closing arguments. Well, there'll be further jury instructions and closing arguments, and then deliberation. And the judge seems to think that they'll be back on Wednesday morning at minimum, or at least, to finish their deliberation. She is alleging negligence, battery, and severe emotional distress. So that's it, child. We did 7 hours. Thank you all for rocking with your girl. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. Oh, they ended it. Good. Please do so. And I don't know if I'll be back on. I said I was going to try to talk about David E. Taylor, but I don't know if I'm going to do it or not. I'm kind of tired, and I got to make a couple of runs before things start closing over here. But again, thank you guys so much for supporting. I enjoyed the conversation, the commentary. Welcome to all the new subscribers. Thank you so much for coming out of the bushes and chit-chatting with us. I appreciate it. Thank you to all of my mods. and all of the super chats, super stickers. It's been a whole full day of work, 7 hours worth. So you guys enjoy the rest of your night, enjoy your family, and I'll talk to you later.